The booth. Let's go to Tim Brandt and Bill Raftery. Gentlemen.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. All week we've heard the coaches say this game is not crucial, it's not critical. Instead, it's an indicator. But I'll guarantee you, these players can feel that pressure. I'm wondering if there's more pressure on the Fab Five, Bill, because they're 0-2 against Duke.
Well, Duke has the banners. They can relax a little bit and learn. Of course, Michigan, a lot to prove to the country and the rest of the basketball world. Michigan, I think, has to use their power game, reverse the ball on offense, and don't break down on one-to-one if they're going to hang in there.
All right, let's take a look at the Samsonite keys to the game. Concentration and attack mentality. Bill, explain it.
Well, concentration, the team that does generally wins the game the longer period of time. Here, nice offensive play to finish, but then the enthusiasm, youthful exuberance, rejoicing, and Duke would like to punish them at that critical time with a big basket. The attacking mentality, good defensive pressure, leading to outlets. Hurley, the pass, and a great finish by Hill. You'll see a lot of that.
All right, the time has come. We'll let you meet the players and have the opening tip right after these messages. Stay with us.
Reincarnation, the belief you can come back is just about anything. Why do some guys have all the luck? Try a beer that drinks like a light with real draft taste. Bud Dry. Because while luck may run out,
Happy birthday, Grandma.
For me?
true refreshment won't.
Not far from Seattle's famed Mount Rainier is another place with a towering reputation. It's Larry's Markets, a supermarket where you can tour the wine country of France, sample delicacies from across the Pacific, and learn to cook food that's out of this world. But if you go, bring your walking shoes and your Visa card, because Larry's will take you on a culinary trip across 6 continents, but they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Over here. I notice you're checking prices on those little TVs. You wouldn't have to if you had Sprint's remarkably easy calling program, The Most.
Oh, yeah?
See, The Most saves you big on whoever you call the most each month. 36% when that person has Sprint. And you don't have to sign anyone up. It's easy. You might even save enough for one of those big screen jobs.
Thanks.
They're on aisle 6.
Oh.
It's amazing how it grew and grew. That little company you started in your garage. And now you've got an automobile whose drive for quality matches your own. The Buick Park Avenue Ultra. With its supercharged engine, the Park Avenue Ultra is proof you still take pride in what comes out of your garage.
They're partying at Cameron Indoor Stadium at Duke. 9 of the starters from the April 6th national title game in Minneapolis are here tonight. And for the Wendy's starting lineups, here is Dr. Art Chandler.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Duke University's Cameron Indoor Stadium for tonight's ball game between the University of Michigan Wolverines and your Duke University Blue Devils. Now let's meet the starting lineups. First, for the Wolverines of the University of Michigan, a 6'9" sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, number 4, Chris Webber. A 6'6" sophomore from Austin, Texas, number 21, Ray Jackson. At 6'9", a sophomore from Chicago, Illinois, number 25, Juwan Howard. 6'5", and a sophomore from Plano, Texas, number 24, Jimmy King. At 6'8", and a sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, number 5, Jalen Rose. Your head coach, Mr. Steve Fisher. And now the starting lineups for your Blue Devils. At 6'8", a junior from Reston, Virginia, number 33, Grant Hill. A 6'8" junior from Mobile, Alabama, number 21, Antonio Lang. Standing 6'11", and a sophomore from Huntington Beach, California, number 44, Cherokee senior from Lancaster, Texas, number 12, Thomas Hill. And at 6 feet, and a junior from Jersey City, New Jersey, number 11, Bobby Hurley. Your head coach, Mr. Mike Krzyzewski.
Both coaches feel the Duke faithful in Cameron will be an asset to the Blue Devils. But I want you to take a look and listen to what they say about Michigan.
Cameron will not intimidate Michigan. Those kids have been in too many good situations. What it will do, it'll excite them also. And I think it sets the stage for both teams being at a top level of intensity. Again, the main way it can help us is not to let us know that we're tired or not to let us lose. But it won't intimidate Michigan. It'll excite Michigan.
Until you get here and get the flavor and feel of it, you don't know exactly what it is. We've done a pretty good job of being able to allow the home crowd on the road to help us play better. And I want to make sure we don't take it personal when they start calling us baldy and some of the things that they'll come up with. But I'm anxious to see how we respond to this kind of a crowd.
Steve Fisher can get away with that full head of hair.
Yes, he can.
But this is as wild as I've been, in my brief career, to me.
The officials, there's Ed Hightower. In the middle, Steve Wilmer. And to the right of the screen, Tommy O'Neill. The Michigan Wolverines ranked number 1 in the nation. They beat Rice 75-71. Duke is ranked 4th. They're 1-0, beat Canisius 110-62, and you see their series record. Duke leads that series 9-4, winning both games last year, 88-85 in overtime and 71-51 in the title game. Opening tip controlled by Duke.
Michigan man-to-man.
This is Parks, and he'll be tested tonight way out front. Back to Thomas Hill. Hill penetrates, shoots. Off the iron, rebound. Grant Hill, yes.
Showing great aggression on the glass. Michigan's got to contain them there.
Weber way out front, inside to Howard. We're tied.
Do a nice job of feeding the post in from the top. Very difficult to defend.
Bill, we want to talk about the matchup of Hurley and Rose, and then defensively what Michigan does. Grant Hill with the turnaround, and it'll be Duke basketball.
I think Hurley's personality is in the open floor. If they can get the break going, all of a sudden he's got the ability to come down in the set offense and do some damage, shoot the three or turn the corner.
Point I'm making, though, Michigan counters with King on Hurley. Here's Thomas Hill with the pump fake, banks it in. Michigan on the break throws it away. Turnover number 1. Keep in mind now, the Michigan Wolverines had 17 turnovers in their win over Rice. But the coaching staff looks at that positively and says that's half as many as we had in the first game last year.
They got Lang, not a good foul, away from the basket, not setting up a good pick. But in listening to Steve Fisher during the week on the conference call, he said they've got to shoot free throws and value the ball a lot more. And he said all week he wasn't concerned about coming in here. This is a growth situation for his club, but they've got to maintain good balance with the basketball.
Rose on Hurley, top of the key.
Don't take bad shots and start the break.
Rose lost his footing, and that's turnover number 2.
Jackson didn't wait for him to post up, Tim. You got to wait, let him settle if you're going to take advantage of the size differential. Each game has a personality. The problem with Michigan is they have a team of personalities. Which one will surface?
Lang penetrates right side, loses the ball, and a whistle and a foul, and this will be against Cherokee Parks, his first.
Duke looks active on the glass. And you mentioned Parks outside. In the activity area down low, they don't put a body on him. He's liable to come in and finish a couple of those off. But he can make that 15-footer. Weber better come out on him.
Cherokee Parks played 13 minutes in the title game and had 3 personals. Oh, inside to Weber.
You got to see him and take his legs away. He does make some noise. Timothy.
Tied at 4. Jackson knocks it away from Grant Hill. It'll be Devils ball.
How familiar is that baseline drive by Grant Hill in the tournament? He did it beautifully, but here Parks commits totally, and no help in the back there to assist.
Hill for 3. He has 5 of Duke's 7 points.
Got to reverse the ball, let people touch it, and don't break down. It's a nice back cut.
And the foul. The foul is on Thomas Hill.
Timmy, they'd be getting a stretcher for both of us on that turn. Jackson caught it. You see the denial. They're looking for support. It's a tad late, but acrobatic, yes, and a good-looking finish.
Ray Jackson will take his first free throws of the year. Did not go to the line against Rice. He only had 4 points in that game. Could be the most unsung of the Fab Five. And this foul will go against Weber. And listen to him here in Canada.
They wanted him here, didn't they? That's the mistake he made, but that's one of the cheap variety. He normally gets 1 or 2 to get him in trouble in racing the ball up the floor. He's liable to pick up a charge. He's got to play within himself. Don't commit early, silly fouls.
Hurley on King, goes around him. Off balance, but hits it.
The kid is tough. He competes.
Hurley's first bucket of the day.
Tough switch early on Howard.
Lang out of bounds. It'll be Michigan ball.
Now, if you watch Duke,
Correction, they give it to Duke.
I thought he was out of bounds and had an established inbounds.
And now they reverse the call, and they do give it back to Michigan.
Well, Steve is mild-mannered and a gentleman, but he lets it be known when he's correct.
Good call, Coach Raftery.
Well, he didn't have many when I was on the sideline. But Duke aggressive, they communicate, and that's the key in man-to-man defense. Let one another know and be there to assist.
Hurley to Thomas Hill. Jawan Howard answers.
You know, Michigan's done well. They've dragged the defense out high. And all of a sudden, the back cuts are there, and Duke too far a distance to assist. But isn't Hurley great in the open floor?
Cherokee Parks has it knocked away by Weber. This is Lang. And he's fouled by Jawan Howard. His first. 16:29 to go the first half. Tim Brandt, Bill Raftery with you. It is 11-8 Duke, the rematch of the national championship game.
The only pass he could make, he thought he may have been fouled, got rid of it before any damage. The rest, a strong sent it in. T-Hill.
Lang bangs it hard off the iron.
They're making the free throw important for Duke to set up the pressure. Bucky mentioned Hurley on the basketball. It may start three-quarter court, makes them turn. That way the defensive pressure can set.
It's a 4-point lead for the Blue Devils. Jackson tries to get the pick. Looks backdoor and gets it.
Gorgeous.
The lay-in by King. Offensive.
They wipe the goal out. Great attention underneath. But I'm impressed with Michigan going without the basketball.
They put the points on the board. Now they take them back off. The bucket's no good. So they'll drive the floor and get things going.
Although they're not low post oriented, the cuts are giving them easy attempts at the goal.
Up top, Grant Hill. What a spectacular game Hill had in the opener. 28 points. 12 for 13. Oh, look at this pass to Parks. his first basket.
It's early, but he's magnificent. The end of the year could get all the awards.
King underneath to Jackson. Great look by King.
Jackson with a discard.
Hurley loses the ball down low. Here come the Wolverines. It's a 3-on-1. Jackson left side. No bucket. Offensive.
2 cheap ones. He should have given it up. Let the guards make the play, Tim.
Chris Webber, 2 personals. And we'll be back after this word from Wendy's.
Remember the 50s and great tasting patty melts? Well, Wendy's is bringing them both back.
Gee, Johnny, this Wendy melt tastes creamy.
Introducing the Wendy melt.
Hey, this Wendy melt is neato.
It's a quarter pound of fresh beef, sauteed onions.
Hey, Cat, dig the square seam. The square is man.
Dave's special sauce and 2 slices of Swiss on a toasted Kaiser bun.
Dave, it's time to get ready. It is? Well, okay, Daddy-o. Slip me some skin.
The new Wendy melt. It's a 50s thing.
What else? Isotoner gloves. Hey, isotoner slippers. Put on your isotoner gloves and let's go out and play. Catch this. Yes, isotoner socks. So you take care of the hands that take care of you.
If you could see inside your suitcase when you travel, you'd see how Samsonite Hardside protects what's inside. Because Samsonite has a crush-resistant outer shell and a durable hardside construction that's designed to hold up over the long haul.
Daddy, did you bring me anything?
Samsonite Hardside. After all, you've got your life in there.
Well, a fast break, well designed, good deployment, but give it up, big fella. And if you keep it and then pass late, you've lost full control of your body weight, something Duke has prepared for, has seen happen in tapes, and it negates a terrific thrust. And a guy who hasn't really established but opens up to the ball, beneficiary of great penetration, Parks. And he can shoot it down there so he can cause some damage when Webber goes out. So Riley in.
Chris Webber does sit down with those 2 personals you talked about. So in comes Eric Riley, 7 foot, 245-pound senior. And there is Webber. It's 14-10 Duke, 15-25 remaining in the first half. Hurley on the left elbow to Thomas Hill, has it blocked. Parks. Underneath, Lang. Parks. Yes.
He's the Tiger. Not too many people in the country know how aggressive he can be. Different style than Christian, but effective. Nice help here by Parks.
This is Rose with a soft jumper.
Smooth, isn't he?
Awfully talented. All 5 of them are, Bill. Grant Hill walks. He knew it.
No complaints. Free flow motion is the Duke offense. They run doubles, as you saw the last jump shot on the top. They run some stacks and staggered screens, but it's all loose, not regimented. Here's the post up by Rose.
Howard at the top. Look at this tough shot. Fought through the block and made the jumper. He now has 6 points, does Rose, and it's a 2-point game. Lang walks.
Nice call, Tim. You notice Michigan is playing and not much of the whooping. I think you've got to immerse yourself in a game as important as this. Let the nonsense prevail when it's over, not when it's a contest.
Although they say that motivates them.
It didn't in the Final Four.
Another Michigan turnover. That's 5, and here comes Hurley. He pushes it hard, shoots for 3.
Fearless. That's what Mike's favorite word in describing Bobby Hurley.
19-14 Duke.
Says he's got to let him play his game. Let him be fearless. Tendency of the coaches to take it back.
And this will be on Antonio Lang. That's his second. The biggest lead for Duke was 6 points. It's now 19-14. We have 13:48 remaining first half. Eric Meek comes into the ball game, and Antonio Lang will sit down with those two personals. Meek is an interesting player, Bill. 6'10", 240-pound sophomore. He's from Escondido, California.
I get kind of a kid that can support Parks. I mean, he's a lot better. A lot of people haven't seen him. I haven't seen him in a High Five America game, incidentally against 5 Ukraines with a Russian coach. So pretty good range by King. There's an unsung guy, Tim. He's got an awful lot of talent, does a lot of little things for this basketball team.
They say Jimmy King is the best outside shooter. Incredible leaper, I do know that. And it's a 2-point game.
See if they establish Parks here. He's got to turn and take his guy.
Parks on Riley. Cross-court dangerous pass to Thomas Hill.
Now, when Leitner got it down, they double-teamed, and he had those turnovers in the first. Look at this.
Grant Hill in the backdoor alley-oop. What a pass by Hurley.
Some feel for the game.
Turnover number 6. And again, Hurley pushes it. Thomas Hill, too hard. Rob Pelinka pushes it.
And Hurley,
now they'll set up.
Hurley right back with the pressure. You notice how they have the people at the three-point line, so when Hurley penetrates.
Nice pass to King, can't convert. But finally put in by King.
Back cutting has been their success.
Both clubs have 4 personal fouls, team fouls. Weber has 2, and Antonio Lang has 2. Cherokee Parks down low. Grant Hill. He's struggling a little bit right now, Bill.
Get him going in the fast break. I think Michigan's done a much better job defensively, staying at home on the dribbler.
Rose over top of Hill, and Hurley takes it away from Riley. He'll take it all the way, and it'll be Duke ball.
You know what amazes you the more you see Hurley? His speed. You never think of him as real quick, but he blows by people.
We'll return after these messages from your local stations. This is the Raycom Network.
What if that apple a day doesn't keep the doctor away? Will your health insurance really help? Or will medical care costs eat it up too fast? If you want a free review of all your coverage needs, check with State Farm. To find out how healthy your health insurance really is, see a State Farm agent now.
Call or visit J. Don Bullard, your State Farm agent, 1417 South College Road.
There are 2 main reasons I bank at United Carolina Bank. One, their attention to detail. Whatever you want to know about loans, checking, savings plans, they can tell you. Plus, they're really nice about it. And that's the second reason, the personal touch. And that's not a bad-looking bird.
The personal touch. United Carolina Bank.
1, 2.
The Haviland motor oil that Davey Allison uses to tolerate 200 laps at Daytona. That Don Prudhomme uses to tolerate a 5-second quarter mile. That the Andretti's use to tolerate 500 miles at Indianapolis. Is the very same motor oil that can tolerate your most demanding driving conditions. Even when you can't. Haviland Superior Grade.
Yeah.
Timmy, you've got to switch aggressively on the cut, particularly with a guy like Rose taking Hurley down low. Here, Parks switches, not aggressively, and then leaves the ball. No, you've got to stay at home. The other end, we talked about free-flowing offense. Hurley sets the ball left, Nice back-cut eyes, coordination, and a great climax by Hill.
21-19 Duke. All 5 starters have scored for both teams. Michigan with 7 turnovers and Duke with 4.
Did you ever try and tackle his dad?
No, I didn't. You know, it's...
I know you missed a few tackles in your play days at Maryland.
I missed many. Weber is back into the ballgame for the Wolverines, and Monty Clark checks in for Duke.
Not a bad jump shooter.
This is Clark, 6'6" junior, and he is from Illinois.
Hill, who can handle, ran the point when Hurley was hurt. Palenka, a little grab. Can they sustain the man-to-man? That's the question that will be answered. Michigan has been excellent. They've been paying attention. Can they stay in the defensive stance and help position?
Grant Hill.
Pretty good snatch by Riley.
This is Riley. Back up top to Talley, who's checked in.
Might as well use him if you put him in.
Strong move. Last touch by Palenka. It'll be Duke basketball.
Weber reminds me of Buck Williams, an old Maryland great, with more offensive ability. He's one of the great rebounders, and that's a quote from Mike Krzyzewski in college basketball. Some interesting low post moves. That was not one of the better ones.
That's an interesting comparison. Of course, Buck uses that body as well as anybody you'll see. This is Hurley on Talley. Nice pump fake.
Great step through.
Bobby Hurley now has 7 points, and it's 23-19 Blue Devils.
Chuck Daly was telling me all these kids that played in the development game, Hurley, Hill, and Weber, he told Willis Reed, don't spend a dime. They'll all be first. Don't waste any money. They'll all be in the upper first round.
Weber from way out front. A brick. Again, Hurley wants to push it. That is obviously part of the game plan.
Well, what he does is you get into a different mismatch. You're playing in areas of the floor that you're uncomfortable in.
Clark's with a turnaround, comes up short. This is Palenka. Clark being very aggressive off the bench.
Still straight up man.
A lot of depth on this Michigan team. Of course, Michael Talley.
Forget it.
Inside to Weber.
What's happening, other than the back cuts, Weber's hiding on the baseline, doing a nice job presenting himself in the passing area.
It's 23-21 Duke. The Blue Devils have led from the outset. Grant Hill.
Trying to get him in the game a little bit, Tim.
Still fighting with that jump shot. This will be last touch by Duke. It was kicked out by Eric Meek.
Thomas Hill, number 12, returned to the Duke lineup, replacing Cherokee
And Antonio Lang comes back into the ballgame. Cherokee Parks will come out. Grant Hill will come out. And Thomas Hill comes back in.
Well, Mike Krzyzewski said something interesting, that each team develops on their own. And can the players step up and show their way of playing, their personality? And that's where I think Grant Hill will eventually shine. He's got a terrific jump shot. He's great at going to the goal, great with the ball. But sometimes you try and do it all in one evening. It doesn't work out.
I think Grant Hill is a little bit frustrated right now. 2 for 6. Maybe this sit-out will help him.
Get some composure. Lang with the long arms. Tough match on Weber. They start the big guys high, and then they put them low. Weber's got his guy.
Backdoor cut. King, tough shot. Still makes it. He now has 7. We're tied at 23.
A lot of poise, Jimmy King. Good post defense initially, now softens by Weber.
Talley on Hurley. And the foul will go against Talley.
Hurley does not need much room, does he, to turn that corner? Creative with the bounce.
Be sure to stick around at halftime for the Raycom Basketball Preview Special. Host Terry Gannon will take you on an in-depth look at the exciting college hoops coming up your way this season. The Raycom Basketball Preview Special. Folks, don't miss it. We've had 3 ties, and now Bobby Hurley breaks that and makes it 24-23, Duke. He makes them both. He was 7 for 8 from the line in the first game. He doesn't miss many.
No, and it does set up their pressure as well.
That's 9 now for Hurley.
Everything stems from him, Tim. He's an aggressive kid defensively, ignites the break. Once again, King under control.
He has 9 points, took it all the way himself and banked it in. It's 25-25, the 4th tie of this ball game. 8:43 to go, first half. Hurley for 3 more.
Then he gives a little side eyeballs at Talley. The look of disdain.
Bobby was very quiet at practice the last couple of days, had his game face on early.
Walk. That's the good philosophy, though. We're getting the high-low going. Riley, unfortunately, gets caught up in traffic.
8 turnovers for Michigan.
Early, I think the crowd. Now, forcing it themselves.
Look at Steve Fisher in his 4th year. He's won a national title, and he's been to 2 championship games in 4 years.
Now, PJ's not sending him too many cards, right? Took care of him up in Seattle.
On the floor now is Jackson, Weber, Howard, King, and Rose for Michigan. This is Thomas Hill in the paint, and he's fouled.
That's why they go to the foul line so much. They attack the defensive stance, not afraid to dribble, create pinches, and obviously they've got good step-up shooters, but the creativity, dribbling into ecstasy, and that's why their numbers outweigh the opponent at the end of the year. Incredible.
This foul on Jackson, that is his first. And with the intensity of this game, when the players went down, you saw how quickly the officials were in to make sure nothing happened.
Good crew, good control.
Interesting, the officials from the Big Ten. Bobby Hurley, 12 points tonight.
So I would try and take Hurley out of the game a little when he gives it up, because Grant Hill's out of the game. They really don't have a playmaker. Jimmy King, don't let him get it back. Others have to lead.
This is Meek. Had to adjust his shot. Nice job by Weber. Jimmy King working against Hurley. Skip pass to Howard. Turn around. Tries to rattle it in. Last touch by Duke. It'll be Michigan ball. 7:39 to go first half. It's a 3-point Duke lead.
Only half a minute till we open.
Half the town's out there for half-price pizzas.
You have to agree the new all-day, everyday half-price policy isn't half bad.
I'd have to be half-wit not to.
Have 1 pizza at new menu price. Have a 2nd pizza at half price.
Half price, and that's not the half of it. If you have half a dozen at new menu price, you can have another half dozen at half price.
Half of the mid-year, half an hour.
Half those people look half-starved. Half those people look half-crazed.
Well, guess we have to open the door.
Do we have to?
We have to.
Do we have to?
We have to.
How about halfway?
The new half-price policy, only at Pizza Hut. It's amazing how it grew and grew. That little company you started in your garage. And now you've got an automobile whose drive for quality matches your own. The Buick Park Avenue Ultra. With its supercharged engine, the Park Avenue Ultra is proof you still take pride in what comes out of your garage.
Tony and Diane get regular insurance checkups, just like they get regular medical checkups. I'm State Farm Agent Carlos Bermudez. I have been their State Farm agent 7 years. A family insurance checkup helps them make sure all their coverages are up to date. It's also a good time to explore options, like how their life insurance plan can be adapted to help with their daughter's college education. I think the family insurance checkup is something everybody can feel good about.
We've had 4 ties, and it's 28-25 Duke.
And when you come into a place like Cameron, you better be prepared. You notice the stools, although they've done this before, they get the stools away from the crowd. I remember years ago playing at Georgetown. John had a priest meeting behind my bench and a band. And I took the chairs out there half court, and was warned with a technical foul. But you see, Weber, Hurley said this guy is a great warrior down low. I mean, the highest praise, and you can see Michigan philosophically doing the right thing. If they're able to convert, it could cause some foul problems for Duke.
Weber has only 4 points. Keep in mind, he had big games against Duke both times they met last year.
Don't forget, they line it back. Look at this post up. Now, he's got some new moves.
Howard inside, power move. King. And Howard is fouled by Lang. And that will be 3 on Antonio Lang.
Hurley is pesky down there. Almost came up with a steal, but you can see all the dark shirts attacking the glass. And Michael's looking for some support. They're back in the Munder. You see 4 people. Now, what can happen out of this? Duke can get some fast breaks, but Mike wants the guards to assist down there. You can see the grab. It could have been anybody, huh? 3 on Lang.
Marty Clark returns to the lineup for the Blue Devils, replacing.
So Clark will come back in, and Lang with 3 will be seated. Keep in mind, Lang started the final 18 games last year. He had that big game in the tournament, you'll remember, against Seton Hall, where he had 16.
They're having a little trouble with the net here, too. They're trying to adjust it as the refs, a little free shot by Mike Krzyzewski.
Look at this. When is the last time you saw this? It's like a pickup game.
Well, the Final Four I saw it, but it was Duke cutting them down. They got them intertwined.
While there's timeout on the floor, let me tell you, this telecast is a copyrighted presentation of Raycom Incorporated. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of the video or audio portions of this program without the express prior written permission of Raycom is strictly forbidden. 7:29 to go first half. 28-25 Duke. Michigan has not led at all.
Free throw woes. And Steve Fisher alluded to that. He said good teams shoot good free throws. He feels they have to improve in that category.
Michigan shot only 62% from the line Tuesday night. Howard makes it a 2-point game.
Trying to establish Grant down low. Look at the double. He's got to find people.
Grant Hill to Clark, who fouled it. Back to Parks. How about him?
They respected the interior defense, but they also know where their partners are. Good-looking kicks.
Parks now has 6 points. This is Rose.
Smooth.
Oh, like silk.
They stopped to chat with the crowd. You've got to get back.
Mike Krzyzewski told his team he wanted to take advantage of that. If they celebrate, go by him. Here's Hill. He's struggling. Howard with the rebound.
Good balance.
King for 3. Hurley at the other end.
Well, he breaks you down, brings you back out. I mean, the early offense, I think, can be destructive if Duke wants to take advantage.
One thing about Duke, they will continue to go to Grant Hill. This is Hurley for 3.
Look at that major league rebound.
Shot clock has not been a factor.
No, it hasn't come into play at all.
Weber inside. This is the easy one. And this foul will be on whom?
I don't think they're going to give it to Howard. I thought Duke fouled.
It is going to be on Howard.
Foul is on number 25, Juwan Howard.
And they'll go down and shoot 1-1. It's over the limit.
I'm as puzzled as Steve is. He looks on with Perry Watson, who had coached Jalen Rose in high school.
Hey, Howard is confused as well. He has 2 personals, you see.
Too many opportunities, though, Duke is giving up to Michigan. You can see them attacking the glass. I also think you can establish offensively if you're Michigan anytime you want. They're not doing a good job pushing and banging people away from the painted area.
Thomas Hill, a pretty good free throw shooter. Now Michigan is over the limit, so it's 1-1. And he hits the first one. Duke is only 3 of its last 12 from the field, Bill, so they've hit a cold streak.
Good inside defense, I think. They've been forced to kick it and make that jump shot, and they haven't stepped up.
Part of that, too, has to be the way Grant Hill is struggling right now.
Much out of their full court pressure, backing up to half court, and they must help the post people. Look at Parks caught already.
32-28 Duke.
Little zone. 2-3. Years ago, he would deny the existence of his own.
Rose has it knocked away. It's a 3-on-2 for the Devils. Hurley back to Thomas Hill to Clark.
Great. Look at 8 guys down.
To Hurley. Finally, Rose gets it back, and he has trouble with the handle.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Wild.
The only guys unhappy are the trainers when you see that. The zone got them an open floor opportunity. And another one.
Rose, and he loses it. What the heck has happened?
Parks gave it a shot. They never had full control. I like the zone. Michigan trying to penetrate, not in the right spots twice now, so they have to get organized. And this is where Rose has to subjugate, get control of the offense, get people involved.
These are the mental lapses we've talked about. Told you, Michigan had 17 turnovers against Rice. They have 10 here in the first half.
Michigan thus far very impressive on this end, negating a lot of internal passing and pinching on the bounce.
Duke playing from the perimeter. Thomas Hill backs in.
Great.
Oh, nice move.
Slithering.
He has 11.
Nice advantage step.
Bosco's shot is short. And they're going to call a foul on Cherokee Parks away from the basketball. That'll be 2.
The whistle must have blown a lot earlier. We just couldn't hear it because they were out on the break. But the zone has been a problem. Mike would not use it early in his coaching career, but a weapon to rest and confuse Michigan right now.
Eric Meek comes back into the game, and Cherokee Parks will go out. Don't lose much in height. Cherokee Parks a better shooter than Eric Meek, but Meek is a battler.
Back man to man.
Underneath, ball on the floor. That's what we're talking about with Meek. Early. Clark's in trouble.
He would have taken that if he were in the flow, but he isn't. Isn't in the rhythm right now. How would you like to play street games with Hurley? Did you see him go down after that loose ball? Not much change on the corner in Jersey City with him around.
Hill shot. No good. Bosco picked off by Hill. Look out. He'll get it the easy way. Duke's biggest lead of the ball game. Jalen Rose.
Oh, he knows his way. Never gets lost. Always aware. Great looking dish. The zone back to man has had some effect on Michigan, but the cutting, once again, early in the game, Michigan finding holes, once again, Rose.
Picking and rolling, Clark pops out. Nice pump fake. And Riley rejects him and is called for the foul. That'll be his first.
They're not getting any easy ones under there, are they?
It looked like a clean block. He must have gotten him with the body.
Well, that's the bailout, huh?
Yeah.
But anticipating inside, and that's taken away a lot of the personality of Duke on the offensive end.
Riley comes out. Juwan Howard comes back in for the Wolverines.
If Weber out there, I'd be thinking about yanking him with the 2. Instead of getting that third one on the road, he has a tendency on occasion to commit a silly one.
Lonnie Clark now 4 for 4 from the free throw line this year. He played in 32 games last season. Hit over 50% of his shots. That's his first point of the night. Rattles it in and extends the Blue Devils lead to 8 points. With 2:38 to go in the half, they're on their feet in Cameron.
Reincarnation, the belief you can come back is just about anything. Why do some guys have all the luck? Try a beer that drinks like a light with real draft taste. Bud Dry. Because while luck may run out,
Happy birthday, Grandma.
For me?
true refreshment won't.
Michael Jordan in Hanes briefs. Michael Jordan in new improved Hanes briefs. It's hard to believe something this great could actually get even better. The new comfort of Hanes briefs. Better fit, better feel, better than ever.
Just wait until we get a Hanes open you.
Just when you thought you knew everything about Volvo.
Back at Cameron Indoor Stadium on the campus of Duke University, 38-30 Blue Devils. And they said this wasn't that important of a game. Watch this.
Well, you don't get down and dirty if you don't love it nor care. And just anybody around it is on the pines. And you talk about loose ball drills and guys being thoroughly enmeshed in a game. Take these two clubs, and it is hot here. They paid the bill, the heating bill.
I feel like I'm playing.
Well, fortunately for both clubs, that's not true.
Hey, we were teasing Mike Krzyzewski at practice yesterday about turning up the temperature when Duke plays in here because it is hot. But he says, no, it's just a small arena, and they jam them in here. And all 9,314 are here tonight. King outside, nice jumper, can't get it to fall. And Rose is fouled by Grant Hill. That's his first.
Now there's a situation, Tim. You've been doing a good job getting it inside. Forget the jumper for a while. Keep the big guys happy. Let them touch the basketball. It's like having this man in the backfield. You got to run him.
Grant Hill's dad, one of the all-time NFL greats, Calvin Hill, now vice president of the Baltimore Orioles baseball organization. Duke's on a 13-5 run over the last 4.5 minutes. Jalen Rose will try to help that.
He's like silk, this guy.
Wolverines leading scorer a year ago.
You know what impresses me with him? He can turn it up a notch. He can accelerate. He'll glide and then blow by people.
He's now 2 for 5 from the line tonight. And it's 38-31.
You don't like to isolate, but you might want to get Meek into the game or drive at Weber.
Michigan being very aggressive defensively tonight. Cross court to Hurley.
Got no sign of fatigue the latter stages of the half. Look at the help. All four in the painted area. Whew.
Juwan Howard with the outlet pass to King. Look at this. King on Hill. Inside to Weber. Give and go.
Great
Grant Hill pulls the rebound out to Hurley. I think Hurley got away with a charge.
Yeah, he did.
Weber.
Oh, great basketball.
Jimmy King.
Big time fast break. A lot of touches, filling the lane, and the completion.
Jimmy King now has 11 points, and it's a 5-point game with 1:15 to go in the first half.
Part of Duke's attack is dribbling to the goal, and they haven't been making the kick-out pass.
Oh, Thomas Hill with the high lofter.
Takes care of that.
Under a minute.
Get it in low, Michigan.
Laker throws up a brick.
Well, that could start a condominium. Relax.
Not the kind of shot Steve Fisher wanted. And Hurley will set up for the final shot of the half. .30 seconds.
Hurley or Hill at the end, turning the corner, attracting and giving off or finishing on their own.
2-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. 15 seconds to go, 13 on the shot clock.
About 8, they'll start their move.
Hurley working on King to Grant Hill.
Look at this kid.
No good. They're going to put 1 second back on the clock.
That was some play. He doesn't know what they thought. Maybe they called the walk.
What did they call?
The clock expired.
But they're putting one back on.
Well, you said 1 second differential in the shot clock.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They blew the whistle on the floor when they heard the shot clock go off. Actually, they should put another second back on then. So we're squared away. 1 second to go.
Got a challenge. Just a long pass. Must be a back screen and somebody going to the goal.
Duke 40, Michigan 33.
You're right. They're probably looking to get 2 up there.
They put 222. Steve Fisher would like that. There we go.
Important half, I think, for Michigan to get some composure, get legs under them, understand what they can get done. And I would like to think that the players will respond by going underneath, letting the big guys touch it. Good things have happened when that has occurred.
And Hightower puts it back in play. The baseball pass, the length. And that'll do it. Pretty interesting half of basketball. First half comes to a close. Duke 40, Michigan 33. We'll be back.
The Pizza Hut Championship rematch is brought to you in part by Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers, the best hamburgers, and a whole lot more. By State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by U.S. Air. Every time we fly, everything we do, U.S. Air begins with you.
Only half a minute till we open.
Half the town's out there for half-price pizzas.
You have to agree the new all-day, everyday half-price policy isn't half bad.
I'd have to be half-wit not to.
Have one pizza at new menu price. Have a second pizza at half price.
Half price, and that's not the half of it. If you have half a dozen at new menu price, you can have another half dozen at half price.
Half of them in here, half an hour.
Half those people look half starved. Half those people look half crazed.
Well, guess we have to open the door.
Do we have to?
We have to.
Do we have to?
We have to.
How about halfway?
The new half-price policy, only at Pizza Hut.
Just how big is the Ace Hardware really big sale? Really big. For a closer look at this great stuff, hurry into the Ace Hardware really big sale today.
At BASF, we help make carpet more colorful, more durable, more valuable for your home team. At BASF, we don't make the carpet, we make it better.
WWAY's Gene Motley has Sports Your Way. With 4 local sportscasts a day, it's Sports Your Way with Gene Motley on WWAY TV3.
Solid as a silver dollar, Cooperative has been here since 1898. We were here when Orville and Wilbur flew, when the wind and water raged about. We were here when the sun came out. We were here when the London Bridge was sold, and when America turned 200 years old. No matter what happens, today, tomorrow, next week, we'll be here. Since 1898, Cooperative has been and still is solid as a silver dollar.
And Bill Raftery. Earlier before the game, we told you that all eyes would be on Cherokee Parks, and he's holding his own under the microscope tonight. The young man who has admittedly come from a family of counterculture, self-admitted hippies, has played loose tonight against Chris Webber. He's been in position to get easy ones underneath. 6 points and 2 rebounds in the game. I think also noteworthy in the game is that Duke does have the lead, even though Grant Hill has been struggling tonight. Only 3 of 9 from the floor. He has 6 points in the game. During the course of the first half, maybe the key move was Mike Krzyzewski deciding to go to a zone with about 7 minutes left, and Bucky Waters was with me. I think you believe that Duke's bench was depleted, and maybe they were getting a little tired at one point, and that's why Coach K made the decision.
No question, Tim. A little leg weary there when Krzyzewski plays zone. He's got a darn good reason. An amazing half in a lot of ways. The stars, Grant Hill and Chris Webber, had 10 points between them, and I think we can look for a huge second half from them. Bobby Hurley, as advertised, the heart, the soul, the engine of Duke. Without him, they're in big trouble. Tim?
All right, thank you, Bucky. Coming up at halftime, we've got plenty to tell you about. We've got scores from around the country, a number of other major games taking place earlier today, some that are ongoing right now. All of that as our coverage continues from Durham after this.
Thank you. To all of you attracted by Buick's reputation for quality, but who think a new Buick is beyond your means, may I make the following suggestion? Go see the new Buick Skylark Custom. It is every bit a quality Buick. And as the most affordable Buick for 1993, it makes Buick quality more attractive than ever.
If you could see inside your suitcase when you travel, you'd see how Samsonite Hardside protects what's inside. Because Samsonite has a crush-resistant outer shell and a durable hard-side construction that's designed to hold up over the long haul.
Daddy, did you bring me anything?
Samsonite Hardside. After all, you've got your life in there.
Coors Cut, a non-alcoholic brew, tastes so much like beer, it'll fool them all. For the taste of beer, let the cutter flow. Your body knows the difference, but the mind don't know. Oh, taste in Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference, but the mouth don't know. Oh, taste Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference. Cutter tastes like beer because it's brewed like beer, but the mouth, I don't know.
Oh, he looked scarier 25 years ago.
Did I?
You looked scared.
I don't know. I thought I hit it well for an innocent girl.
You were innocent for the 60s.
Any regrets?
None. You?
Just one. What? That I waited 25 years to give you this.
The 25th anniversary diamond, a brilliant celebration of the loving marriage.
I've got goosebumps.
Well, you've given me goosebumps for 25 years.
Duke is leading by 7. We are at halftime, and as earlier mentioned, a number of other games taking place today, some of them on Tobacco Road. Scott Burrell had a career-high 8 points today over in Raleigh as Connecticut beat NC State 81-74. North Carolina wins the Tournament of Champions played in Charlotte earlier tonight, 104-68. The Jayhawks get a crucial hoop from Rex Walters late, come from behind to beat Indiana in Indianapolis 74-69. The Trotton Tigers of Coach Pete Carrill beat the South Carolina Gamecocks in a predictable score, 51-40. Georgia Tech goes down to defeat against Roderick Rose, the young rookie of Kentucky tonight, 96-87 the final. The Virginia Cavaliers' Jeff Jones in a critical year with a much-needed inter-conference victory over Stanford, 72-48. Louisville topped Michigan State today, 73-69. Lawrence Funderburk, a factor, as the Buckeyes of Ohio State out of the powerful Big Ten beat Southern Cal 73-56. Stay tuned. Our halftime festivities continue in just a moment after this word from your local stations. This is the Raycom Network.
At Perry's Emporium, we know that one of today's most precious commodities is time. And when you don't have the time to choose a special gift for someone you love, we offer unique service. Personal shoppers Ann Johnson, Gary Ray, Wilma Boswell, and Alan Lipka have over 28 years of experience in the Wilmington area. They are always available to offer suggestions, set appointments, to help you in the store, or even bring items to your office. Just call or come by Perry's Emporium in Independence Mall and ask for your personal shopper.
There are two main reasons I bank at United Carolina Bank. One, their attention to detail. Whatever you want to know about loans, checking, savings plans, they can tell you. Plus, they're really nice about it. And that's the second reason, the personal touch. And that's not a bad-looking bird.
The personal touch. United Carolina Bank.
This year, be a part of a Hollywood Fantasy Christmas, where fantasy comes to life as we show you how Hollywood created some of the greatest moments in holiday history, plus classic stories and Christmas carols performed by a joyous cast of celebrities. Don't miss a Hollywood Fantasy Christmas.
Sunday at 2 on TV3. Huge rebates directly from University Mazda. See us today.
The Blue Devils lead the Wolverines at halftime, 40-33. Hi again, everyone. I am Tim Brando. Now we're going to take you to our Raycom studio, where Terry Gannon will tell you what you can anticipate seeing this season on Raycom.
Welcome to the Raycom Basketball Preview Special. And now your host, Terry Gannon.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Raycom Basketball Preview Special. During the next 3 minutes, you'll see a week-by-week sneak preview of the exciting college hoops coming your way this season from Raycom. Let's start with the doubleheader on Sunday, January 24th, which features one of the teams you're watching here tonight. First at 1:30, Arizona State travels to Freedom Hall to take on the Louisville Cardinals. Denny Crum's squad favored to win this year's Metro race. At 3:45, a battle for the ACC crown. Duke in Tallahassee to meet the Seminoles, who have everyone back, including Bobby Bowden's quarterback, Charlie Ward. A lot of folks like the Noles to take the ACC. Then January 31st at 4 o'clock, Notre Dame hooks up with UCLA out at Pauley Pavilion. Mitchell Butler and the Bruins with a couple of big wins already in the preseason NIT. On February 7th, it's a Pac-10 Big 8 Sunday. Freshman Jason Kidd leads the Cal Bears against the Arizona Wildcats. Or a look at the great Kansas backcourt as the Jayhawks meet Big 8 foe Nebraska. A doubleheader on Sunday, February 14th. At 1:30, DePaul is at the Pyramid to take on the Memphis State Tigers. Followed at 3:45 by Louisville at UNLV. And a look at the Rollie Massimino version of the Runnin' Reds. Time for a break right now. When we come back, we'll run down the rest of the schedule for you, which includes some big matchups like the Blue Devils and the Tar Heels. See you in a minute.
Here they come, sport fans. To slamming and jamming, rocking and rolling. Incredible new sports music videos. NFL Rocks and NBA Superstars, too. They're both free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated. The best way to get inside the action for over 20 million readers. Call this toll-free number now and get the best of both worlds. To the beat of some of rock's top artists. You'll get superstars and super sounds, one right after another. And get 54 issues of Sports Illustrated for only $1.39 an issue. Save over 52% off the cover price. SI and the 2 free videos make great gifts. For quicker delivery, use your credit card. Get your 2 free videos and enjoy the excitement of sports every week in Sports Illustrated.
From the first team in 1906 through the back-to-back titles of 1991 and 92, the rich tradition of Duke basketball is now captured in this exciting new video. Call now to order Royal Blue, a video history of Duke basketball, just $19.95. See all the Blue Devil greats on this action-packed video cassette. From Cameron to Bubas to Krzyzewski, from Grote to Heyman to Leitner, they're all part of the Royal Blue tradition of success. Call now to order Royal Blue, a video history of Duke basketball.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Raycom Basketball Preview Special. Now let's look at the rest of this year's big matchups. Sunday, February 21st is another big doubleheader. First up at 1:30, the Fighting Irish travel to DePaul, where Joey Meyer's Blue Demons await. And then at 3:45, a battle on Tobacco Road. Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill, and the guys meet the Wolfpack of NC State. On Sunday, February 28th at 4 o'clock, you get another look at the Blue Devils as they host the Bruins of UCLA. You can bet the Cameron Crazies will be out in full force for that one. Then March Madness begins on Raycom with a doubleheader on Sunday, March 7th. Our 1:30 contest involves Duke riding up the road a bit to the Dean Dome to take on Dean Smith and his Tar Heels, and there's no love lost between those two teams. And finally at 3:45, Rick Pitino's Kentucky Wildcats meet the Florida Gators in a big SEC matchup. So as you can see, Sunday is the day for some great matchups this season from Raycom. And in addition to these games, remember that Raycom also provides regional coverage of the top 6 conferences: the ACC, the Big Ten, the Pac-10, the Metro, the Southwest, and the Big 8. This season, nobody covers more college basketball than Raycom, the nation's leading sports programmer. Right now, it's time to go back for the second half of the rematch of the year, the Duke Blue Devils and the Michigan Wolverines. I'm Terry Gannon. Thanks for watching the Raycom Basketball Preview Special.
Terry, just to further underscore what you already mentioned, 450-plus games on Raycom, seen throughout different regions of the country, all coming your way this basketball season. A lot more coming your way from Durham when we continue with the Wolves and the Devils from Cameron Indoor in a moment.
Want to break a European's heart? Let him test drive a Buick Park Avenue Ultra for 2 weeks, then take it away. You see, the Ultra, with its supercharged engine, luxury appointments, and Buick quality, is built in such limited quantities, it's just not available in Europe yet. Want to break a European's heart? Let him drive an Ultra, then take it away.
When your home is damaged, State Farm is there fast. You see, when you have a homeowner's insurance claim with State Farm, you report it to your agent, and right away we team up with State Farm claims people.
We work with your agent to avoid needless hassles and delays so you can get your home back together as soon as possible.
Our teamwork speeds your claim. It's another reason why State Farm is such an outstanding homeowner's insurance value. State Farm is there.
Ever since the 50s, I love to make patty melts, except I made them special.
Hey, Dave, make me one of those swell patty melts?
But make it square, man.
Okie dokie.
I made them with a quarter pound of fresh beef, sauteed onions, 2 slices of Swiss with my own sauce. They're neato.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Lorraine.
Introducing the Wendy melt. It's a 50s thing.
Man, if I had a pair of peg pants and a flat top, it'd be 1954 all over again.
There's a tropical island that's not on any map, though it's easy to find. It's warmed by the sun and caressed by the winds, with its own hidden treasures, local delicacies, and exotic festivals. But this island moves. It's a Carnival cruise ship. So if you go, get there on time and get out your Visa card, because the world's most popular cruise line doesn't stay in one place for long, and it doesn't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
The Pizza Hut Championship rematch is brought to you in part by Wendy's Old-Fashioned Hamburgers, the best hamburgers, and a whole lot more. By Hanes Men's Underwear. Just wait till we get our Hanes on you. By AT&T, the right choice. And by Visa. Here at Cameron Indoor Stadium, they don't take any prisoners, and they don't take American Express. Visa is everywhere you want it to be. Start of the second half, Michigan and Duke. And the Blue Devils lead it 40-33. Tim Brandt and Bill Raftery with you from Cameron Indoor Stadium. And it is jammed, 9,314 strong, and we're up in the rafters. And it is hot up here, Raft.
It sure is. Duke, man-to-man. A little hotter down there with the competition.
King shot, partially blocked. Grant Hill comes down with it to Hurley. First half, most of the scoring came from the guards, the perimeter, the outside guys. The superstars, Grant Hill and Chris Webber, non-factors. Webber with 4, Grant Hill with just 6 points.
Oh,
Cherokee Parks backs it in.
They got to get him established down there. He's got some offensive ability. Take it to the big fella.
He has 8 points now. He was 7 for 7 in the first game. And this would be a foul against Duke, the blocking on Hurley. Take a look at the Hanes halftime statistics. The shooting by both clubs is not very strong. The difference on the free throw line and the turnovers, of course.
And when we mentioned all the assists, 10 to Michigan, 5 for Duke to complement their high post passing. They're interchangeable parts. The big guy, particularly Webber, with 4 assists. So getting to the foul line important for Michigan as well.
Jalen Rose in the paint. Webber has it taken away by Grant Hill. The only bench points in the ball game came from Monty Clark at the foul line. That's it. Hill.
Michael not sleeping, huh? He's got to get him in the game.
See if Grant gets off now after that start. He has 8 points. Biggest lead of the game, 11 for Duke.
That's that denial, coming out strong, stepping it up, forcing Michigan to catch the ball a further distance away to initiate their offense.
What kind of come-from-behind club is Michigan on the road in an atmosphere like this, Bill?
Well, you can be if you establish your big guys. I think they've got to, even though they start high, get them down on the box and let them handle the ball. A little penetration on occasion.
Right now, they look rattled.
Hurley with a great job, and Rose tried to clear him out.
Jalen Rose. Personal. That's his first personal.
They roll. They're watching underneath the clearing after swimming in the post. Tough. A competitive youngster and understands the game.
Talked about getting the big guys from Michigan involved. Webber, in the two games last year, had a combined 41 points, 23 rebounds. Here's Rose again.
Frustration as the nudge. Hurley, who can frustrate you. Going for the screen away. You can see the bow.
Timeout, Michigan.
Announces an amazing new menu policy. Buy one pizza at regular price and get any other of equal or lesser value for half price. It may change the way America buys everything.
Okay, one aircraft carrier regular price, any other aircraft carrier of equal or lesser value, half price.
Any other molar extraction of equal or lesser value, half price.
Pizza Hut, where your second pizza is always half price. It's catching on.
The first World Trade Tower, regular price. We'll throw in a second World Trade Tower.
Coors Cut, a non-alcoholic brew, tastes so much like beer, it'll fool them out. For the taste of beer, let the cutter flow. Your body knows the difference, but your mind don't know. Oh, taste in Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference, but your mouth don't know. Oh, taste Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference. Cutter tastes like beer because it's brewed like beer, but your mouth, I don't know.
When your home is damaged, State Farm is there, fast. You see, when you have a homeowner's insurance claim with State Farm, you report it to your agent, and right away we team up with State Farm claims people.
We work with your agent to avoid needless hassles and delays so you can get your home back together as soon as possible.
Our teamwork speeds your claim. It's another reason why State Farm is such an outstanding homeowner's insurance value. State Farm is there.
And Michigan against Duke is being brought to you in part by Coors Cutter, non-alcoholic brew. They're rocking and rolling in this place. Thus far in the second half, Michigan 0 for 2 from the field. Rose picked up 2 quick personals, and the Wolverines have 1 turnover. Not a very good start to the second stanza.
Now, we talked about personality, wide open jumper for Hurley. Personality showing itself, losing composure as Rose did. That deters their progress. That's not good basketball, and it hurts Michigan.
Inside to Riley, loses it.
They do the right thing, though. You got to catch it. All passes aren't perfect. On the timeout, Steve Fisher looking to go in deep and not rewarded for a good coaching move.
Well, the possession arrow belongs to the Blue Devils.
And he liked it. They paid attention, and that's part of learning. Part of this game as well. Little isolation, 2-man basketball.
Thomas Hill with a nice spin move in the paint. The bucket goes, and he's fouled.
Palenka behind Timmy, and dead behind.
Big game for Thomas Hill, 15 points.
Right here, you've got to give him some assistance. A little late. You got to double quickly as soon as he catches it. Size and the jumping ability negating the D.
Remember last year, it was a 3-point advantage with 7 minutes to play in the title game. And then they went on a big 23-6 run Duke did down the stretch.
Now, Fisher said they were down 17 at home. Their crowd got them back. We can't let that happen at Cameron. And right now, they're in the throes of a drought.
Hill throws up a hard shot, pulled down by Riley. We've got 17 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
Lincoln, a deep threat. They really harass the passer to the post. You'll see the guy free, and Duke doesn't let you make the pass.
All right, they've run their play. What they've been doing after it doesn't work is they break down to one-on-one basketball.
And that's exactly what's been killing them.
Nice play inside by Jackson.
Good
and gets the roll.
All of it. He's got some paint chips.
Cuts it back to 11.
Parks and Riley, and they get a little nickel dimer as Riley trying to 3-quarter, but that's what they've got to do more of. Don't let the entry pass come in easily.
That is going to be 2 on Riley.
Right here, you see the passer is not contested out there. You've got to go out and play him. It's impossible to be a good post defender without some assistance. Pressure on the ball.
Thomas Hill. Over top of Palenka, and it's pulled down by Riley.
Reverse to the big guy, and then they run their screens. Box to box. Good move.
Oh, the block from behind by Hill. And the foul. It looked like a good block from behind by Hill.
Great anticipation. Riley, quicker decisions as the double comes. Right now he's got a triple, actually, and that is a difficult one to agree with.
The block by Hill was good. The foul was called on Antonio Lang, and that is his fourth. So Tony Lang now goes out. Meek comes back into the ballgame. You see 52. I'm just going to call him Tony from now on. I've tripped over.
That's what they call him. The kids call him, and the coaches call him. Tony, long arms, plays bigger. They got a little double post-up look now, Duke, with Meek going in the ballgame. Real good hands down there.
Their foul shooting has definitely been shaky. Weber comes back in. Riley goes back out. They say Howard perhaps has the best work ethics of anybody on this Michigan team. He's the most skilled post player they have.
Great concentration there.
Michigan now just 3 for 7 from the line.
This is the end. They got to put it together. They haven't been able to turn fast breaks.
But Michigan has cut the lead back to 10.
Nice cut.
Grant Hill fouled by Jackson.
Size and strength. He said he got confidence from the dream team, Grant Hill. And the other thing he learned, he had to get stronger. He is bulked up. One thing Mike Krzyzewski preaches, find people when they're free, compliment them. The foot speed and strength. The kiss, not rewarded.
Nice entry pass by Parks. Grant Hill, 9 points now. Of course, Cherokee Park's the big question mark coming in. I think he's answered some of those questions here tonight.
Very competitive.
Thomas Hill with the big rebound and the putback.
He may have gotten away with a clear out, too. But right here, not concentrating on that play. If it goes in deep, they've got to step into passing lanes for Weber. That's the job.
Palenka wide open.
Now with the doubles, you've got to create an area on the lane for the big guys to kick it back out.
Hurley. Tough shot, not a good one.
Harsh.
King. Oh! The follow once, the follow twice. Weber can't buy a basket.
I believe it was King, Timmy, on the rip off Meek.
It is King with the foul. And that's his second personal. The 6th team foul against Michigan. So they've almost put themselves right back into the bonus situation.
With plenty of time left and a good foul shooting team in Duke.
Headed quite rapidly toward the double bonus.
A lot of guys are standing up defensively, the big guys particularly for Michigan. I mean, look at Weber standing, tired, not in position to help.
Oh, nice drop step by Parks and a tough shot to make it 51-38.
Didn't acknowledge the double. Did you see Hill help out there? Hurley competing. Parks here. You see Weber not in the stance, not ready to play, and that's when you get fouls. Nice delivery, competitive move by Parks.
I've got a feeling, Billy, that Michigan right now is on the brink.
They are, and it's right now good pressure on all the outlets.
5-second turnover.
And now a little disgusted with one another, and what they've got to do to be good is straighten their act out with one another.
They are confused. Jackson said he wanted the timeout, lost his composure for a second.
Great talent, but you've got to suppress selfishness and attitudes. You've got to have a team personality that cares for one another.
Grant Hill, his shot is too hard. I think Duke right now can feel Michigan is on the ropes.
Well, this is a great team with great talent. They can hang in on their talent, but they've got to coordinate and appreciate one another.
King cuts it back to 11.
And also respect the opponent. That's a key thing. That's why the woofing takes you out of your game when you're playing a real good club. Just play. Let your actions speak. Weber in a one-man zone in there.
Thomas Hill, air ball. Here come the Wolverines. Nice look.
Duke twice now, not back. Tardy.
Knocked out by Grant Hill, and a whistle. They're going to call Hill for the foul.
Maybe they gave it to Meek.
It was the trail official making the call. Eddie Hightower, who was underneath, did not make the call.
You're right. They gave it to Hill. They are attacking the glass with abandon right now, but they're getting softer shots, which are easily tipped back up or controlled.
Tommy O'Neill, the back official, had a better view of it than Ed Hightower, and he made the call. That's the second on Hill.
That is a talent talking to his coach, though. Got to play every minute, though. As good as you are, guys are not going to just show up and step back. You've got to hustle and perform. And most nights he can get away with it. That's the problem, I think. Great talent like Weber.
Michigan just 3 for 8 at the free throw line tonight. Terrible.
And not back on D.
Clark, great pass by Hurley, fouled by Howard, and they're rolling in Cameron.
One of the great long passers. It was an easy one for Hurley.
Fouls on number 25, Jerron Howard, his third personal foul, 7-team foul.
He catches it and sees all 9. A feel for the game. When they played the Dream Team the first time, the kids beat the Dream Team, Hurley's group. Chuck Daly, they played another 20 minutes, and they played a little bit better. The third time, Hurley started turning the corner, and Chuck Daly called timeout, and the players said to Chuck, put the glove on Hurley, the glove being Michael Jordan. High praise for a great talent.
It's a 14-point Duke lead. This foul will be called on Eric Meek. That's only his first. Foul situation is this. Michigan does have 17 fouls already, so they're over the limit. Duke has but 4. It's a 14-point Blue Devil lead. We've got 13:47 remaining in the game.
Voskuhl, a guy who spurts this team, able to shoot the ball, contribute in a silent fashion.
King, Howard, Voskuhl, Weber, and Rose on the floor for Michigan. Hurley, Grant Hill, Meek, Clark, and Thomas Hill for the Blue Devils. This is called away from the ball. It'll be on Grant Hill. That'll be his third.
2 quick ones. But that's something Mike said. He wasn't afraid to play Grant Hill. Bigger people, that time on Weber.
Grant Hill, his third, team fifth.
Voskuhl to Weber, and you know he wants it.
Didn't shoot it.
He follows his own shot and makes it a 12-point game. 6 for Weber now.
Well, Weber in that zone, Meek can screen and get himself free. They're not playing him. Meek should keep Weber active. Keep moving. He's in a one-man zone. Look at that.
Clark. Fight for the rebound. Voskuhl's got it to King. He loses it to Hurley.
Doesn't waste the dribble.
Grant Hill.
Lack of concentration on the one end ignites a fast break for Duke.
12 and a half minutes left. The biggest lead for the Blue Devils.
Big guys out high, now they go low. Duke in the zone.
Rose penetrates.
Nice floater, huh? Always under control. Had a dump off as well.
His size allows him to shoot over most guards he plays against.
more and more you see guys dribbling against the zone, don't you? It's so effective.
Hill at the top of Bosco. Grant Hill now with 13 points. He's alive. Weber wants it down on Meek. Bosco tries to get
almost walked on that step back. Nice pass. There they go.
Turn around by Howard.
Patience, huh? Kicking around a little bit.
It's the best I've seen from Michigan tonight. Both clubs so talented.
They're tired right now, I think. This is pulling the plug, rest the legs.
The pace obviously is taken from them, but how about the heat?
Amazing. So long soda tonight, huh?
Shot clock at 15.
Now they got to be ready to play defense right now. And this, they may have a fast break. They got a little blow.
Grant Hill. Rebound Rose. Crowd wanted a walk ball.
Pretty.
Oh, the king.
So it counters. Mike Krzyzewski pulling the plug to rest his club. In a sense, assistant Michigan.
The game is back to 10 points. This is for 3.
Weber big on that. They're challenging a little bit now. Showing a little character here. Hold on.
Look out.
Look out below.
Mike Krzyzewski says, I've seen enough. He wants a timeout. And 15 seconds to go. The lead now is just 8. We'll return after these messages from your local stations. This is the Raycom Network.
Its design and performance are unsurpassed. Best of all, it saves up to 40% on energy. It's the high-efficiency Lennox Dimension heat pump.
Your quality Lennox dealer meets the toughest industry standards, which means he gets the job done right the first time, every time.
Meet Tom Crittenden.
Tidewater Heating and Air is the only name you need to know for dependable installations and quality service.
For energy savings and comfort, must be a Lennox.
David Jones's Pawn USA announces a $1 million stock reduction sale for the holidays at all 5 locations. Pawn USA has just purchased 400 Mossberg shotguns and will sell them below dealer cost. Limited quantities. A 500 shotgun, compare at $269. Pawn USA's price just $169. Nintendo started $39.95 and cartridges $9 each. Over $500,000 in jewelry with quarter-carat diamond solitaires $188. The largest inventory in car audio with new AM/FM cassettes $24.95. Free layaway and major credit card. The $1 million stock reduction sale at all 5 locations of Pawn USA.
Join the exciting 95th Oldsmobile celebration at Wells Olds and get fantastic year-end savings now. A new 93 Cutlass Sierra, just $13,995. Brand new Jeep Cherokees for as low as $12,998. Tremendous savings on all GMCs in stock. Or get a new 93 Eagle Summit, just $89.89. Come join the 95th Oldsmobile celebration at Wells Oldsmobile GMC Jeep Eagle and friendly downtown Whiteville.
Michigan has pulled it back from a 14-point lead to 8 with 10:15 to go in the ballgame.
Well, everybody wants perfection, and Steve Fisher with a young team, 5 sophomores, incredible, but this is one particular play early where the concentration was lacking, and Hurley, who sees everything, takes advantage, but all of a sudden Michigan has gotten into the flow of the game. They reversed the ball, kicked it to Bosco, went to the box and got something good. So character showing itself now, sustaining it. That's what Fisher is after if Michigan's going to be the real thing this year.
Over that last minute and a half, Michigan outscored Duke 6-0.
There's that run you mentioned, and Hurley hasn't rested at all. Another important aspect of Mike Krzyzewski resting a little. Oh, look at this.
Tony Lang with a great first step. Last touched by Weber.
Now, Kristen, he blocked the shot. Now he's got to tell Lang about it. It's like, just play. You're supposed to block the shot.
Actually, I think I would like to see him start talking now. It might get him going. He really has not gotten into the flow tonight.
Well, it's a generation gap, huh? I see so many NBA games, though, and once they get to a certain level of maturity, they just play. Good use of the body by Weber. Riding him out with the leg. He's going to get called for it, though.
Hurley in the second half, 0 for 3 from the field. Shot clock at 6. The crowd helps him out, alerts him to that fact, and Grant Hill charges.
Good call. Good call. Bosco came in silently, contributing. The pass to the post. The step in there.
Bill, that is now 4 on Grant Hill.
And that was resting on the offense, and it hurt them again. Hurley couldn't do anything, kicked at the Hill. He had to force the issue to beat the shot clock.
Weber trying to psych himself up at the other end, hitting himself in the head and talking to himself. The lead is 8. Blows the shot is short. Howard gets the rebound.
He's not even coaching when he's doing that. That was a big trip. Don't be in a hurry, Michigan.
Still plenty of time. 9 minutes to go.
If Parks would screen, he'd get free. Weber paying attention to other areas once his man goes away.
Parks with a lot of confidence now wants the ball on Weber. They get it to him.
Good interior passing.
King on the right side. That was actually tipped in by Thomas Hill.
Great body control on the wing.
Give Thomas Hill 2 on the Michigan ledger.
I'll give it to King. Nice run right now. And the motion lacking by Duke. You might see a little more movement. There we go.
Clark wide open. Michigan.
Nice run by Bosco.
And Bosco loses it.
Great look.
Right through his hands.
And the coaches say hits in the wrong spot.
That one hit him in the hands, then the forehead.
He has contributed, though. Great sprint. Just took his eyes off it. Good help here.
Critical time in the ball game as we go under 8 minutes. Parks has it taken away. Ball's on the floor.
Steps.
And they're going to call the foul. No.
Hustle play by Clark.
I thought at first they were going to call Clark with the foul. Instead, they called the walk against Michigan. 7:52 to go. It's a 6-point game.
This season, Pizza Hut's giving you something to celebrate. The Holiday Stuffer, a pizza loaded with 10 great toppings. Pepperoni, mushrooms and olives, Italian sausage, ham and bacon, beef and pork toppings, onions, even green peppers. Now at Pizza Hut, try one medium for a special price of $9.99. Any second pizza's half its menu price. But you'd better hurry because when the season ends, so does the deal. Enjoy the Holiday Stuffer from Pizza Hut. One medium's $9.99. Any second pizza's half its menu price.
Just a hoot and a holler from Nashville's Grand Ole Opry is another place that's home to musicians from all over the world. It's Groon Guitars, where they sell rare and vintage instruments to everyone from Johnny Cash to Motley Crue. So if you go, remember, bring your pick and your Visa card. Because at Groon, you can take your licks on a 1939 Martin, but you can't take it home with American Express.
Yeah.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Oh, come on.
Just a second, Tiger.
Dad? Dad! It's Santa Claus!
Hey, so it is. It's great. Santa can. Let's go. Bring it home for the holidays.
Tonight's game is being brought brought to you in part by Coke. 7:52 to go. Duke 58. Michigan 52. Duke's last basket came at 11 minutes and 50 seconds. So they've gone scoreless for the last 4. Michigan's on an 8-0 run.
Duke now with Hill in the game. You might see them go to him a little bit. Thomas Hill, that is, and maybe establish Parks. I think Michigan steps up the defense a little bit, more conscious, particularly on the perimeter.
Hurley, Hill, Lang, Parks, and Clark are the 5 on the floor for Duke. Bobby Hurley. Wow.
So much for that, huh, on Hill? Nice little rub, pick and roll out high, pick and stay by Parks for Hurley.
3 quick ones. Jalen Rose working on Hurley, shoots over top of him.
Didn't need that.
Fight for the ball. I believe the arrow belongs to Michigan.
That's that quick one. They'll reverse the ball, look inside, make the defense work a little bit. When they've done that, Michigan's come up with a favorable response.
Keep in mind, Lang has 4 personals. Grant Hill has 4 personals for Duke.
Back in the zone on the out of bounds. Good step up by Howard.
Oh, look to Weber.
They a terrific interior passing team. Hands and looks.
Hurley. Thomas Hill drifts to the right elbow.
Kings worked hard on Hurley. He's paying a lot of attention to him.
They double on Hill, and he takes it back out.
And Bobby, being a little tired, hasn't been able to turn the corner.
Shot clock under 10. Hurley does it himself. Not a good shot, but the rebound underneath. And they're calling Jackson with the push.
And they were down to 3 seconds. Didn't hit anything. Tough call.
On number 21.
Big Philosophy's getting to that 10 for the 2 automatics for Duke. And that gives them number 8.
So Thomas Hill will go to the line. He's shooting 1 and 1. He has 17 points. Duke is now 10 for 13, while Michigan just 3 of 9 from the line. That's been a difference. Thomas Hill's played a marvelous game tonight. You know his dad, track star in college, and now the assistant athletic director at Oklahoma.
He's had a great career here. Offensively, he's gotten better each year.
.54, 6.5 to go. Weber. Jackson can't get it. Jalen Rose now has it.
Poise. Nice post pass.
Nice pump fake by Weber.
That was a great look to the correct hand by Rose.
Weber now is cooking. This is called on Hurley. Or is it?
Courageous. He gets the goal and goes to the foul line, too. They call a step in on Howard. Pretty good defensive reaction.
That is 4 on Howard. I thought this was on Hurley.
Yeah, I like the reaction defensively. That's a bang-banger. You can argue all night either way. But courage.
Did he have position?
Fearless. You know, initially I thought he did, but it's one of those bang-bangers. The way the official says it. Not much you can argue. Each guy wants it.
Bobby Hurley so tough. And that makes it a 10-point lead. Bobby Hurley now with 18.
What's great about Hurley is nobody asks you whether he can play in the NBA now. Everybody understands he's so creative, gets the job done, coordinates the team, and what huh?
Rose over top of Hurley. There's the height advantage. He's 6'8", Hurley's 6 feet.
And Bobby rested just a little bit, and they didn't really harass the passer to help him.
Billy, Michigan hanging tough, just close enough.
Showing some good signs, different trips.
Look at Cherokee Parks working inside. Going over the 7-footer.
Riley let him set up too deep.
5.5 to go.
So Rose fighting and Weber's there in the post. When you got Weber there, Rose should jump out into the corner, let him have it. And they go to the weak side, strong to the goal.
If this is on Lang, it's his 5th. And it is. Tony Lang will now sit down. Eric Meek will replace him. Here's that number again, in case you missed it, to order Royal Blue, a video history of Duke basketball. Call 1-800-826-6363. So with 5:19 left in the ball game, Lang sits down with 5. Jackson goes to the line. Keep in mind, Grant Hill has 4.
And well rested, too.
That's 3 for 10 for Michigan at the line tonight. That has been the biggest difference.
And Jackson struggles there. The ball comes off funny.
Number 32, Bosco comes back in for Michigan. Jackson will go out.
And here's the full court pressure. This makes Hurley awfully tough. You start a fast break for him.
Yesterday, Mike Krzyzewski says if they press, everybody go down.
Yep,
on
the way.
Get it up.
And clear an area for him.
Duke is in no hurry now with 4:50 to go in the game.
And with their foul problems and also the rest. Bunch of post bumps.
Nice pass inside. Clark gets it back. And look who ends up with it.
Can't get away with those spins in there with those big guys in traffic. You see what? They charge.
That is 3 on Weber. The bucket will count, and will go the other end.
Keep everybody happy move, but there's a case where they need somebody to run over and take it from Chris Weber and let him settle down. And he can do all those things, but in traffic, you're going to get that foul problem.
Well, we've seen it so many times before from Weber. Mike Krzyzewski pointed it out to his team during film session yesterday, and you mentioned it tonight. He'll go in the lane out of control, and you can take the charge on him. And more teams will do that as the season goes along.
And how do you play him underneath when he settles? Awfully tough. Michael, aggressive. He was at Army when I first met him. Coaches the same way, occasionally dresses the same way.
He'll love to hear you say that.
He won there, and he had the same philosophy. Only now he's got some players that are a little more talented. He had some good ones there, too.
No question but the fact the difference in this game tonight has been at the free throw line.
As it is often with Duke.
Weber to Jalen Rose. Back to Weber. Duke ball.
Timmy, nothing wrong with that trip for Michigan other than not finishing it. Here's the penetration. They find, once again, good interior passing. They find Weber just able to convert. Actually, a neck ball on one of the tips. It's frustrating, but they got to stick with it.
Time now critical.
Now look at the speed of Hurley. You wouldn't know it looking at him. King trying to stay up with him. Couldn't.
Blue Devils will milk the clock.
They've been shortening the game the last 12 minutes. I think Mike feels they can't compete with the foul problems on the glass, and guys are a little bit tired.
Duke has a 29-game home court win streak. They've won 49 of their last 50 here. And Hurley can't convert.
Nobody back when he goes 1-4.
Jalen Rose
on a high Rose.
And it's a 7-point game.
Having trouble with the net again. It's interesting. Duke pretty good balancing the floor. Did not that time with Hurley going to the goal.
3:26 left in the ball game. It is Duke 70, Michigan 63.
Goodbye, old Regal. Hello, new Regal. The 1993 Buick Regal sedan. This story isn't unusual. There's a real love affair between Buick owners and their automobiles. And the latest J.D. Power & Associates initial quality study ranks Regal sedan as the best car in its price class. The great American love story belongs to Buick.
Just how big is the Ace Hardware really big sale? Really big. For a closer look at this great stuff, hurry into the Ace Hardware really big sale today.
At BASF, we help make carpet more colorful, more durable, more valuable for your home team. At BASF, we don't make the carpet, we make it better.
Ever since the 50s, I love to make patty melts, except I made them special.
Hey, Dave, make me one of those swell patty melts?
But make it square, man.
Okie dokie.
I made them with a quarter pound of fresh beef, sauteed onions, 2 slices of Swiss with my own sauce. They're neato.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Lorraine.
Introducing the Wendy Melt. It's a 50s thing.
Man, if I had a pair of peg pants and a flat top, it'd be 1954 all over again.
Live Tuesday night, December 29th at 9 Eastern Time. Raycom presents the Freedom Bowl from the Big A in Anaheim, California. More great college bowl action from Raycom, the nation's leading sports programmer. Here's the quiz of the night for Bill Raftery.
Uh-oh.
Duke has won 73 non-conference games in a row. Their last loss was to whom and what year?
Dawkins, Mallory, and Billis were on the team, believe it or not, and it was Louisville.
In 1983.
Pete Gaudet told me that. Mike's assistant, who helped us look at some tape and explain what they were attempting to do, as well as Steve Fisher giving us some insight. Had a chance to see them play Lou Ragnone, attorney, about 2 weeks ago, Michigan. And he didn't play the starters all together and mixed back, and they ended up losing to a semi-pro club.
Duke breaks the press rather easily. And again, we'll use the clock.
Really don't need this.
Or will they?
We didn't need that.
And it went off Weber. Billy, what has surprised you most in this game tonight?
I'm very impressed how Michigan has been resilient. It looks like they're not doing the right thing. Then all of a sudden they'll gather themselves. I think defensively they've exerted themselves a lot more. I think they've got to concentrate inside defensively a lot more. That'll help them stay out of foul problems. And Duke using the clock quite a bit. There's a little respect, shortening the game and resting their people. And Bobby Hurley out there every minute.
The Duke bench players all just sitting down as the shot clock now goes to 5. Hill with a turnaround. Tough shot, and rebound goes to Weber. The Michigan bench players all on their feet, standing.
Got to get to the foul line, so get it low or make a penetrating move. No, I don't need that.
Jackson.
Don't need that. That gets you to be a color analyst.
Nice pass to Clark ahead. That ball was out of bounds.
It was. I think
Jalen Rose. It's a 4-on-2.
Flash charge.
Howard stops. King cannot get the basket. Hurley to Clark.
Get it out of there.
And Jackson says, in your face.
You see the heart of both these clubs. You wonder why they made the finals last year. No stepping back, aggressive. Even then, the other end, you said, why did they miss the layup? I think it was pretty good defense and stripping by Thomas Hill.
Clock under 2 minutes.
They don't want to foul now. Just play straight up. Down to 20. Just play your own guy.
70-63, Duke. And the Blue Devils turn it over.
Great job defensively. Keeping Hurley away from the ball. And Mike quickly trying to reorganize. Get Hurley the ball. Let him run it.
1.5 minutes to go. We'll return after these messages from your local stations. This is the Raycom Network.
When we see how a disaster can suddenly shatter the lives of those caught in its path, we have to help. That's our mission. In 2 years, the Red Cross has responded to more major disasters than ever in our history. We've helped thousands of people get back on their feet again. But we depleted our reserves. We must raise millions of dollars to help disaster victims this year. Perhaps we helped you once, or a friend or a neighbor. If disaster strikes, we'll be there. The Red Cross is not a government agency. We depend on voluntary contributions from people like you. Please help us today so no one is left helpless later. Support Red Cross Disaster Relief.
At Wilson's, our family works hard to give you the guaranteed quality and freshness you demand at the lowest prices in town, like fresh fryer breast for 99 cents a pound, our premium New York strip steaks only $2.99 a pound, family packs of Lundy spare ribs are 99 cents a pound, delicious Washington State apples are 49 cents a pound, and we have fruit baskets, poinsettias, party trays, and fully cooked holiday dinners. Shop Wilson's Supermarkets. Everything's always fresh. We guarantee it.
Problem. They've got to score, get themselves organized. You mentioned they got the 2 timeout. I would save that, but you've got to keep Hurley away from the ball on your full court pressure.
Jalen Rose for 3.
Say, I would get it inside.
This foul called on Weber.
Not that you have the hammer down 7, but you can make them pay inside. The kickback pass for the 3 is the way to go if the big guy doesn't have something. Not so sure that's what Steve Fisher wanted either.
He can feel this one slipping away.
Going to the line with 2 shots, number 33, Grant Hill.
That 3 under duress is not as easy a shot as it is without anybody around you. And Rose being played with a hand up, unable to convert.
Grant Hill at the line. He has 13 points tonight, 6 rebounds. And the Blue Devils now 15 for 18 from the free throw line.
Both coaches talked about learning something about their club. And I think they both can take a great deal away from this.
Rob Pelinka comes back into the ball game. Vosco goes out. Hill makes them both. So with 1:18 remaining, it's a 9-point lead for Duke.
Pelinka, 3-point shooter in there. Got to go in and out.
Pelinka shot too hard off the back of the rim. For 3 by King, and they immediately take a timeout. 57 seconds left.
That long rebound's a killer. With a 3-point shooter generally in the advantage.
Billy Hurley, let's talk strategy. 57 seconds left. Michigan now with 1 timeout left. Duke with 1 timeout left. The differential, 72-66.
Well, you're going to have to try for the gamble, come up with the steal, good quick trap, try and get your hands on it. And unfortunately, you got to stop the clock now. They get 2 shots. That's the misfortune of fouling all during the half. But that's what they're going to have to do. Try and come up with that good steal. And if not on the first one, say, okay, we're going to rotate on the next one. Make them lob it. Don't let them step through that trap. Don't let them dribble around it. Hide them from the floor. Make them loop, and then get your quick people like Jackson, possibly Weber in the back, or Rose or Jackson or somebody of that nature in the back to step in and go.
The 2 shots you talk of, 10 team fouls against Michigan. They're in the double bonus.
Duke will try and get the ball in BH's hand. Bobby generally does positive things, and I would think that there'll be some face guarding on him. If they match up all over, Duke is not adverse to throwing the long pass either. That's if they step in on the ball, the man passing it in, and match up in the other 4 areas. Duke will fake and go long, and they're not afraid. They're fearless, much like Mike says Hurley is. So is Mike Krzyzewski. By the officials, I think.
This whole place is rocking.
They've handled it well. They leave the inbound passer, Grant Hill, alone.
Get it to Parks, fouled immediately by King.
Nice shot. I mean, they reacted, responded to what was said in the timeout. Steve's got to be happy. Stop the clock immediately.
1 second ticked off.
Cherokee Parks, number 44 on the line for Duke.
So Cherokee Parks goes to the line. He's had a pretty strong night, 14 points.
He will get better. They'll use him more. He'll have the confidence. Tough-nosed kind of player.
He's having fun. Bosco comes back in for Michigan, and Jackson will go out.
Championships are won when your club can make free throws.
He doesn't even have his glasses on.
Is that what they're there for? Push, get to the foul line at worst, at best. Go on.
Rose to King, wide open for 3, can't get it to go. Weber with a follow, and they take their final timeout with 40 seconds left, down by 5.
Hanging around. Now, we talked about heart earlier. I think that this Michigan club has shown when they are conscientious about their approach to detail, they get away from the little nuances of woofing and giving the opponent the business. They're pretty darn good. This is the extra pass, and at times they perform admirably in looking for others. And he's going to get better and better offensively. In the right spot, Ebelinelli.
To the national championship game. 9 of the starters from that game are back, only Christian Laettner is not.
Those are impressive, aren't they?
Mike Krzyzewski, 4-time National Coach of the Year, 5 straight Final Fours, 6 of the last 7. And here, folks, with 40 seconds left, this is the closest it's been in the second half. 5 points. They try to double Hill, but he gets around it.
Had to give it.
Jackson with the foul. And Thomas Hill will be shooting 2.
Steve Fisher's been doing the offense, defense, coming back now with Weber and Howard. I'm surprised once Hurley, they didn't want to foul certain people. I'm sure that's what happened. They didn't want to give it to him. Get it in other people's hands. You know how Bobby nails those clutch free throws.
I think Steve Fisher fairly frustrated because they did get the ball out of Hurley's hands. They doubled on Hill and let him out of the trap. He got around it. Duke 17 for 21 at the line.
Well, you mentioned, is there any other place in the country like it? I guess the only one close might be Kansas, huh? People out there. But this atmosphere, to bring a team in as Fisher has, and to hang tough. I mean, they were oblivious to the comments and urgings of the Duke followers.
Hill like ice. We got a big kick out of Steve Fisher when he came in yesterday. Pressure in this game, his biggest concern was where his wife was going to sit.
Well, that's the difference between both of us. My wife knew the results. She usually stayed home. He was marking the number down. Oh. Score quickly. You need long passes. Got to get your feet set quickly.
Under 30. King fires for 3. Air ball.
Piece. Somebody got a piece, I think. Good. They do a good job refereeing here.
Jalen Rose said there was a piece, and now they reverse the call.
Good call.
And give it back to the Wolverines. 21 seconds left in this ball game.
Pop to the corner for the quick one.
Jalen Rose falling out of bounds. Clark with the rebound and the foul on Bosco. This one is over. I do believe.
Well, it's December, but when you talk about education, it's a process. And when you take this one back home, look at these kids. They waited outside patiently for this one.
They started pumping tents outside of Cameron Indoor Stadium November 27th, and they stayed there to make sure they got in.
Guess they study during the daytime.
You know, they can't leave their tents, or they have to go to the end of the line.
Great training at these institutions of higher learning. But when you think of it, going back to Michigan now, there's a lot to grow on for Steve Fisher. I think this is look at the smile. Well, he knows it's over. And he's taking a lot of heat from this group for last year and probably down there tonight a little.
77-68 with 15 seconds to go.
Should have shot it.
King gets it back out, pumps, shoots, short. 3, 2, will Hurley cap it?
Responsibilities too numerous to count. And you want this. Doesn't make sense. But here is an interesting alternative that does. The new Volvo 850 GLT.
State Farm tracks dangerous storms.
That helps State Farm agents like me deliver fast claim service.
You see, before a catastrophic storm can threaten your home, our national coordinators are tracking that storm and sending in special disaster claims crews. Our local claims people are already gearing up. A hurricane or a kitchen fire, State Farm moves fast. It's a big reason we insure more homes than anyone else.
State Farm is there. The Pizza Hut Championship Rematch was brought to you by Pizza Hut, home of the half-price pizza policy, and in part by Buick and your local Buick dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
It is Bedlam here at Cameron Indoor Stadium. Duke is number 4, but they're moving up with a bullet after knocking off the number 1 Michigan Wolverines in the national championship rematch. Hello again, I am Tim Brando. It's been a pleasure to host this one for you. We mentioned at the top of the show, Cherokee Parks would be under a microscope. A little footnote. Last year, Christian Leitner had 19 points in 36 minutes. Tonight, Cherokee Parks had 15 points, playing better than 30 minutes. So he came through in the clutch. Bobby Hurley, still the Iron Man, playing all 40 minutes tonight, and never was he beleaguered through the course of the game. Let's go now to Bucky Waters, who has Thomas Hill and Bobby Hurley.
Thank you, Tim. 40-minute man, Bobby Hurley. You got him off to a great start, and you just wouldn't let him lose.
Yeah, we were real confident coming in. They were obviously confident with their words, but we were confident with our play tonight. That's what mattered.
Thomas, Coach was very strong all week about not talking, not celebrating, but you almost had to at the end of this one, didn't you?
Yeah, I think we did a great job as a team at staying focused and really not letting the crowd and the surroundings get to us. We kept to our game plan, and we executed well.
All right, playing the big guard, Jalen Rose. You had a lot of experience with Walt Williams.
Yeah, it's tough playing a guy like that. He could really shoot over me, but I tried to frustrate him a little bit with my ball pressure and use my quickness.
Cherokee Parks, big.
Great performance, tell you. He put some numbers on the board for us head-to-head against Chris Webber. He played a great game.
The seniors did it. They struggled early. They hung in there. Tim Brando.
All right, Bucky, you do have to give credit to Steve Fisher's team. I mean, after all, this team came up big at a point in time when they were ready to be blown out in the second half. Jalen Rose, for a brief time, lost his composure. Chris Webber, interestingly, did not start the second half of this game after picking up a couple of cheap fouls, really a non-factor until about the 10-minute mark of the second half. It was at that point the Wolverines mounted an 8-0 run, and at one point cut it down to 5. Stay with us. More post-game activities continue after this word from your local stations. This is the Raycom Network.
Imagine a new car so durable, its paint resists chips and salt and even birds. When scratched, one of its protective coatings actually seals itself. And what's more, it may never need waxing. You know something's changed when even the paint job is a work of art. Intrepid. This changes everything.
In the last 10 years, deaths caused by drunk driving have decreased by 20%, saving an estimated 40,000 lives. Now, if you think that's reason to celebrate, you're right. Just don't do it behind the wheel of a car. I'm Maury Povich. For more information on how you can help save lives, call 1-800-GET-MAD. Please drive smart. Drive sober.
The Duke Blue Devils, 79. The Michigan Wolverines, 68. The Devils are now 2-0. The Wolverines, after beating Rice, are now 1-1. And there you see the story, the difference really at the stripe. 17 more for the Blue Devils and only 4 of 11 for the Wolverines. This is something I'm sure Steve Fisher will take a long, hard look at after this one is over. On the boards, the Wolverines got the job done, 44-33, but again, the turnovers negated that. They committed 19 during the course of the game. And those cheap turnovers, the early turnovers, were the factor. It allowed Duke to control tempo through the rest of the ballgame. One old Duke coach with a current coach, and he's a great one. Let's go back to Bucky Waters.
Mike, no one could really get in gear tonight, but, you know, it was a great basketball game, strictly from effort.
Well, you're not going to score easy buckets tonight. I mean, there are too many good players out there. So to me, it was a great basketball game because both teams played so hard. And two kids for us really came of age, Cherokee Parks and Marty Clark. And then our little guy, Bobby Hurley. It was a tremendous game by Bobby Hurley. I mean, he hit that big three when we were struggling. And then just 40 minutes, Iron Man, and that's why I'm a good coach, because of a kid like him.
The icing on the cake was to get a win like this with Grant Hill really not going on all cylinders.
Well, and the foul trouble, Bucky. You know, like we need Tony Lang in there. Tony Lang's a good player, and then Grant was frustrated a little bit, and hey, he's playing against big-time players. So we had two of our key guys out in critical stretches, and Eric Meek stepped up also.
You said you didn't want them to celebrate, but they couldn't be restrained.
Well, it was nice, and I'm glad for our students because they really gave us a big boost.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tim?
You know, they say great coaches know when to make adjustments. Krzyzewski made an adjustment. He went zone late in the first half. It paid dividends, and has helped him win a couple of titles. We'll be right back.
Michael Jordan in Hanes briefs. Michael Jordan in new improved Hanes briefs. It's hard to believe something this great could actually get even better. The new comfort of Hanes briefs. Better fit, better feel, better than ever.
Just wait until we get a Hanes on you.
You probably think the best American car value is some little econo box you have to settle for, right? Nope. It's a Buick. The luxurious Buick Park Avenue. That's according to the Complete Car Cost Guide. They calculated the 5-year cost of depreciation, financing, insurance, fuel, maintenance, and repairs, and found that Park Avenue is the best American car value. For a free reprint from the Complete Car Cost Guide, call 1-800-4-BUICK.
Back in Cameron Indoor Stadium, where Duke knocks off #1 Michigan by a final score of 79-68. To sustain greatness takes a lot, and I think Bill Raftery and Tim Brandt will agree that the Blue Devils are once again proving that they do not grow complacent, though they may have exceeded their dreams by winning 2 back-to-back national titles. Tim and Billy?
No, I still, Tim, don't believe when they said this was not a critical ball game. There was a tremendous amount of pressure and intensity in this building that you could feel. And your final impressions?
Well, sustaining greatness, I just think it's the attack philosophy of Mike Krzyzewski. Getting to the foul line is not easy, but when you penetrate, when you're aggressive defensively, good things happen in the open floor. And just as Mike mentioned, with Bobby Hurley, you become a wonderful coach, a great leader, and just a terrific distributor of the basketball.
Tremendous talent on both sides. I think a little more discipline tonight on the Duke sideline, and of course the free throws, the biggest difference.
And I think Michigan too, I mean, you have to admire them. They looked like they were out of it. They came back. They had poise. I think they'll pick up a lot of interesting things that'll make them tough to beat. They've got great inside people. Use them. Let them get to the foul line. They'll be a threat, I think, in that Big Ten conference, as well as the final picture.
It's been fun, partner.
It has been. Good to be back with you, Tim.
All right, let's go back downstairs now. Here's Tim Brando.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. A real key in this ball game, the play of Bobby Hurley. But as we mentioned, the one noticeable change cosmetically for both of these teams going into this game was Cherokee Parks. He played with his back to the basket, but he also came up big when facing the basket from time to time, and he negated the play of Chris Webber to a point at which Steve Fisher decided to sit him to start the second half, although he only had 2 fouls. You have to credit Juwan Howard for taking up the slack, and also the play of Riley off of the bench. Michigan appeared to be deep. They appeared to come together, and that's something Steve Fisher can call upon as the Big Ten season gets underway in what is a very powerful conference. For Duke, their bench will have to improve if they are to win the ACC, but with Bobby Hurley playing for 40, he will make a difference. For Tim Brandt, Bill Raftery.
Welcome to Pizza Hut College Basketball. One of the grandest settings in all of college basketball, the Cameron Indoor Arena, Durham, North Carolina, home of the 2-time defending champion Duke Blue Devils, and today they're matched against UCLA. Welcome, everybody. I'm Brian. right, Musburger, this is the time of the year when you've got one eye on the NCAA tournament. Now, if the committee were to seed the teams today, you can expect to see the 4 on the left with top seeds, North Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, and Arizona. Over on the right, perhaps they'll be number 2s, Kansas, Michigan, and yes, folks, Duke is moving back up the ladder, and that's why Jim Valvano and Dick Vitale, this is such an important game for the Blue Devils here today, Jimmy.
That's right, Brent. And for them to win without Grant Hill, certain things have to happen. Number one, they got to play great defense. They're giving up only 69 points a game, and their opponents are only shooting 43%. Number two, they got to establish the big guy down low. Cherokee Parks has had great 11 games, averaging about 14 points and 7 boards a game. He's just really been playing well. Number three, Hill and Hurley have to play up to the level that they always play at. And number four, they've got to get some support from the bench, which means Meek, Blakeney, Marty Clark have to play well. If they do that, even without Grant Hill, they'll win here at Canada.
And Dick, UCLA's side.
Well, you know, UCLA better go home if those 4 things happen. But for them to win, Tyus Edney's going to have to play great at the point guard slot and neutralize Bob Hurley. He had a great run in 4 games that they won in a row where he only turned the ball over 3 times. And Richard Petruska has to have a big game. Yes, the mystery of Richard Petruska. He had 6 points and only 1 rebound in their loss against Southern Cal. But when he scores 14 points a game, they are 14-1 when he gets 14 and more. Should be interesting. 2 great teams, UCLA and Duke, in terms of great tradition.
All right, and a big day for number 11 of Duke here. Bobby Hurley with his jersey retired in a ceremony. We'll come back and show you highlights of that, and we'll have the opening tip in a moment.
Dave Thomas is making a new chicken sandwich.
Buick and your local Buick dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. By State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Canon, the #1 copier company and the new power in high-volume copying.
Cameron is ready for Duke and UCLA, and Julie Moran, an emotional day already for the Hurley clan.
Well, Brett, with Dick and Jimmy B in the house, this may be the last time you hear from me, but the fans went absolutely crazy. His parents drove 10 hours to be here, and number 11 is going to the rafters. Bobby Hurley becomes the 7th player in Duke basketball history to have his jersey retired. Of the 6 jerseys that you see hanging in the arena, 5 went on to be National Player of the Year. So, Brett, maybe this is a good luck charm for Bobby Hurley and that coveted title.
You got the first dig in on my 2 partners up here.
Julie, I'm shocked at her. I mean, she took a shot. I think that was at Dick Vitale. I think it was a shot at you, Dick.
I'll tell you, Jimmy, I'm just ecstatic to be next to you. Next year, they'll have another jersey retired, Grant Hill. But where's Jeff Mullins?
Oh, he should be there. There's no question.
A look at the starting lineups, and Jimmy has told you that Grant Hill is not playing. So, young Collins back in that starting lineup with his father Doug in attendance here today. And for UCLA, Butler, O'Bannon, Petruska, Edney, and Tarver. The matchup to watch early will be Edney against Hurley.
What a big game for Edney, huh? I mean, if you're a sophomore, you come in, Hurley's jersey's retired. He's gone to 3 NCAA tournaments. You want to play well against Bobby Hurley.
Tyus Edney certainly the key for that basketball team. Puts a lot of pressure on the defense. He's got super quick. I'll start it off already and get people angry. I think Bobby Hurley's the greatest point guard I have seen in my era following basketball. In my definition of a point guard.
Never heard of Magic Johnson. Frank, can we throw him out of the booth right now or what?
College, not NBA.
Oh, okay, all right.
Magic only played 2 years.
Oscar didn't play well either.
Well, Oscar was a great player. He was a big-time scorer.
So long, folks. I'll talk to you next week.
Pure point guard.
Underway in Durham, only no, we're not. So a violation, and it'll go to UCLA out of bounds here on the side.
It's a big game for Cherokee Parks, too. I mean, he'd like to play well against UCLA.
Well, he broke the hearts of the UCLA people when he decided to go to Duke.
Characteristic man-to-man defense by Duke. You'll see the same.
Parks steals. This is Thomas Hill on the move. And Hurley will slow it down and bring it up. Didn't have an easy one now. Pounds to Parks. Loves the turnaround.
He's excellent on that. The big guy started early. Great defense. Made it happen. And good to see. Look at the speed.
And at the other end, bingo. Butler for UCLA's first 2.
Well, you know, they're counting on Butler for defense. He's not much of an offensive threat.
Tipped out of bounds, Duke ball.
Bobby Hurley, great players make great decisions. And here he brings it out, didn't have anything on the break, looks immediately inside, as you mentioned. Park's got to play well, too, right there. I think UCLA, the speed might surprise Duke a little bit, how quick they are.
Down again by Butler. Got a field goal and a rebound. Edney, the man in the middle, pushes it. They hit Butler now, and he traveled on the turnover, goes to Duke. That assist, incidentally, moves Bobby Hurley to within 19 of the all-time college assist record.
Brent, the last 2 games, he's had 31 assists and only 2 turnovers. An amazing achievement when you figure playing without Grant Hill. Had that big blowout over Florida State in his last performance.
Man defense also utilized by the Bruins.
Hill hits the 3.
Jimmy, I think that he's one of the most underrated great players.
Not anymore, Dick. I mean, maybe at the beginning of the year, but now everybody knows Thomas Hill.
Well, you know, as a third option, he's such an effective player when you think about Hurley and Grant Hill as their number 1 and 2 options.
UCLA seeking a way to get O'Bannon into the flow early. Being covered very well by Lang in the early going.
O'Bannon's a great story coming back.
Petruska, the big check, has it rejected by Parks and takes it back. And Cherokee with a rebound. Here's Hurley.
The big problem with Petruska, Brent, he likes to play on a perimeter.
Edney's first personal.
I wonder if Petruska and George Zedek are 2 wild and crazy guys. I wonder, Brent.
I'll tell you, Zedek and Petruska, both from Czechoslovakia. PJ Carlissimo, Seton Hall tried to recruit them. Hey, the Pirates are hot right now. What, 6 in a row, Jimmy?
Hurley weaves in and goes over to UCLA.
Had a great talk with his dad today at lunch, and he said that nowhere in his mind did he ever anticipate his son having the kind of career that he's had. He said it exceeded his dreams as a parent.
This is Butler. He's been active with that quickness. Parks on the switch.
Excellent defense right now by Duke. They pressure the ball.
They really played an excellent man-to-man pressure on the ball and help on the help side.
Tarver, the left-hander. Hurley.
This is where he excels.
And he hits Lang, who's fouled. Count it and bring him to the line.
I'll tell you, Brad, he does a great job, as Jimmy talked about a little bit earlier, making the intelligent decision. Just a great look in transition. He just creates, makes things happen. Look at the no-look pass. He spots Lang on the left side, the little shovel pass, and then Lang finalizes, and there's the contact.
You know, Dick, not only, I think, is Bobby Hurley's father surprised, I think a whole lot of coaches, too. I remember seeing him play at the camps, and I thought he was a fine player. If you told me he was going to be a first-round draft choice in the NBA, I'd thought you're kind of crazy. But that's exactly what he is.
A lot of people don't think he can play at the next level.
Oh, he can. He can.
No doubt about it.
Duke is looking to play at this continued level against UCLA. O'Bannon couldn't roll it in. And UCLA will get a fresh opportunity, trailing in the early going 8-2.
Hey, they're playing with a lot of pride and prestige at stake. The Pac-10 wants some recognition. Here's where they can get some if UCLA can beat Duke at Duke.
Hurley against Edney, out on top.
Is that UCLA a high postal offense?
O'Bannon from the perimeter. Petruska with an offensive rebound and a left-handed hook shot for his first field goal.
That's a good sign for UCLA. If he can score on the interior and rebound, only had 1 rebound against Southern Cal.
Hurley with 1 assist and 1 turnover already in the early going.
And he's got good foot speed defensively.
Hill with a fine move on the left baseline, and it goes against Duke. Offensive foul, UCLA ball.
You wonder about the pressure on a Bobby Hurley. I've never gone through having my uni retired, having my parents here at national TV. But you wonder what that's like for a kid. Is he going to be able to perform loose and play at the same level? I think we'll have to watch that as the game progresses.
Petruska sets a screen for O'Bannon, and Park switches over on Ed. O'Bannon backs in on him, and a left-handed hook. He drew the foul.
He's had one heck of a year when you consider the seriousness of that injury. The anterior cruciate ligament, out 15 months. He went through a little slump there when they went through a little losing streak, but he seems to have found his game again. And he holds the key to a lot of Jimmy Herrick's future with a guy by the name of Charlie O'Bannon, his brother.
Both played at Artesia High. Charles is senior there. He has included Kentucky in a list of campuses that he will still visit.
Been the big rap on Jimmy Herrick about recruiting the local player, losing to Cherokee Parks. And this year they lost a lot of players early, and that's created a real problem for him.
You know, Dick, the guy's won 22 games a year. You know, could be for 5 years.
28-5 last year.
Most places they'd have a parade for him.
You got that right. There's no question he should have an
Hurley
extension.
switches to the left hand. It gets past Edney, and here comes Lang.
Lang has looked good offensively, but it's all due to the creation of Bob Hurley, the original 3D man. Drive, draw, and dish the rock.
Tarver on the turnaround and rejected. Was out of bounds by Cherokee Parks. Beautiful defense by Cherokee. So here's the Wizard. He'll soon own the assist record. 18 to go.
Thank you.
Title fights in boxing history. Now see the network premiere of the Bo Holyfield War. Saturday on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Bobby Hurley learned the game from his father, Bob Sr., the coach at St. Anthony High School in New Jersey. They wrapped up their regular season 22-1 yesterday. He's the gentleman there on the left in the second row, and he helped mold his son into a champion. And the one thing you notice about Bobby Hurley, not necessarily his ability, but this fierce determination. They used to play one-on-one out in the driveway. Bob Sr. finally quit when young Bobby started to beat him.
I'll tell you one thing, he used to invite me to speak at his camp down there. Give me $25 and a cheese sandwich, Jimmy.
Not bad.
That's all I was
How
worth.
was the cheese sandwich?
Cheese is good.
That's good.
Too much cholesterol. Don't eat it now.
Should have given you a ham sandwich, I think.
That's right, I am a ham and egg. Stop laughing at me here.
Parks loves that turnaround. Could not get this one to fall. Offensive putback by Lang. Petruska rose up to reject it, and the foul is called.
UCLA cannot allow Parks to establish that position in the low post.
They call that goaltending.
Yeah,
I can't believe that.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know about you, Jimmy. Antonio Lang is starting to become a force in the last few games. He really was in a slump and not contributing. Oh, I think it's goaltending. Definitely interference on the cylinder. Brent says no. Look, put the striped shirt on Brent.
12-6.
Now, like used to happen when I coached all the time, I'd say no. They always went the other way. They were going down the other way anyway.
Into Hurley's hands on the turnover. Brings it in on Edney for the layup.
Brent, you said it. Did you see him use his body? How he just brought his body into him to give himself enough room to get that shot up.
Butler missed, but it's had back in by Tarver.
UCLA's best offense is after a score.
After
they race it down the court.
Tarver, by the way, is an excellent scorer. He has excellent ability to hit the little middle range jump shot, and he really is excellent in transition. The anticipation by Bob Hurley. Now there he is in transition, a little one-on-one. He's going to use his physical ability, his strength, very strong, going to the basket, and he protects the ball exceptionally well.
Rattles out for Lang into the hands of Petruska. UCLA has rebounded well, and now Edney gets into a race and gets past Hurley for his layup.
I believe this is the quickest team. Certainly no team in the Atlantic Coast Conference has the speed that UCLA has.
Tyus Edney, that was like in your face, Bob Hurley. I can go coast to coast as well.
So UCLA with rebounding brawn and court speed, trailing only by 4. Hurley's alley-oop to Hill. He couldn't put it away, and a little deep, and Petruska comes down with it.
He had a lob that a little bit easier.
Butler wants to get it back to Tarver on the turnover. Here's Hurley. UCLA a little sloppy with the ball. Beautiful pass to Hill.
You got that right, Brent. What an excellent bounce pass, driving it to Hill. And here comes UCLA right back down the court.
That's 5 assists already for Bobby Hurley. He started the game needing just 20 for the record. He could get it here this afternoon.
I'll tell you, one of the keys already I see, Jim, is defensive transition is going to become big and forcing a team to play a half-court game.
Edney, beautiful on the inside to Tarver.
Excellent penetration, breaking the defense down. That's why Arizona has become such a better team. Damon Stoudemire breaking the defenses down.
Now it's Hurley's turn. Hill is fouled, cut off by Butler.
Edney showing a little bit quickness here. Beats Hurley. There's the little dump down. Hey, I got a question for my guy Jimmy B here, Brent. How many teams out of the Pac-10 get into the NCAA Big Dance? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier today. I think right now 2 is locked, but I can't see going past the 2. As Jimmy Herrick was telling you, I know at lunchtime, it's a definite 4.
He was saying 4. He was saying California and Arizona State.
But right now you got the 2 definite, UCLA and Arizona. After that, we'll see what happens next.
Well, you two fellows were helping the committee. The 2 coaches here were sending in about 4 subs. We'll get to them as the game progresses. Now Bobby Hurley takes it beyond the 3, comes back after it, out of bounds, Duke.
Getting back to that subject, I think they'll have 3. Arizona State's going to get in with Bill Frieda, who's my choice right now. Don't get mad, Lute Olson. Coach of the year in the Pac-10 for what he's done with that team.
This is Clark, who just checked in for Duke, and Blakeney joins him. He now handles the ball and gets it back into Hurley's hands.
One of the keys to the game, Brent, as we mentioned earlier, is how the Duke will play when they do make the substitution. One of the things since Grant Hill's been hurt, Mike Krzyzewski has played more players. Antonio Lang right now holding his side. They've gotten either he's winded or he took a shot there. But they've become a better team because of all the other players who've had to play.
That's why they're going to be better, I think, in the postseason.
Dempsey was wide open. If Tarver had gotten a clean pass to him, now it's Petruska bumping and grinding on the inside. Taken off by Lang. So both Lang and Parks contributing underneath. There's the alley-oop to Parks, and he has come on so well here over the last 10 days.
You said it, Jimmy. The key is Cherokee Parks. They are not recognizing him and finding him, and that's a no-no. You got to find him, and that's Petruska's responsibility.
Now it's Edney weaving in. Great pass to Tarver.
Like I said, he's really neutralizing Bob Hurley thus far.
The way to beat Duke in the 10 years that I played in the league was penetration. Because they play such good overplay and denial defense, you've got to beat the guy who's guarding you. The man with the ball has got to beat his man. That's what Edney's done a pretty good job.
Clark sends it into Lang.
Excellent 2-man game. And I know you didn't tell me to say this, but he had one heck of a record against Mike Krzyzewski.
Had good players.
He had a guy named Porciani that could break down a defense.
Petruska loses it on the turnover. Clark is off, passes behind Lang, who saves it, and here's Clark again. It's 22-14. Duke leading, 9 for Lang here in the early going.
That's a big plus that Lang has contributed so well early.
Beautiful pass, and it's Lang. Couldn't put it away.
What a great look by Bob Hurley.
Into Hurley's hands. He'll take the 3s, left all alone.
And they say he can't shoot the rock from deep.
Who says that?
Oh, the scouting reports early. They don't say it anymore.
The Bruins take a timeout. The Crazies are rocking. Duke nominee, gentlemen, for the National Player of the Year.
I'm not going to say what you want me to say, Chef Hurley. Why do they call him Chef Hurley? He's
the master
of 1,000 dishes. Boy,
you stole my line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You stole my line.
I apologize.
And they're all taking credit for what a Duke student wrote.
There it is.
A guy with 1,400 SATs wrote that. I only had 600 on my SATs.
And that was guessing.
Hey, a year ago with us, he said he had a 500. It's going up.
I went up. Inflation.
You know, you talk about Bob Hurley for the next level, Jim. I really believe he definitely can excel at the right team. He has such great ability of finding the right man. Also the ability to put a lot of pressure on the basketball.
Dempsey whips it over here to Tarver.
Dempsey's a good shooter. Excellent three-point shooter. 50%.
Boy, Duke's defense in a low post. Look how they front it. I mean, Clark is working so hard, and Meek, they're really working hard.
Tarver gets the 3 and buries it.
You make that when you're open. They've been working. Their half-court offense for Duke has not really been successful.
running the floor, they've done very well.
Tarver with 9 points is leading UCLA. Clark works the baseline. Zimmerman helping out. And it's Hill has it knocked away on the turnover into Edney's hands. Hurley's back, and Edney comes in with a spinner and a great pass to O'Bannon. Put him on the line.
Eddie O'Bannon, coming into high school, I thought was the #1 high school player in America. And that was a class that included Grant Hill, Jamal Mashburn, and then he had that serious injury. But he's starting to show that superb quickness this year. Here's the kick out. Now watch Edney. He has great recognition. Knows on the right as he spins in the lane is O'Bannon. And there's the conversion by the left-hander with the reverse layup.
One shot. And here's that critical point. You see Duke has Blakeney, Clark, and Meekin. That's the substitutions I talked about. And now it's a 5-point ball game. You've got to survive a run. On the other hand, UCLA is not really subbed too much.
No, he doesn't go to his bench a great deal. Very, very thin on the bench, UCLA.
5 points for O'Bannon. UCLA trailed it by 11. Cut into that. This is Blakeney.
UCLA's got to jump on this club right now.
Knocked away from Meeks with that speed. Dempsey's got it. Another turnover. And here come the Bruins again. He hits Tarver on a pull-up. Yes, the Bruins are in it with a load.
There's where the substitution has really now hurt Duke. And look, you see the three starters are up, but it's now a 3-point ball. They've had an 11-point lead.
Excellent transition play right there. Tarver did a real super job pulling up for the jumper rather than going out of control with a charge.
Switch on Hurley. He takes the bigger man on the inside, and the foul is called.
Whenever they need a big basket, you notice how immediately Bob Hurley takes charge. He's been a big player and a big play player constantly.
All right, next week, the big one most of you will see. Duke and North Carolina at the Dean Dome. Also covering Notre Dame, Louisville, Oklahoma, Nebraska. It's a doubleheader day. Kentucky, Florida, Arizona, Stanford, Kansas, Oklahoma State. So a big Sunday coming up on ABC.
Will Carolina be #1?
I think North Carolina is getting my vote today as #1. Indiana #2. Stumbling over at Ohio State. I think Carolina's got all the ingredients, except I agree with Brent. I question their perimeter shooting, as we talked about off the air.
We need to agree with Brent. How about...
oh, do you say the same?
I would say 99% of the people. The one thing they don't do, you're right, Dick, is they don't shoot the ball off the perimeter. I think it's Dean, who is a Hall of Fame coach and is great. This might be his best coaching job in his whole career because they can't shoot the ball, and they're #1 in the country.
Let's sing happy birthday to Dean. It's 62 today. Happy birthday, dear Dean.
Let's not.
Happy birthday, Coach Smith. UCLA has hit 7 of its last 8 shots now to climb back in this, trailing by 5, 27-22. Collins tried to get it away from Tarver, couldn't. This is O'Bannon, short into Hurley's hands. Collins on his left, and he hits the man in the middle. Hill rolled in and drew the foul.
Brent, we could have seen assist number what? If that had gone in, he's already would have been #7. What amazed me on that play is normally the point guard stays in the middle and lets the lane fill. Bobby Hurley knew enough. See him look back, he checked back, he goes to the right and goes behind his back.
He really has a great understanding of the game. Jimmy, when you coach, you guys chart the transition game. Most guys say they want to convert at least 60% in transition. Duke, I think, is even higher than that because of Hurley's presence.
We didn't have anybody to do charts at our place. We couldn't get the charts done. But if we did, we would have charted that.
I think with a guy like Porciani, you probably had a real excellent offensive efficiency rating.
Give him the ball, good things will happen.
O'Bannon's hands. 6 for Hill, 9 for Lang, 7 for Hurley, and 6 for Parks, leading the way to the only 4 who scored here for Duke.
What a great matchup. Thomas Hill against O'Bannon. Hill is a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, the Henry Iber Award.
O'Bannon, what about the 3? Comes in, offensive foul, no field goal.
Parks did a great job. There was a switch, and Parks did a great job because obviously he doesn't have the foot speed that O'Bannon had to get his body in a position where he could get that call.
They make a switch defensively. Cherokee Parks right there. Oh, yes, they get O'Bannon with that arm.
Move. In the NBA, it's good, and he's shooting one. In college, you're going the other way.
look like you're running one-hander when you played at Rutgers. Congratulations, inductee in the Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much, Richard.
The assist. Lang makes sure of it.
That's a master dunk, baby. That's a monster mash. Hello.
Very poor defense, though, by Ed O'Bannon, who really did not move quickly at all to get in front.
They've had several breakdowns defensively in a half-court game, finding their responsibility.
Duke again.
When in doubt, give it to Hurley.
Collins for the three.
He can shoot the rock, and Doug Collins sitting behind the bench says, "That's my boy."
Now 8 assists for Hurley. He's within 12 of the all-time record.
Clearly, Duke's starting team is superior on this afternoon to UCLA.
Well, because they're playing here too, Jim.
I said, on this day in this arena, I think UCLA is a little tough. Whenever you see a player, see Ed O'Bannon with his hands down around his hips, grabbing his shorts, that means, you know what that means. As a coach, you know what he's tired.
A little tired, fatigue.
Needs a blow.
Even slow walking over to the sideline.
In his 13th year at Duke, in each of the last 7 years, and there is Doug Collins watching from behind the Duke bench. In each of the last 7 years, this team has been a 1 or a number 2 seed in the tournament. They'd like to keep that streak intact. Well, yesterday, North Carolina wrapped up the top seed in the upcoming ACC tournament, but very uneasy night for Coach Smith because of the injury suffered by guard Derek Phelps against Florida State. And the word from the Duke folks before the game is that the x-rays over in Chapel Hill were negative. And so fortunately, Phelps did not suffer a broken arm, but it is a bad bruise. And those of you who saw that replay know what a hard tumble he took. And of course, Coach Smith immediately remembered 1984 when he lost guard Kenny Smith. That could have cost the Tar Heels a national championship. So they hope to be intact physically when they get ready for the tournament, Dick and Jimmy.
Yeah, that really was very similar in terms of thinking about that situation in '84, losing Kenny Smith. Good inbounds, baseline play.
You know what's nice about that? Whenever there's a timeout, you always have a set play. Jimmy Harrick has to feel good that his team executed out of bounds to get that bucket.
Now 7 for O'Bannon. It's 33-24. Duke with the lead, and Lang has been the big man. Parks back in with him. Stolen into Tarver's hands. Collins is back, and Tarver takes it in for the layup, and now he's scored 13.
They are a better basketball team on the road than they are at home. UCLA, unbelievable, gets blown out by California, Southern Cal at home, yet reverses and beats those clubs on their facility.
They also appear to be a much better team on a transition than in a half-court set. Hill comes back with the field goal, and that's 8.
That's good recognition, Brett. We're going to make you the analyst. That's because of their athletic ability. They're better in transition than they are executing that high-post UCLA offense.
Speaking of that, Petruska steps out to the line, puts it on the floor against Parks, and goes to the basket and draws the foul. It's number 2 on Cherokee.
Jim, you really like Cherokee Parks. You're really a big fan.
Yeah, I just think he's improved dramatically from the beginning of the season till now, Dick.
There's the Pro Bowlers Tour. A reminder coming up Saturday on ABC, 3 Eastern Time, the Flagship City Open. And then, if you haven't seen that fight or you'd like to see that tape again, it's a dandy. Riddick Bowe, Evander Holyfield. Riddick, of course, with the victory over Holyfield out at the Mirage in Las Vegas. Also, the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race. That's always big for Jimmy V. He likes those puppies.
Well, I'll tell you. Every time I see snow, I think of the Iditarod.
It's 35-28.
They really like to spread the court and use the opposite side of the floor with a lot of screening away from the ball.
Parks in low, and he was pushed.
That whole set, Dick, Duke, they really do a good job of getting the ball from one side of the floor to the other and then going inside, taking advantage of the defensive position where a man goes from fronting and then he has to try to get in front again on the other side. They do a really nice job. They've always done it. Mike Krzyzewski has always gotten the ball inside well, even when he didn't have true centers. I remember getting it trying to defend Allery down low and players
like that. He still did a good job getting it done.
He's an excellent teacher who really excels at practice, a la Rick Pitino, who, by the way, you know, Kentucky wins yesterday. They lose earlier in the week. But you can make a case. I was just thinking here, National Coach of the Year. You can make a case for Ricky Pitino, loses 4 starters and has him in a hunt right now.
Here's my man Parks, who I think has just gotten so much better as this year has progressed.
That gives him 8 points for the afternoon. Petruska's first foul, 17 fouls, so the Bruins over the limit. 5 against Duke right now. The Devils leading 37-28.
And you know, Jim, the beat goes on and on. Next year they got a 6'11" kid coming in, Greg Newton, who people say out of high school was ahead of Christian Laettner, and Joey Beard at 6'9".
And Jeff Capel, who's going to give them a big backcourt. He's 6'4". And so they're going to have a different ball club. They don't have the penetrating guard. They're going to have to go inside more and rely on some inside-outside play.
And UCLA has to get some great players in the post-signing, or it could be a tough, tough year next year.
Now Tarver puts it down, and Big George Zidek checking in for the Bruins. And here's Burns.
Brent, that's like a clinic defensively. They not only put great pressure on the ball where you can't go by him, when you pick up your dribble, as Tarver did, they close down everybody. And O'Bannon also picked up his dribble. Just terrific. It's a clinic man-to-man half-court defense by Duke.
Well, he forced them into 8 turnovers, Jay.
Oh, double screen up on top.
And low, and a foul against Hill. He pushed off to get 3, and that's his first.
They try to run a double screen for Chris Collins, an outstanding long-range shooter. As you look at Mike Krzyzewski, worked under the general Robert Montgomery Knight as a player and then as an assistant
I'd
coach.
like to make a little aside here. Everyone talks about Mike as a coach. I've gotten to know him probably since I've been ill more as a friend than I ever have before, and he's spent an awful lot of time with me and my family. And a lot of people don't know that. I'd like them to know that.
Well, let me just say this, Jimmy. We watched the dump down here.
And they call it a tied-up ball situation. So it's Duke's ball.
Since your illness, let me say this. The admiration and respect that we have for you and the unbelievable inspiration you provide for people is just incredible. Here's Bobby Hurley in transition. There's the dump down. Timing a little bit off there. Good job, though, on the glass.
Deep on the turnover. Meek was not there. They get it into Edney's hands.
This guy's so quick.
Go to the glass.
He's playing a heck of a game, Brent. He's playing one heck of a game. Coast to coast. Nobody stops the ball. The first rule defensively.
And as you mentioned, their transition offense is excellent. It's as good as anybody I've seen in the country. They get the ball from this end to that end, just like that.
Thomas Hill 3, rattles out. Burns goes big time after the rebound, and Edney puts it down, and now it's O'Bannon on the move, and here's Tarver's 3.
Meek got away.
Into Edney's hands, and he is fouled by Clark. That's his Clark's second.
I would think that this game is bigger to UCLA than to Duke.
Oh, definitely, Dick. For a lot of reasons.
Well, not only about a postseason, we're talking about Jimmy Herrick.
Coach Herrick, that's right.
The status, what his situation is. He told me today things are getting better. They're communicating, he and the athletic director.
Let me give you a stat, which I think backs up what you say. About Duke. Duke's been in the Final Four, Brent, 5 years in a row. During that time, I'll let people think about it for a second, but how many times do you think they've won the regular season of the ACC during those 5 years? Oh, there's one. Now I'll give you the answer. If you said twice, you'd be correct. I think that surprised people. And here's a squad that's been to the Final Four 5 times in a row. They've only won their conference during that time twice. It shows you the regular season is just ain't what it used to be. It's just not that important to the better teams in the country.
But they were good enough to be a first or a second seed. Those top 8 seeds are important. We'll be right back.
By Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers, the best hamburgers, and a whole lot more. And by Pennzoil, performance, protection, and quality ever since America learned to drive.
Mr. Rogers might say UCLA is hanging in the neighborhood. Down we go to Julie Moran. Julie?
Thank you, Brent. I'm with some very proud parents, Bob and Chris Hurley. And Bob, we saw number 11 retire. Did Bobby choose that number because that was your number in college?
Yeah, he high school and college, that was my number, and he must have looked back a long time in history to find that number.
As his former coach, what's the most impressive thing about him as a player?
Well, he's just team-oriented. You know, he makes all the other players around him, I think, better players.
Chris, a lot of people said he couldn't make the transition from high school to college. Now those are saying he can't make it from college to the pros. What's your response to those critics?
They're wrong. He's definitely aggressive, and he's going to make it.
Well, it's been a great day for the Hurley family. Back to you, Brent.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Thank you, Julie. Thomas Hill on the go, has got the field goal, and now he has scored 10.
And Brent, moms would never lie. Moms never. Always tell the truth.
39-32.
Every right to be proud of what he's achieved.
Burns puts it down, pull up. Good defense by Meek and Tarver, who's had a hot hand shooting for UCLA. 15 for Tarver.
Well, he's their big-time scorer. He's the kind of guy that can knock down that middle-range shot.
Duke has not been able to put UCLA away with any early burst here. Hurley with 9 assists already, needs 20 to set the all-time record, looking for number 10.
We're seeing outstanding point guard play both by Hurley and Edney here today.
Right now, Bannon doing a much better job defensively. Much better down in the low post.
I think they're starting to believe that they can win. I'm not sure they believed that when they walked out here to start the afternoon.
Hill almost lost it, got it back. Meek goes after the rebound, and O'Bannon comes away with it.
That's a big-time rebound right there. Attack the glass.
Really miss Park in the lineup right now for both those follow-up shots and getting it to him down in the low post.
Whenever Duke goes to the bench, they seem to struggle.
Here comes Tarver on the go, is out of control.
Nice position.
Offensive foul. That is number 2 on Tarver, and a reminder to stay with us at halftime and meet this week's Naismith Award nominee, Terry DeHare of Seton Hall. Dick Vitale.
He's been playing brilliantly. Seton Hall on a real run. I think that Seton Hall can get in position to get a number 2 seed, Brent. I really do. I think there's 7 spots basically locked up. Number 8 is still open. Could be Seton Hall, Vanderbilt, as you said.
Your alma mater, right? That's Seton Hall.
They don't claim that too much, Jimmy.
Dick, I also throw out Utah and Rick Majerus. Any chance for a 2?
Well, you know, they won big last night. Rick's done a fantastic job. They just haven't had the opportunity to play a lot of great teams to get the kind of power rating, I think, to get up there.
I think Cincinnati let it get away from them. I thought they had a great shot at it, too. And now Hurley misses on the 3, and it's Burns. I'll tell you, UCLA climbs that glass. Now it's Edney, fine-looking point guard, gets on the inside. Traveled.
Well, but you said it today. He really has impressed me today. I mean, I've seen him before on the tube. I've not done a game in person, but he's a terrific player. He's only a sophomore.
Yeah. Dick, you told me that earlier in the week. You said, we're going to have a big matchup. Edney's going to play him well.
Well, I've had him several times, and I've always been impressed with his quickness and penetration ability.
No basket.
Paparo's calling that one off.
Oh,
he came in from half court and said, no, don't say that's good.
Hey, Jimmy, Dickie likes the camera, baby. He likes it almost as much as I do.
Hey, Dick, I got news. He didn't get the camera once.
He didn't get on.
The director stayed with Krzyzewski and the players. Isn't that amazing?
Dick will be very upset with that when he plays that tape back.
He'll be furious. He's the outside official.
I know. Now, right here underneath, Duke Edsel is ready to call this. He's got the foul right now. He's ready to say, it's good and 1. And there he is. Now he got the Froggy got some time.
He gets more airtime than Arsenio Hall.
This is Butler, UCLA, looking for a little more offense from him. Here come tournament time. Hurley reaching in for the steal, committed to personal, his first.
You know, it's amazing. You mentioned tournament time. Last year, at 28-5, they go to the final 8, and yet the critics have come out like unbelievable, Jim. So unfair. And plus, he graduated all his players, Jimmy Herrick. And number 2, 6 of these 12 kids are on a Dean's list, have a better than 3.0 average. Let's vote, you and I. Extend the contract.
He gets the 5-year. He gets a new
5-year
deal for me.
Yeah, we give him a 5-year deal.
If Dick and Jim will permit it, we'll have the Foot Locker Slam Fest at halftime.
Wait a second. Foot Locker Slam Fest is Dick. At halftime. Well, I'm Dick at halftime.
Siddick coming back up, and he was fouled by Meek.
Jim, your honest opinion, you've seen Duke a lot. Can Can they win the national title?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you put Grant Hill back in his line. As I said, they have improved since he's been gone. Cherokee Parks has gotten much better. Marty Clark has gotten better. He's played Meek. Blakeney has contributed. Now they're playing and winning. They're playing well. They blew Florida State away. They're playing well without him. When he comes back, it reminds me a little bit of a team I had back in '83 who played without our leading scorer. When he came back, the team was better around him. I definitely think they're Final Four and certainly can win number 3 in a row.
That was the first point, excuse me, Dick, that was the first point scored by a sub in this game for either team.
Wow. They're right here, 3 down. And they're there because of Edney and their transition.
Lang has cooled down since the early minutes. Knocked away. Oh, Edney's quickness. He was able to get over in front of Hurley, got the ball out of bounds.
And he anticipates so well. Just a great kid. Had a conversation with him in a lobby today, and he was really all primed to get a chance to play against Bob Hurley.
Dick Vitale in baseball would be all lobby. He'd make it every year.
Hey, I was all lobby yesterday. I was with Bo Jackson and the gang down in Chicago.
There you go. Doesn't need dropping. Does he?
Arsenio Hall, Bo Jackson. Hey, in this game today or what? Who's playing in this game?
I'll tell you one thing. Bo Jackson is ready. I watched him in a batting cage.
Okay.
Oh, let's get back to basketball.
How about Bo Derek? Were you with her yesterday, too?
Mentioned every Bo but Polensky, folks.
Left-handed pitcher, California Angels.
Only the half, Brent. It's only the half.
Sidney up on top. The last 30 seconds will give your eardrums a rest with the Foot Locker Slam Fest. And I must say that UCLA has been impressive here in the first half. They have stayed with it. Crowd trying to throw Edney off. Into O'Bannon's hands. Couldn't put it away. Goes after it, and he is fouled.
That'll break the heart of a little point guard. What an excellent job by Edney to create that opportunity, and they come up empty.
Well, you do know with 16 seconds, the ball's going to be in Hurley's hands for penetration.
Well, they got a foul in that situation.
Yeah, Meek.
They'll go to the line. You know, getting back to Duke, here's my reasoning why I think they'll go to the Final Four, Brent. I think they only have to win 2 games. They're going to win the first 2 games as the history shows them as we look at his leg.
Now, that's O'Bannon's left leg, Dick. The point I wanted to make is that when he blew that knee out, and he did it, they replaced it with an Achilles tendon from a cadaver. And I'll never forget Randall Cunningham, who had that similar operation, and we talked to him about, do you ever think about where you got the Achilles tendon to put your knee? And he said, I hope it was Jesse Owens. I'll never forget that line.
That's a great, great line. But, you know, getting back to Duke again, Brent and Jimmy, I think, you know, the margin of victory in their first 2 rounds over the last 5 years has been better than 17 points. I think on a neutral floor, they'll beat those 2 teams because I agree with Brent. Getting seated high, they're going to play someone down low. So that means in a 2-game run on a neutral floor, I'll go with the 3 H's to get to the Final Four.
This is a 2-point game now as O'Bannon eases the Bruins, and it's last shot time, gentlemen, for the Blue Bulls.
Spread the court, give it to Hurley. You might want to give him a pick. You can. Otherwise, just let him try and go by. And there's the high post pick. There's your finger to pick Lang. Either or, but he's going to try and penetrate.
And then Lang will release and go to the basket.
There he goes.
Hurley takes it himself.
There it is.
I mean, everybody knows he's going to do that, and nobody rotates over to give any help. That's going to really be frustrating to a coach.
For 4 years, everybody's been saying stop this penetration, and nobody's done it yet.
1 second left. Dempsey fires for Butler out of bounds. That's the half. 9 assists and 9 points for Mr. Hurley. Jersey number 11 retired earlier at a 4-point lead at the half. Now these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
You may not have given side impact collisions much consideration, but Buick has.
Well, Brent, it's been Bobby Hurley Day here at Duke, but there's another number 11 on the court, Tyus Edney. You have to be pleased with his play and how your transition game is working, Coach.
Julie, he's a very nice guard for us. He's been kind of our heart and soul all year long, too. We got a call on Ed on his made a 3-point basket. Then he missed a layup, or we'd have been right there. So our effort was good. It's been really a great college basketball game with the tension and the pressure. And this is a kind of a game that's going to be in the NCAA tournament. And and it's a great environment, but it's nice to come in here and play, and Edney is a good little player.
Thanks, Coach, and best of luck in the second half. Back to you, Brent.
All right, Julie, that man has 4 straight 20-win seasons, and we look at the numbers here, Jimmy, from the first half.
One of the things that surprised me is the free throw situation. Duke usually makes more free throws than an opponent takes. That means they usually get it inside really well, penetrate well. That's not the case here, as you see with the 10 or 12 for UCLA and only a 6 or 7 for Duke.
I think one of the reasons for that, Jim, is the fact that we don't see Grant Hill on the floor as a slashing, driving player.
They're your leading scorers. Tarver leads the Bruins with 15. Lang with 11. Hurley 9 points, 9 assists, and Grant Hill still watching.
And one of the big things we talked about at the top, Brent, is Duke's bench has given him zippo points. None.
You know, Grant Hill has a sprained toe. His dad had a similar injury and was out of a lot of games in the NFL. Calvin Hill, who played with the Dallas Cowboys.
As we get a shot of the foot. Great job.
I like his shoes. I like his shoes.
This is Edney, the point guard for UCLA, if you just joined us. Butler, who was very quiet in the first half, has it knocked away by Hill, and this is Collins putting it on the floor. They tried one pass too many, and Edney comes back. It's 3-on-2 for the Bruins. Beautiful pass to O'Bannon, the finisher.
Oh, what a beautiful. Edney, incidentally, with his speed, though, he's made that play by pounding Collins towards the turnover. What a pass that was.
Great look, and Eddie O'Bannon does an excellent job running the court.
Lang, who started out very strong, he'll come to the free throw line.
UCLA's been running transition well all day long. And here's, that's it. 2 11s going after each other. But look at Tarver. No look. Spins the other way. Oh, I wish I could have done this just once. It's great.
I'll tell you, Sean Tarver probably watched the Magic Man all those years down there in L.A. That's a Magic Man style look. Hey, you were a pretty good guard. You and Bobby Lloyd. Lloyd used to throw the ball in bounds. You'd give it back to him and then get out of his way.
No, you're wrong, Dick. I took it in bounds.
Oh, you did it in bounds?
And then I got out of his way.
12 for Lang. That was the second personal, incidentally, on Petruska.
You know, Lang was valedictorian of his class coming out of high school. Unbelievable student. Mobile, Alabama.
Into Tarver's hands, and the Bruins come down trailing 42-39.
Brent, they're going to really have to execute their halfway.
Wide open is Tarver, 17.
Dick, you didn't get it out of your mouth. And option number 1 in the UCLA high-low post offense, the high post cover, was free. 1 point there.
Perfect execution out of that high post offense. Petruska really muscling on Parks.
Hurley gets it over to Hill. He drew the defender away from Hill with his penetration, hit the open man.
That's his 10th assist, Brent. Only 1 turnover. An amazing number. 31 assists and only 2 turnovers in his last 2 games.
10 to break the record. O'Bannon swings into action. Into Cherokee Parks' hands, hits Hurley, and Hurley is cut off, and he traveled. Edney caused the turnover.
Dick Paparo right on top of that call.
Hey, Jim, why don't more clubs try to find Bob Hurley and deny him the ball on the pitch out?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Dick. I think what happens is if you strive so hard to do that, this smart enough ball club to make that 1 extra pass, he's going to get it anyway.
O'Bannon up high and got it.
Up high?
That looked like,
holy cow.
That looked like Brent's jump shot, kissing it on the glass, baby, right on the window.
44-43. UCLA pulls to within 1. It's Lang. Off Parks, turnover. Bruins can take the lead. Tarver runs the floor, gets it to Petruska, put back in by Butler. Bruins lead it. It's the first time in this game that UCLA has led.
They're doing it with excellent half-court defense and tremendous transition basketball.
And I can hear all the Pac-10 coaches jumping out of their seats saying, hey, we're the Pac-10. I can see Frieda, Lute Olson.
How many we get in the NCAA tournament? 2? It's going to be 6. Are you kidding me?
Henderson hangs, scored, and
He's one of my favorite players, multi-dimensional. He's a tremendous defensive player as well as a very explosive driving player. Thomas Hill.
As you mentioned, Dick, that's where they miss Grant Hill. Another player who can rebound, pass it, take it the length of the court, slash.
Sometimes people don't realize when you lose a player of the quality of a Grant Hill or an Alan Henderson with Indiana, I mean, you just can't replace those kind of people.
Into Lang's hands.
Oh, nice.
Try to pound it in. Parks will finish.
Look at Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell Butler really ran the court well that time.
Cherokee Park's real intense competitor.
Into Collins' hands. Collins splits the defense. It's a 5-point Duke lead.
Nice drive by Collins. He was Mr. Basketball in the state of Illinois.
There's a crowd popper.
The Crazies are alive. Tarver hopes to quiet them. Overshot into Lang's hands. Couldn't save it. UCLA ball.
Little dangerous time right now. They need a basket here to quiet the crowd. Uncle Mo is on the side of Duke.
But remember also, every time Duke has gone to the bench this afternoon, whatever lead they did have evaporated. And it's still only a 5-point game.
That's been one of their problems all year, Jim. A lack of a deep bench. Petruska's got to get the ball and score.
Knocked away from it. And fouled.
Uh-oh, Hurley. That thing better come down fast. You could have got a technical.
And that's the third personal on Thomas Hill, who is the leading scorer for Duke with 14.
Petruska's begging for the ball, Brent. He's saying, please get me the rock inside. I could score on Parks. Spins to the lane. There's the reach in.
Parks got himself caught behind the man. You can't do that in a low post area.
They've had some excellent wins out of the conference. They beat Florida State in the NIT. They beat Georgia on the road. They blew away California on the road after losing to them at home.
6 for Petruska. That ends a 6-0 Duke run. 3-point lead for the Blue Devils. Whips it inside, and that's number 11. Assist number 11, and it's 16 points for Hill.
I didn't think it'd be possible to see, when you mentioned earlier that we might see Bob Hurley break the record today. 20 assists does not seem possible, but with 15 minutes, almost 16 left, it could happen.
Away from the ball.
Oh, 3 sets. Just do that once a month. So that's it. That's about it for this month.
UCLA turns it over, trailing by 5. UCLA.
Great execution right here by Thomas Hill. Watch him release. Freeze it. See right now, look at Hill along the baseline. He's got inside position. That's a no-no by Tarver. You must see ball you man at all times. And there's the entry for the easy layup. Great move without the basketball.
$16 points. Hill leading the Blue Devils. 11 assists. UCLA could use another score down the stretch.
Go right inside. After a timeout, right inside.
Short. Bannon picks it up, and this is Edney.
This is where Edney's been excelling.
Petruska comes out high. He does have good outside range. He hasn't shown that look in this game. He'll take it down low on Parks for the layup, and now that's 8 for Petruska.
Dick, there we have now the next option. Here's another option, UCLA high-low post offense. UCLA doing a much better job in running the half-court on it. That was where you hit the ducking man, the guy who goes down low on the low blocks after the initial cutter.
They drop to Parks, who waits for Collins on the cut. Now it's Hurley faking the 3 and coming inside. Loses it, and O'Bannon fouls Parks.
Hurley does a sensational job recognizing seams in the defense. In that prior possession, a great job of sealing inside by Krzyzewski.
And there is the penetration, which everyone says you got to stop that. But you can't. He got hit. He would have had an assist there. even after he got pounded, he still would have got number 12.
You know, Indiana and both Duke do a great job of using that dribble penetration and attacking defenses, and that's why they usually go to the free throw line as often as they do.
11 points for Cherokee.
He had a retina problem earlier in the season, and that's why he wears the goggles.
There we evened up our ones. 54-49.
And Marty Clark goes to the scorer's table to check in with the first sub for Duke. Notice Mike Krzyzewski is not subbing 3, just subbing 1.
Good pass to Petruska, and a great block by Cherokee Parks into Hurley's hands. Hurley cuts and weaves inside, and Edney fouls him.
He does a super job with that change of direction.
Crossover dribble. Has a great crossover dribble, but it couldn't have happened if it wasn't for the defensive end.
Watch the eraser right here. Parks with the eraser.
Ooh, nice shot.
Rejection sitting. Now look at the penetration.
He does a front change of direction, Dick, and he does it so well. He goes from right to left.
Just loves to play. I think what separates him from most guards is the fact that he knows how to win and his will to win.
If he played baseball, he'd be Ernie Banks, right? He'd say, let's play 2.
Let's play 3.
Ernie didn't say that, though.
Ernie was quite a shortstop. Hall of Famer. Oh, nice look.
Parks gives it back to Clark, who just checked in. Hill was falling out of bounds.
I don't
save it.
When I coach, I never liked a player who just checked in to shoot the ball. Go up and down the floor 2, 3 times. Get in the flow of the action. Otherwise, you know what happens? You throw one of those.
Unless you can get a layup in transition.
Oh, fine. Certainly get a layup. But I'm talking about a jumper, a 3-pointer.
Cool hand Luke, isn't it? Zimmerman on the floor for the Bruins. Big number 14. He'll try to help out in the low blocks.
He's a shot blocker, Brent. An excellent defensive player. Very limited offensively, Zimmerman.
Burns, number 4, also is checked in. They hit Edney on the move. Goes to the left hand, and he was defended by Lang, who goes to save it. Out of bounds.
That was an impossible shot right there in their half-court game.
Tyus Edney today, Dick, has more than held his own. He's shown that he can play with the best point guards in the country. Oh, and then he blows the layup. Oh, Tyus, how did you do that to us?
Try to make him a big star.
Hurley coming in on Zimmerman, the bigger man. Got the foul.
That's what you want to do with a shot blocker. Take the ball right at him, and that's what Hurley did.
You know, when you look at Bobby Hurley, and I'm sure a lot of folks did when he was a freshman, they say, oh, just another suburban kid from New Jersey. But the thing that his father did that toughened him up was he and his buddies off at the playground. And as both of you know, that's where you learn how to play tough, because the only way you get to play is you win, to stay out there on those asphalt courts. And if you want to grow up as a tough basketball player, you just go to one of those arenas. They aren't even arenas, folks. They're just out there on a little asphalt and start pounding.
And Al McGuire used to say that the better player you are, the later you could go to church. Because you could go to the 11 o'clock mass and still get there and they'd pick you. The bad guys, like Vital, would have to go to 6 o'clock mass.
5:30.
5:30 to be picked.
This is Burns with the jump shot. And Hill battling.
Get on the floor.
UCLA gets after it. It was Burns picking it up and gets it to Tarver. Parks knocks it out of bounds. UCLA ball. You yell out one more time and I'll think that you've been around that World Football League too often.
I'm sorry, Brent. I always another one of my pet peeves. When the ball's on the floor, players should be on the floor. When you reach down with your hands, somebody always, takes it from you. The ball's down, you're down.
Football coach been saying that, Jimmy, for a long time.
I know, I can't. That's my World League. That's Dick Vermeil. He did it to me.
Hey, look at Duke's rotated to his zone. First time tonight.
Clark stepped in beautifully to defend that play. Just cut off the passing lane. Gets it over to Hurley.
They went to a 3-2 zone.
And here's Cherokee. Battled out.
Let's see if they stay with it, Dick. Possibly to protect Thomas Hill.
No, they're back to man-to-man.
three off the iron into Clark's hands, and here's Hurley now. Lob to Hill. In a little deep, wanted back into his hands, and Edney got a finger on it.
I don't think he made the right decision there. He had the trailer, had Mr. Lang.
Well, there is the Pizza Hut college basketball doubleheader. Game one, of course. The big one is over at the Dean Dome. Duke and North Carolina. Some of you will see those other two games. Oklahoma, Nebraska, big one, the Big Eight. Then the second game, Kentucky, Florida, Arizona, Stanford, Kansas, Oklahoma State. So next Sunday, doubleheader coming your way on ABC.
Hey, what a job. Eddie Sutton's doing. Oklahoma State loses 4 starters. Brian Reeves, to me, is the most improved player in America, the 7-footer at Oklahoma State. They're 1 game behind Kansas, Jimmy.
Play great defense. Eddie Sutton's teams always play excellent defense. Mr. Ivan.
Notice how they're playing very soft on Hurley here.
Well, they're going to let Duke is willing to let the clock run some, and UCLA says, hey,
keep us in the game.
It's only 7 points. Long time. The Duke double stack. Duke on a guy to the corner.
And then they'll try to lock Parks on a box.
Hill. Lang got a hand, and Clark runs it down.
Lang did a great job keeping that ball alive, Brent.
See, now I wouldn't mind Clark shooting if he's free. He's been up and down. He's played defense. He got a rebound. He got a loose ball. Now he shoots it, and now it's okay.
Now they run that foul line extended offense, trying to take away any kind of help.
Boy, it's an awful long time. Mike, I think, is doing this, Mike Krzyzewski, to rest more than anything, because his bench has not provided any sparks. So on offense, he's just resting a little bit.
And he's looking for the high percentage shot.
Bingo. Hill gave it to him.
And there it is, the Pearl move.
Great strategy.
18 points for Thomas Hill.
You rest a little and you score.
I tell you, it's always great strategy when you have great players to execute the strategy.
And it works.
Tarver on the move. Quiet here in the second half.
Oh, look at that play by Hurley.
Edney rotates back on him. And Bobby
what a great job bringing the ball back out.
Gets it right back inside. They should retire that kid's jersey.
I'll tell you, Jim, the way he practices, every young man should see him at practice. To me, he's like trying to make the team. Coach's dream.
Cut off and fouled by Zimmerman. That's the third on Zimmerman.
After running the offense down, watch they do a nice, there's the screen, and there's the curl move you mentioned, Dick.
Excellent down screen. They just seem to know exactly what to do all the time.
Timeout. You're watching Pizza Hut College Basketball on ABC. Of the pits in college basketball, Duke with a 79-game winning streak here in Cameron versus non-conference teams. You have to go all the way back to January 12th, 1983, when Louisville came in here, to find a non-conference team with a win in Cameron. They have won 41 of their last 43 games here. 2 losses this season in the ACC to Virginia and Wake Forest. So tough when you come to Cameron. Clark's shot rattles out. Here's Edney for the Bruins. Loses it, and there was a whistle and a foul.
Fortunately, they get the foul right there. They had a layup down here in transition. You know, Brent just mentions that winning streak and how tough they are here, Jim. What was it like for you to bring your team down the road to play here?
We love to play here, and that's because the environment is conducive to basketball. It is a pit, you're right, Brent, but if kids like challenges and you've got good players, and I didn't have bad players, it's a tough place to play. Any place is tough. When you have inexperienced kids who come in here, they get an awe, but you take the Chris Corchianis, the Spud Webbs, the kids I had, they love playing it.
O'Bannon likes it right now. There's 14 points for Ed O'Bannon. Bruins back to within 7. They just won't go away.
That's the first good look he had at the basket, that baseline jumper. I'd go at Dempsey right now and get Hill the ball.
Parks couldn't get the handle, or he had an easy one. Instead, there's a foul underneath, and Clark is shaken up.
See, I think where Duke does an excellent job is they recognize the strengths of their players, and they recognize matchups, and they take advantage of matchups that really aren't advantageous to the defense.
17 fouls.
third foul on Petruska, the 7th team, and so Duke will come to the free throw line with Cherokee Parks here.
When you think about his record, 5 consecutive Final Fours, 2 national championships, back-to-back, 6 out of the last 7 years in the 1990s. That's just unbelievable, Jim.
Oh, it's an incredible record. Only John Wooden's performance at UCLA surpasses that kind of postseason play.
John Wooden, the greatest record of all time, but that, Brett, might be one of the problems Jimmy Herrick faces, is that he's a prisoner of all those championship banners that fly high.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy replacing a legend at UCLA, and yet the Bruins won the Pac-10 a year ago, lost it back to Arizona this season. There's no tournament in that conference. Both teams, of course, will go to the NCAAs this year. This is Edney with a quickness back there, 59-51. Petruska, and he traveled.
I think Petruska tries to play on the outside too much. I think he's got to get his big body down in the boxes inside and score around that lane. He's coming out for Zimmerman.
Number 14, Rodney Zimmerman, replaces number 3, Richard Petruska for UCLA.
Inside of 9.5 minutes to go. Hurley with 12 assists, needs 20 to break the all-time record. If he doesn't get it today, he'll get it in his next game.
Wow. How's that for a 3? 14 for Bobby.
I'll tell you, what's impressed me the most about Bobby Hurley is development of his perimeter shot. Yeah. Because as a freshman, he really struggled shooting the ball.
You know, Dick, I coached against Hurley when he was, his freshman year, and you're 100% right. We see him go baseline, use the screen, but look how he gets it up so quickly. We did not worry much about Hurley shooting the ball 4 years ago, but you certainly better be concerned about it now.
Gives it back to Butler on the move. Tapped in by Zimmerman.
Butler really has been a no-show offensively, and he's an excellent athlete with tremendous transition ability. Tough defensive player, though. Not going to the benches often, Brent and Jim.
One guy, and they're definitely looking inside. They were looking inside unless you get Hill coming off that same
Tarver's hands. Tarver been much quieter here in the second half. Beautiful pass from Edney. O'Bannon's on the move. Put it down like an NBA continuation, but it'll count.
He was in the motion of shooting the ball. That's why they allowed it. In the NBA, they allow continuation, as you just said, Brent, not in college. But if you're in the motion of shooting it, watch right here. He's in the motion of shooting the ball, and that's why they allowed it to count.
That's number 3 on Hurley.
Big bucket, big three-point play. You say, Brent, they won't go away, the Bruins. Every time the shot will go down by double digits.
17, O'Bannon's come alive in the second half here for the Bruins, 62-56.
And they are searching so much for an identity that they can play with the big people because the Pac-10 has been so maligned.
Hurley pull-up jump shot on Edney. Loose, Butler runs it down, and now here's Edney. Could not split the defense. Now he spins inside of Hurley, but he was out of control and turned it over.
Hurley made that error happen with his defense.
But that was close. If that was a foul, and you're looking at number 4 with 8 minutes to play, you might see that 79-game winning streak come to an end. Remember, UCLA stopped Arizona's great winning streak, so
what a job Lute Olson's done though at Arizona. That program's one of the class programs in America, and this year they've gotten better and better. Chris Mills has got to be the player of the year in the Pac-10.
He would be a candidate for National Player of the Year, along with Hurley here dribbling. Jamal Mashburn at Kentucky certainly will be a factor in that voting.
Calbert Cheney.
You bet. And Parks on the inside. He has been the most improved player for Duke this year. That's 15 points for Cherokee.
Not bad as a 4th option. A lot of teams would love to have Cherokee Parks as a 4th option.
Bruins will look to respond. Butler puts it in.
Wow, he caught that, and I mean, he shot it before he came down because the help was coming.
Jim, that's what we talk about, athletic ability, the ability to have the talent to rise off the floor quickly, good hands.
The Bruins are doing well with Zimmerman down on the low blocks right now. Petruska struggling. Hurley nails the 3.
Often. Any anytime you want a big basket. That's been a story of his career. Well, Jerry,
Brent, do you think he can hit in the NBA? Can he make the outside
You still have to
shot?
back it up, and Michael will be running at you. Just remember.
Oh, the glove. When the glove is on you, nobody scores.
The glove. Did you see Trent Tucker shoot it out last night, Jimmy?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of the Bulls, 9 of 9, 6 of 6 from three-point range.
Trent Tucker? Who's Trent Tucker?
Hey, short.
At least it's in the sport tick.
Zimmerman battling away through the foul. He used to play in the NCAA.
Minnesota really could have used him yesterday against Indiana. I like Bobby Knight's quote about the governor. The governor got all over him when they beat him over at Bloomington about the referees. He said he better be concerned about the budget and about the deficit in Minnesota.
Bobby feels it this year, doesn't he? I can tell by watching him. He thinks his team can get it done, doesn't he?
Yeah, but is Henderson coming back? I mean,
you got Graham back, Jimmy. That'll help on it.
They can't do it without Henderson.
I agree with you. I think there's.
You guys believe that?
No, I don't think they can win it without Henderson. They're a Sweet 16 at best without him.
Oh, there is the. That will get the Cameron crazy.
This is one of the places
you don't want to do that.
No.
Any place, but not Cameron.
Here.
Okay, you can do it at Pauley.
Fine, that's fine.
Don't come here, Zim.
At least he came back.
Is he happy?
He's relieved. Timeout. We'll return to ABC's college basketball after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The Buick LeSabre.
Great with kids at camp. I was fortunate enough to have him come to camp, and it was just wonderful with the kids.
So Bobby Hurley now with 13 assists, gentlemen. Needs 7 to break it. 6.5 minutes to go. 67-59.
I'll tell you why the 13 assists are even more impressive. Playing without Grant Hill, another offensive weapon to get the ball to finalize.
And Duke is content to let that clock run.
Are you surprised by the defense of UCLA playing soft?
When you're down on the road by so many.
And deep to Lang.
You got to go play. Got to play. Down by 10 now.
On the move, coming back is Butler.
Where has he been? Look at that athletic ability. He run the court, super quickness.
Duke would be more than happy to exchange baskets to let the clock run down. UCLA picking up a little bit higher. You got to go after him a little bit.
They're trying, though, to execute and get a little backdoor cut out of this set, hoping that you do extend.
Everybody's so afraid to go pressure Hurley out there. You think he goes by you, and they got a 5-on-4. So he's just being a threat.
You know, Eddie's got to put a little more pressure on that basketball. He's quick enough. Yeah, he is. He respects Hurley's ability to penetrate.
Inside out. There's Hurley.
The three. Ooh, that Butler rebounds. He's come alive. 8 points here after only 2 at the intermission, and now Edney.
He can really run the court, Butler. He got down. He was the first guy down the floor.
Here's Tarver.
Here's where O'Bannon's got to get alive for him.
Zimmerman passed it up, and they got it to O'Bannon lower. Short with the shot. Coming right back. Zimmerman taps it in.
Staying on the glass right now. 6-point game.
Well, they got excellent. They got excellent athletes.
Well, what will Bobby Hurley perform on this trip?
Playing the same offense.
They really run those curl moves. They missed Hill. They should have had him a little earlier.
Parks was open over here, too, on the low blocks. Now they pound it into him. Here he is.
That was a great pass. Right to the baseline side where there was no help. He led him perfectly.
So that
is number 14. Is that
they've now credited him with 15. It's 2 at a time when you're home. When you got the home score down.
And they retire your jersey that day.
That's like a Wilt Chamberlain rebound with my guys up in Philly.
What about when Chamberlain got the 100 in Hershey?
No one's seen the tapes yet. By Collins, and that's a big foul. That's number 6 on Duke, and this half, and that's 2 on Collins.
I'll tell you, Jim, what rule I'd like to see instituted in college basketball. The last 2 minutes, the NBA rule. Stop the clock so you eliminate the fouling, which is done deliberately to stop the clock, and wipe out the 10-foul rule. I think that's ridiculous, going to shoot the 2.
This is a big period here for the Bruins. They've fallen back 71-63.
But you're still going to foul. Now they're going zone. But you're still going to foul even if you stop the clock, because if they have the ball, the only way you're going to get an opportunity to get it back.
But a lot of times they just stop it.
The only thing I don't like
like about the zone. The only thing I don't like when you have a lead of 8 is you give up 3-point shots.
And you get a little passive, too.
But UCLA did not attack it quickly. Now they get into zone.
Nice cut, nice pass, nice catch, good score.
What's really been impressive by UCLA is the fact that they haven't folded. So many teams fold here whenever Duke gets an 8 to 9 point lead.
But it is interesting, both the offensive strategy and the defense in this situation. There's only 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Duke's willing to keep it on the perimeter and then make a quick basket move, and UCLA's letting them do it.
A year ago in Pauley Pavilion with 3:06 to go, these two teams were tied at 61, and the Blue Devils outscored them the rest of the way 14-4. Now a turnover, and here comes Edney. And hits O'Bannon in low. And O'Bannon pulls him closer. That's 19 for Ed.
What a great catch by Eddie O'Bannon, and what a play by Tyus Edney to lead him.
And maybe that's a good way to play. I mean, it's almost UCLA is saying, hey, we're just going to hang around here, but you would think you got to come out and guard people more. Jimmy Herrick is telling his team to go back, play soft. He's telling them, he's waving them to play soft.
Bench scoring, UCLA 9, Duke Zippo.
Hurley's got to be cognizant of the ref counting, and he is.
Marks puts it down on O'Bannon, and the foul is called, and that's number 3.
Fouls on number 31 and O'Bannon.
In that game last year, UCLA was 0 for 14 from 3-point land in that loss.
Maybe that's a good reason you go zone.
Well, there's the head fake. Doesn't beat him to the spot.
Yep, Lang is shooting 65% from the line. So this is obviously...
Blakeney checks in.
Ooh.
That was a big matchup last year. Both clubs way on top, and that was the game where Bobby Hurley came off the bench because he had that injury, remember, to his foot.
I think Blakeney's in for... Oh, and here's the wisdom miss. Oh, what a nice tap
to Hurley by Cherokee Parks.
Excellent play by Parks, bringing the ball back out.
Gives you the new 45. You got to go out and play him some.
Why not deny the ball to Hurley? Don't let Hurley touch the ball. Let other people touch it.
I think Edney's trying to do that now. Look at Edney. He's up real high.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it away from him. Watch Hurley go back door on him.
I think Hurley's got to go get the ball. Got to go get the ball.
See, now he'll play soft.
Now I can't believe you're playing soft. Down by 4 and the clock's running.
Well, he's afraid of the penetration.
I know.
There's still 2-3 possessions.
Yeah, but one bucket, it's over. You score here against the zone, it's over.
Look at his zoning now. He came out of a man-to-man.
You're gonna get you could get. Oh, nice penetration. Oh, and
a steal. Butler bounces to Tarver and has it knocked away by Hurley. Out of bounds, UCLA ball, but he saved a field goal, didn't he?
He saved an open layup. A great play to get his hands on that basketball.
A minute and a half to go. Duke 71, UCLA 67.
To play this game, you got to have the drive. You got to have the moves. You got to have the love. But most importantly...
Hey, man, you get the ball? No, I ain't got the ball. You got it? Say what?
No, you got to have the ball.
Somebody better bring the ball. Supposed to bring the ball?
Hey, Chumps. Want a game? The new street ball. It's a Rawlings, it's only $4.99 and only at Pizza Hut. Get one, because nobody plays without the ball.
Coors Cut, a non-alcoholic brew, tastes so much like beer, it'll fool them out. For the taste of beer, let the cutter flow. Your body knows the difference, but your mind don't know. Oh, taste in Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference, but your mouth don't know. Oh, taste. Coors Cutter. Your body know the difference. Cutter tastes like beer because it's brewed like beer. But the mouth, I don't know.
When your home is damaged, State Farm is there fast. You see, when you have a homeowner's insurance claim with State Farm, you report it to your agent. And right away, we team up with State Farm claims people.
We work with your agent to avoid needless hassles and delays so you can get your home back together as soon as possible.
Our teamwork speeds your claim. It's another reason why State Farm is such an outstanding homeowner's insurance value. State Farm is there.
look at today's Pizza Hut delivery of the game, and for all he's done in the NCAA, Pizza Hut should give Bobby Hurley a franchise. He's dished out 15 today, needs 5 for the national record. I don't know if the scorer gave him one during the timeout, but we've still got 15, and that's the Pizza Hut delivery of the game from Mr. Hurley. Now, UCLA ball, trailing by 4, minute and a half to go, gentlemen.
Brent, let me say something. Although I've not agreed with Jim Harrick's decision, the way he's played, it's worked. He's only 4 points down. Couldn't get it in, good timeout. But I didn't agree with the way they're playing, but it certainly has been effective.
Leaves Herrick and the Bruins with 1 timeout. Duke has 3 to go.
I'm paid to buy the high.
Well, Dick Bobby Hurley has delivered 55 assists in his last 4 games.
Brent, here's another delivery against the 2-3 zone. Freeze it right here. See how Lang gets behind the 2-3 alignment, and what a perfect feed. I mean, you talk about timing and perfect execution. Also a great catch by Lang.
All right, Dick, what do you assume here? You think UCLA, Duke goes to the zone, it plays its man-to-man. UCLA going to go to O'Bannon and try and get it inside?
I would try to go to O'Bannon or Carver for the middle range jump shot off penetration by Edney.
And UCLA went back to its, Duke goes back to its man-to-man, its best defense. Yeah, I like to see Edney try and penetrate.
Yeah, he's got to get the ball and use his dribble penetration.
O'Bannon turns it over. Lang got it away from him on the pass.
Edney needed to have the basketball there.
That's a perfect example how your point guard's got to handle the ball at that crucial moment. See how Hurley will come and get the ball?
Come and get it. You got to come and get the ball. 5 seconds.
And Edney getting on him too closely.
It's a good foul, though. You got to make that foul. 56 seconds left.
That possession really could be big. That turnover where Edney didn't run to the basketball.
Well, there's our prime time lineup tonight at ABC. Life Goes On, America's Funniest Home Videos, America's Funniest People, and the movie Not in My Family, all tonight here on ABC.
80% free throw shooter, Bobby Hurley at the line.
I just think he loves pressure, Brent, Jimmy. I really think that he just excels in a pressure environment. Think about this, what he's done as a point guard. 2 national championships and the final game. And in high school, won a high school championship every year he played.
He'll probably wind up at Sacramento, and we'll never hear from him again.
New York will put Greg Anthony on the bench.
He's 19 for Hurley.
See, Edney's got to have the basketball. Now he's got to get it back.
You see Hurley get over the top of the screen?
Tarver turns into Lang, double team. Here they come again. Defense did it the last 2 trips for the Blue Devils.
This game
39 seconds to go. The Blue Devils are going to win again in Cameron, and defense did it in the end.
They did a great job of keeping the ball away from Edney at the end of the game.
Yeah, but I think UCLA kept it away from him. He needed to go back and get it, and they had to give it to him.
It's a shame because he played an excellent game. And as Brent's favorite people, the Cameron Crazies.
I love those Crazies.
Future Secretary of State.
That's right.
Look at this guy. He's going to be a...
Their parents pay upwards of $20,000 a year for their children to come here and enjoy these basketball games.
But if I recall last year or sometime, Brent, you went up. I think you took a trip up in the stands with him.
Yeah, you didn't I didn't ask for a rematch today.
I've had a few of those trips, and they're wacky, and they make you as wacky as can be.
That is the first bench point by Duke today. This free throw just a moment ago by Blakely. Amazing. Hurley leads the way with 19. Last 20 seconds coming up.
I don't think, Brent, UCLA hurt itself in the eyes of people in the country and their conference. I think they played a terrific game.
There's another assist. No, Blakely gave it up. Blakely doesn't know. We want the record.
I know. I want to see the record. That could have been 3. They could have given him 3 assists on that one, right?
You come back and watch the Maryland game Wednesday and let me know how it looked.
Okay, I'll be here.
Hey, let me just say this on behalf of Jimmy Herrick.
Okay.
He gave me these numbers, and he was pleading for his conference. He said, California, take a look. They beat Wake Forest. Oh, there's the hug. They bow to him. There's his proud mother.
If this keeps up, they won't retire the jersey. They'll just stuff him out here in the entranceway.
Jimmy Herrick was telling me today, he said, hey, Cal beat Wake Forest and Oklahoma State, who's second in the Big 8. Arizona beat Cincinnati. He was telling me, for example, that Arizona State beat Memphis State, who's tied for the Great Midwest. He said, our conference is not that bad. He was a lawyer.
I believe Jimmy Herrick has been ejected for 2 technicals.
You're giving him a build-up, and he gets 2 T's.
I think he wanted some airtime. He wanted some airtime.
I thought he was going down to congratulate Bobby Hurley
That's
on
what
the
I
game
did.
he had today when he got in front of the Duke bench, and I didn't realize it until he kept on going that it was the early exit here for Mr. Herrick.
Hey, Brent, I thought the same thing. I was just ready to say, what a classy move. He's going to shake Hurley's hand.
The frustrations of big-time college coaching. Dick Barrow just said, get out of here. You've been out of the coach's box too many times, and enough is enough.
See, we're too high up. We don't get a chance to feel that, Jimmy V.
Well, you'll have to talk to Tom Butters, the AD at Duke, see if we can get on the floor.
Hey, great working with you, Jim. Super senior.
You too, Richard.
And you too, Brent.
No, I see Brent.
There is the perch, folks. That's the position where we look down on the crazy activity here in one of the greatest basketball arenas in the country.
It really is, Brent. It's just a special environment with the students right on top of the floor. And this guy makes it even that much more exciting for the Cameron Crazies.
Let me remind everybody, we're coming to the top of the hour, and we're going to close this off quickly, but you'll want to stay tuned for your local news, and in some instances, the ABC network news. We understand, and some of you already know, that there has been confirmation that that was a bomb which rocked the trade towers on Friday. Mentioned Derek Phelps of North Carolina. His mother is employed by a company inside one of those towers. The young man was, of course, upset until he got word from relatives in New York that she was all right, and so we're glad to hear that. But you'll want to stay tuned for that news story coming up. Here it is, the Duke Blue Devils. They have wrapped up another victory. They're now 22-5 on the year. UCLA falls to 18-9. 78-67 is your final score here today. And we'll remind you that coming next Sunday on ABC, we've got a doubleheader. Many of you want to be there for the first one at 1:30. Duke and North Carolina. That's one of a classic for Julie Moran, Dick Vitale, Jim Dalvano. I'm Brent Musburger. So long, everybody.
Remind you that anytime's a great time to stop and smell the pizza. Buy Buick and your local Buick dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. By State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Coors Cutter non-alcoholic brew. Its genuine beer taste will fool your mouth. Saturday, ABC Sports rolls in with the flagship City Open. Then on ABC's Wide World of Sports, Quaker State Professional Boxing presents the fight of the year. It's the network premiere of the Riddick Bowe Evander Holyfield War. Later, stay tuned for World News Sunday over most of these ABC stations. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
A promotional fee. NCAA title game are among today's topics. First up, the Duke-UCLA game. You just saw it. Last year, the Blue Devils traveled across country and whipped the Bruins in their on-building. Was reciprocity the word for the day? No, but the Bruins did give it a shot. Big day for Bobby Hurley. Of course, he had his jersey retired, hanging in the rafters. And Grant Hill still out with that sprained toe. Duke running early. Antonio Lang was fouled, hits it. Great shot there. Bobby Hurley gets a turnover after Thomas Hill knocked it away. The lay-in. Duke looking good early. Hurley, this time, finds Cherokee Parks, who drops it in. Duke looking good. Back comes UCLA. Tarver with a jumper. He's got it. He had a good game today. Inside, Antonio Lang emphatically dunks it, and Duke leads at the half. Second half, nice ball movement by the Bruins. Ed O'Bannon scores there. Mike Krzyzewski a bit concerned. Not to worry. Thomas Hill in the lane. Some nice English. Count it. And then watch this. Cherokee Parks working the boards. He gets the slam. Boys, he's been playing well in the last few games. Playing good D also was chief. Get it out of here. Three-pointer by Hurley. Duke beginning to pull away. Down the stretch, they forced 3 key turnovers. UCLA shot itself in the foot here. Duke's defense had a lot to do with it. Jim Herrick was ejected from the game late. Duke goes on to win it by a score of 97 to 78. 97 to 78. Excuse me, 78 to 67. We'll get the score right. Duke is now 22-5. Now for the post-game wrap-up, let's switch live to Cameron Indoor Stadium and check in with Drew Smith. Drew?
All right, Dwayne, thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with the man of the hour, the man of this day, Duke guard Bobby Hurley. Bobby, congratulations on a win here today, but more importantly, I guess, was your jersey being retired and what that means to your career here at Duke University.
Yeah, it was a special moment for me. I think it ranks up there with the national championships that we've won. I was just really proud. I think just having my parents here to share it with me was something nice, too.
Was it emotional for you? I know it was emotional for your mom. I think I looked over to her when you presented her with the jersey, and she had tears in her eyes.
Yeah, well, I've been thinking about it for a while now because I've known, and, you know, so it wasn't as special as, you know, I was really concentrating on the game, and, you know, my mom was extremely emotional, and she was in tears, so that was kind of nice.
And your dad, of course, being a coach, he's all business, so it's nothing special to him, I guess.
Yeah, he was similar to me. He was thinking about the game, I think, and, you know, he shook my hand also, and I'm sure he was extremely proud, too.
Let's talk about this ball game in particular now. You had 15 assists. You're 5 away from the record, 4 more to tie Chris Corciani. You can do that at home next Wednesday against Maryland.
Yeah, I would like to do it at home. I think I've really picked it up in the last couple of weeks, and a lot of credit goes to my teammates for doing a great job of finishing plays for me and getting those assists.
This ball game in particular, how would you describe this? You had a small lead at halftime. It looked like you went through a slow-down process in the second half, but I mean, the final tally was you still won this ball game.
Yeah, well, we weren't making some of the little plays that have made us successful, especially against Florida State the other night. We weren't getting loose balls and defensive rebounds, and we started doing that more in the second half and getting back to playing the way we're capable of.
I guess about midway through the second half, you slowed it down, you worked the clock, you spread things out. Was that a game plan that you had thought about ahead of time or not?
Well, we built a small lead, and we just wanted to slow it down and give ourselves a chance to rest on the offensive end because we were working extremely hard on defense, and it was good that we were able to slow down the game a little bit and get good shots.
Well, 15 assists and 19 points and a great day all the way around for you. Congratulations, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Bobby. That's Bobby Hurley live here outside the Duke locker room. Dwayne, back to you.
Thanks a lot. Drew Smith reporting live from Cameron Indoor Stadium where Duke has just beaten UCLA. Now for that state.
Like a great chess player, Bobby Hurley has established himself as one of the great point guards in college history. And like a master craftsman, Thomas Hill has played a major construction role in building the Duke powerhouse. 4 years worth of learning and leading will be saluted tonight as these two Blue Devil seniors play their final home game. Hurley will break the all-time assist record tonight, while his teammate, long in the shadows of the national spotlight, Thomas Hill is getting his due as a prolific scorer. Oh, sure, there have been some hard bumps along the way, challenges that made the championships sweeter. And with a style and a grace that only winning brings, Bobby Hurley and Thomas Hill, the two main cogs of the Duke machine, take their final bows in Durham after bringing 2 national championships here. A smooth Texan and a streetwise kid from Jersey play one final time in Cameron.
Ray Cobb and Jefferson Pilot Sports present the best in college basketball. The Atlantic Coast Conference. Tonight's game is brought to you by Bud Dry, Nationwide Insurance, Pepsi, Nations Bank, Lowe's, Food Lion, U.S. Air, and by Buick.
And we're live now
inside Cameron Indoor Stadium as the Maryland Terrapins and the number 6 Duke Blue Devils are set to go head-to-head. And this was the scene just moments ago as the two seniors, Bobby Hurley and Thomas Hill, embrace at midcourt, being honored on senior night here on the Duke University campus. 4 years passes mighty quickly. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Rathman along with Billy Packer. And yes, indeed, these two young men to be honored tonight. Billy, your thoughts on what they've meant to the program. First, Thomas Hill.
Well, you know, he was brought in as an unheralded recruit, a role player type. What a role player he has become to create the best backcourt in college basketball along with Bobby Hurley.
And Bobby going out tonight, he'll be the all-time assist record holder when the evening is through.
Well, there are many people, myself included, have to rank him among the very top, if not the top point guard of all time in the ACC. His statistics are right there in front of us, but his leadership and his ability to take teams to win is maybe the best quality he has.
The Maryland Terrapins might feel like the party of the second part tonight. There is a game to be played here. And, Billy, there are some comparisons based on the Maryland freshmen of this year and what happened here at Duke 10 years ago.
Well, most of us can't remember when Mike Krzyzewski had records like that, but he did. But look at what happened 4 years later with Johnny Dawkins and crew. 37-3, went right to the championship game in the NCAA tournament. It remains to be seen what Johnny Rhodes can do with this Maryland group of freshmen.
We'll see what happens here tonight. The Dukes and Maryland back after this word from our good friends at Bud Dry.
If you want a beer that's less filling like a light with more great taste, why not make a change for the better? Refreshingly different Bud Dry. Bud Dry is one beer that's less filling like a light with more great taste. So why not get it together? Try Bud Dry.
If your business is looking for inventive ways to use 800 service, why not call the inventor of 800 service? One of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business. If all your 800 lines are busy, do you know how quickly our advanced features could reroute your 800 calls? You'd have to blink faster than that. One of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business.
To keep your competitive edge, you can phone it there, fax it there, even beam it there. But there's nothing like being there. With US Air and the American Express card, you get a winning combination. The airline that begins with you and the card dedicated to providing unparalleled customer service. US Air and the American Express card. Keep your competitive edge.
In Asheville, North Carolina, a new pickup helped the Dixons turn weekend projects into profits. In Columbia, South Carolina, we helped the Mitchells put down roots in their neighborhood. And in Richmond, Virginia, a hatchback allowed Deborah Carver's son to start college with more than just new towels. Nations Bank loan specialists have helped over 2 million people with car loans, loan refinancing, and loans for home improvements. Come see how Nations Bank can give you the power to make a difference in your life.
We're back at Cameron. Duke rated number 6 in the country this week. Let's take a look at our Lowe's starting lineups tonight. And a change for the Maryland Terrapins. Wayne Bristol will start at guard for Johnny Rhodes, the freshman, late for a meeting, and will be in the substitution pattern tonight for head coach Gary Williams. And happy birthday, Gary. A day in advance. He turns 48 tomorrow. For the Duke Blue Devils, the familiar 5 of Hill, Lang, Parks, Hurley, Collins, familiar with Grant Hill being out of the lineup, of course. Chris Collins has done a great job in that guard position. From Mike Krzyzewski, one of 9 coaches to win multiple NCAA titles. Back with a tip-off as we return after this from Pepsi.
Good question. I think young people today finally realize that these are the serious 90s. Kids today have come to accept that this is a time for introspection, moderation. You can just witness the new emphasis on discipline everywhere you look. That's the way it is. Isn't it? I'm not making this up. Listen, a lot of research went into this.
The Buick LeSabre, Family Circle Magazine's Domestic Family Car of the Year. LeSabre won by finishing first in important family categories like value, comfort, dealer satisfaction, performance, safety, style, and of course, dependability. Buick LeSabre, a welcome addition to the American family.
You know, our competitor is twice as likely to have a network outage. If you're trusting your important 800 calls to them, well, one of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business. What's worse than knowing your 800 service isn't working? Not knowing. AT&T will call you if we find your customers are having trouble reaching you. One of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business.
To play this game, you got to have the drive, you got to have the moves, you got to have the love, but most importantly...
Hey, man, you got the ball? No, I ain't got the ball. You got it? Say what?
No, you got to have the ball.
Somebody better bring the ball. Supposed to bring the ball?
Hey, Chumps. Want a game? The new Street Ball. It's a Rawlings, it's only $4.99 and only at Pizza Hut. Get one, because nobody plays without the ball.
We're ready for the opening tip. Cherokee Parks bats it to Bobby Hurley, who saves it and runs away from Cameron.
Straight man by Maryland. McClinton on Hurley.
Chris Collins to Parks. Thought about it, pulled it back. Now they go inside to Antonio Lang. And that's a travel.
Good feed by Thomas Hill, though. Put it on the floor low so the defender couldn't handle it. Key thing in watching this Duke team without Grant Hill is how other guys have stepped up. And Tony Lang is certainly one of those.
X-ray hit from the corner. And Parks the rebound. Hasn't that been interesting, Philly, not only with Grant out, but even when Hurley was out last year, as he has the ball stripped away, Bristol had it out of bounds, how the other guys have picked up the pace.
Well, if you know they're coming back, it really, for a team like Duke that knows it's going to be in the NCAA tournament, to have a team that's going to be very well rested, particularly in the case of Grant Hill when he does come back. The key is, as a coach, you got to know they are coming back to play.
Chris Collins, too long to hit the rebound.
Kind of surprising for him. He's deadly on that shot from that range.
McClinton, who's been a Duke killer here in the past few years, he misses that shot. Slow starts for both sides. Parks. Hurley saves it at midcourt. Thomas Hill draws the foul.
Exree Hipp did a good job with his defense that time getting back, but then once he got back in position, he never got in position to stop Thomas Hill on the drive.
As we mentioned, the stage is set for Bobby Hurley tonight to pass NC State's Chris Corchiani on the NCAA all-time assist chart. Both men, the only two over 1,000, as you see. And, of course, the one stat, in addition to the assists, that you glance at when you see about Hurley and you just go, oh, my goodness, is the number of victories he has guided Duke to at that point guard position.
Well, the other thing I think is really interesting about his assist totals, in the last 3 games, he's gone 15, 16, 15. Prior to that time, the all-time record at Duke was 14. So in the last 3 games, he's basically beaten what stood for all these many years, the record, and they did it 3 games in a row.
Parks finally gives the scoreboard company.
And, of course, there is a problem for Maryland. They just do not get up on the boards. Well, they have a problem with size. They also have a problem with being able to get up off the ground.
McClinton at the line. That's a violation. Ball goes over to Duke.
And we all talk about the statistics that Bobby Hurley has with his assists and with his point totals, but really one of the things that he is maybe as good at as anybody that's played in the league at the point guard is his defensive ability. He is a great defender against the ball.
Turnover. Maryland coming ahead.
Nice
Great
pass.
bounce pass from McClinton to Hipp, and Lang got back to block it, but he also got a piece of the arm.
Hipp has had an outstanding freshman season at Maryland, very solid. But against Duke in the first game this year, he had but 2 points, his low for the season. He got all ball here. Boy, I'll tell you what, I think that was a great block. a great block, and Lang has reason to be somewhat upset.
Exree missing the foul shot. 73% foul shot shooter in league competition this year. So both teams a little shaky here in the first couple of minutes.
But Bobby's only been to the free throw line now 46 times on the year, meaning that he's just not actively going to the basket, something he'll have to do to improve his game.
Hurley penetrates, misses. Burns the rebound. Maryland tried to push it ahead. McClinton feeds Chris Kerr when he lays it in to tie the game.
You know, it's not like McClinton isn't doing a good job assist-wise, too. He's sitting right in behind Hurley. He's become a very solid point guard. Another one of those guys, basically not recruited as a major player, has developed into one.
Hurley dishes to Collins.
That's 2 for Collins that he's missed.
And Lang is there, and he's one of the young men you talked about, Bill, who's really stepped up his game offensively.
And again, you can see Maryland's problems on the defensive boards. Good backdoor cut.
Hip controls it, feeds Burns, but Parks is there, gets around him and puts it in.
Nice job by Burns not to walk on that play. He just extended himself out.
Tied at 4. Thomas Hill. Some contact. Rebound Bristol.
You know, Maryland has had a number of fast break opportunities so far, and now they're converting.
Count the bucket for Hip and the foul after the release of the basketball. Exree now with 2 personal.
Kind of unusual to see Duke being broke against time after time. You know, there have been 3-on-2 situations, 2-on-1 situations so far in the game. It's very unlike Duke.
With that basket, Maryland takes a 2-point lead.
Duke's trying to set a high screen, get Hurley free, create the switch.
Hurley fakes, fires, misses.
Off balance. Here it comes again. Maryland really getting out, running on the break, getting the numbers.
Bristol. Inside it goes to Kerwin. Parks blocks it. The bounce to Collins, reverse score.
Great anticipation by Bobby Hurley, teaming up with Collins, a guy he's really not used to handling with on the break. Laid that pass right in there, beautiful.
And his first assist of the night. McClinton weaves his way inside, just powers up. Parks takes it away.
Another break up, coming up.
Here's Hurley on the dish to Hill, and a foul. And this one will be on Burns.
One of the things Bobby Hurley has done, and he did not do it that well consistently as a freshman and halfway through his sophomore year, and that is distribute the ball consistently on the breaks. Now he seems to have complete control and command of where everybody else is on the floor, and very seldom finds himself where he doesn't convert a good play when he has the ball in his hands on the fast break.
Experience has been a great teacher for Bobby Hurley.
Well, one of the the great plays, and we saw in the opening there tonight, and we talked about it, Bob, was that one where he's driving to the basket and flipped that ball back around the defender to Thomas Hill coming in there. It's a kind of situation where a guy has to remember where everybody is on the floor and anticipate the movement.
Thomas Hill very quietly has been a third-team All-ACC the last 2 years, getting the recognition he really deserves here in his senior season. His first point of the game, 67% shooter.
He's averaging right up around 19 a game with Grant Hill out of there, so that's what you want from a ball player that can step up when need be, whether it be over a stretch of games or whether it be in a given game.
Coming off a 22-point day against UCLA here last Sunday.
Good switch out front.
McClinton, big trouble, and Duke's got the ball. Hurley doing his Marcus Haynes imitation, comes out of there with it, and ahead it comes. Parks rips it away from Collins.
Oh, nice. Well, the biggest problem for Parks on that play was Collins. Bobby Hurley was really trying to pass that ball to Parks, realizing he could get it up around the rim.
Oh, look at that concentration.
Now, it kept it alive, and Maryland relaxed here a little bit as Hurley looked like he was going in the other direction. And then he attacked. You can see right there as Collins tried to make the interception.
Wayne Bristol a foul. Hurley now with 2 assists, and Parks at the line. Got it. He's got 5, and we've got a timeout on the floor. 15:45 to play in the first half. Duke now leading. We'll be back after a word from our good friends at Bud Drive.
A refreshingly different beer has come together. Why is that such a bright idea?
Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. It drinks easy like a light with real draft taste. No wonder.
Well, there goes the neighborhood.
Yeah. It's attracting such a crowd.
You're looking sharp.
You've come so far. And we know how to make the most of who you are.
Only Gillette Sensor has spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face. A shave this close, this safe was never this easy. Sensor, and now there's Gillette Shaving Gel with advanced lubricants for an incredibly smooth shave.
Gillette, the best of men can get.
It's amazing how it grew and grew. That little company you started in your garage. And now you've got an automobile whose drive for quality matches your own. The Buick Park Avenue Ultra. With its supercharged engine, the Park Avenue Ultra is proof you still take pride in what comes out of your garage.
Along with Billy Packer, Bob Rathman at Cameron Indoor Stadium, Duke with this recent spurt up 11-6. The assist watch, of course, continues for Bobby Hurley. He's got 2 tonight. 5 total gives him the all-time NCAA record. The early shooting so far in the game. And here comes Maryland.
Johnny Rhodes in the game for the first time tonight. So Gary Williams sat him down for the little bit of reawakening, but now has him in the lineup. Of course, makes Maryland much more effective. Leading freshman scorer in the ACC this year.
In fact, he and Hip are numbers 1 and 2 in freshman scoring in the league.
Good pass.
Hip. And Parks knocks it right back.
And
got it again. Duke is running. Hurley, what a pass! And a foul on Maryland.
Well, there are a lot of ways to deliver the ball. That time, Bobby Hurley delivered it right between his legs. Again, recognizing and understanding where everybody is on the floor. Now, here's where Hip, with age, will get stronger and be able to finish off some of these plays, but no sense putting it up to Parks right in his face. We'll see this. He knew where Collins was, put it right down. Here comes Lang behind him. He has Collins on his right. He had Lang on his left. He had Thomas Hill as a trailer. Could have told you where all 4 were, even though he was looking straight ahead.
Evers Burns draws the personal foul. And it's his second. They're going to call it a shooting foul, so Antonio Lang will go to the line.
No, Hurley really would have his 5 assists if there weren't for the fouls on the other end of the break.
Here's Grant Hill, and you see that he is in uniform but will not play tonight. Some question as to whether he'll go at all on Sunday against the Tar Heels.
Well, the main thing will be a conditioning situation too, Bob. You know, it's one thing if a guy's out with a bad hand, at least he can run. In the case of Grant's injury, you have a hard time staying in real good shape. So he'll have to get back to playing shape. And when you take in consideration the NCAA tournament the way it is, Duke knowing they're probably not going to have a chance to be a #1 seed, it may be the kind of thing where Mike Krzyzewski will just gradually bring him back to have him in good shape come the second week in March.
I thought Mike made an interesting point when he was talking about Hill's absence. He says, you know, it's okay to be out for a few games. We don't want him to be out too long because the other guys then become a unit.
Right.
And it's a little tougher to work a guy even as talented as Grant Hill back in without some disruption at a time of the year when you're playing your most important games.
I would agree with that, but in this particular case, he's only talking about changing 1 starter. The key thing that Mike is going to get out of this, however, is an Antonio Lang stepping up to realize, hey, I'm being counted on now. I can score 15 points in the game. And Cherokee Park stepping up and saying, you know what, if they need me, I can score 18 in the game. It's not a guy who was relegated to a certain role offensively and accepted that role.
The reason for the delay, we have some blood on the floor that had to be disposed of properly. Now Lang shooting the foul shots and missing. Duke has been terrific in shooting foul shots recently, but tonight they've struggled. Thomas Hill's missed 2. Lang has now missed his first of 2.
As a team shooting right at 73%. And of course, that traditional Duke statistic that jumps out at you, they have made 91 more free throws this year than their opponents have even shot.
A 12-6 advantage for Duke.
Second steal by Hurley.
Here they come with Lang.
Nice.
Count the basket and a blocking foul on Maryland.
That was some layup. Great finish by Antonio Lang. We talked about a guy stepping up. Hurley knocked it first, then Lang got it, and look, he takes this thing from half court all the way down, finishes it off with his left hand.
Antonio Lang, in the Maryland game here last year, turned out to be a Duke hero. He followed a Laettner miss that gave Duke a 2-point win over the Terrapins. That was the biggest scare that Duke had at home all season.
And of course, in that game, McClinton had 25, was 11 of 14 from the floor, played a great game.
Hip, after having a couple of shots rejected by Parks, tried to feed Kerwin and threw it away.
And I think everybody will remember there was one player on the floor that night that Maryland does not have this year, and the name is Walt Williams.
Yes.
So that's quite a difference.
The Terrapins have not won in this building since 1988. 14-6, Duke leading. Some pressure by Maryland, and Hip got a hand on it to knock it away. And McClinton rainbows it in.
I really thought he had the lob that time to Hip.
That basket ends an 8-0 Duke run.
Hurley would like a solid screen to get McClinton off his back a little bit.
Deflected by Rhodes out of bounds.
You know, I think McClinton is bleeding. It's surprising they're leaving him in the game. He's got a little cut on his chin, but he's staying in the game. That really surprises me.
Maybe that red jersey, unable to detect it. Shot clock at 10. X-ray Hip intercepts. Outlets to McClinton, and Maryland's got a breakaway. Rhodes with a dunk.
Good strength by McClinton. He caught that ball. A guy with lesser strength would have had the ball knocked out of his hands.
Like a good defensive back.
Yep.
Go for that interception and hang on to it.
Yep. Like his dad, who was obviously an outstanding football defender. Good offset by Collins. Doesn't get it back.
Parks.
Ooh, what a rebound.
Thomas Hill carried it out of bounds. I think Thomas was looking for a foul. Didn't hear the whistle, and when he stepped out of bounds, the ball went to Maryland.
When Duke looks at the replay of that particular sequence, Cherokee Parks could have dumped it back out to Collins, who had offset after he threw the ball inside for an easy three-point attempt. Duke took the hard shot.
Kerwin took. Nope. Clark got a hand on it. It's Hip up and off. And Merrick Meekin burns a held ball. Possession arrow favors Maryland.
Thomas Hill still hollering at the official about the fouling on the inside. See, he's got blood on his lip and he's still in the game. I don't understand this.
Now the throw into the backcourt. Burns runs it down. That's a legal play. Yeah, you're right, Bill. That was clear on that last shot
without
about
question.
McClinton.
Yeah. I mean, if they're worrying about wiping up the floor, they got a player out there, and if you're going to call it by the rules, he's got to come out of the game.
You can see him put his hand to his lip.
Exactly. Kind of amazing. And now he's wiping it on his uniform. I mean, the referees are not doing the job in administering this game.
Hurley had the last foul. Rhodes misses. Clark rebounds.
Oh, lost the ball. There's one that he'd like to have back.
Lang rolls it in.
Slipped out of Bobby Hurley's hands and almost ended up with an assist.
Well, when you have over 1,000, you get them any way you can.
Well, I'm sure he's had some that he work that a lot harder.
Hey, and he has a block shot to add to his repertoire.
There's Thomas Hill for one.
Count it.
What we're seeing now is that Duke, when you figure Grant Hill will come back, they are really developing three outstanding finishers on that break. You got Lang a finisher, Thomas Hill a finisher, and Grant Hill a finisher. So Hurley will have any one of three guys to go to on the break.
Hurley now with 3 assists. And Thomas Hill, the beneficiary, looking for his 5th point of the game. Interesting, Bill, as you know, he was a post player in high school and then moved to the guard spot in college and has really developed into quite a good shooter. Meek going up strong. Now it's going to go to Duke on the alternating possession.
Nice job by Burns. Holding his ground, keeping his hands on the ball rather than chopping down with a foul. Had a big game, 27 points, 13 rebounds against Clemson to Burns. If you look at his stats, he's had a fine year this year.
Thomas Hill for 3. 7 for Thomas. Duke by 11. Backdoor cutting, X-ray hit. Fouled by Eric Meek.
X-ray has made a couple of really nice backdoor cuts, and the ball has been in his hand. Now there's a situation where he tried to finish off by going over the top of Meek, and again, as I said, as he matures, gets a little stronger, those plays will not only put him on the foul line, he'll be going for 3-point plays.
Every time I see this kid, I can't help but think of the facial resemblance to Ralph Sampson. Hip is now 0 for 3 at the line. When you look at him from a distance, as slender as he is. Harper Bruff in D.C.
Boy, he's missed 4.
Oh.
Been long on all of them, too.
21-10. Clark off the screen. Set by Lang.
Clark had scored in double figures 2 games in a row, 10 and 15. Then he didn't score at all against UCLA. And he's another player that stepped up pretty well, with the exception of that one game, obviously, with Grant Hill out of there.
McClinton, his second bucket. Hurley got that assist on the Clark bucket, so he's got 4. Thomas Hill driving, leaves it short, gets it back. Missed that one. Kerwin takes it away.
Nice job by McClinton creating a passing lane there. Here goes Rhodes.
Johnny quickly to the bucket, scores his second basket. 23-14 Duke.
You get a feeling that maybe the Duke players are cognizant of the fact of what Hurley's doing assist-wise, because they've kind of gotten out of their offense a little bit. There's the lob.
Meek
with
puts it in, and there's the record. Bobby Hurley on that feed to Eric Meek has become the all-time NCAA assist leader. Number 1,039 from Bobby Hurley.
Certainly records are made to be broken, but when you take in consideration the number of games that Bobby Hurley has played, and the fact that a guy now that's of the stature to have this many assists with the opportunity to go early in the draft, and also the lack of injuries throughout his career, with the exception of last year, that's going to be a record that's going to be pretty tough to go after.
Plus the fact, Billy, he has played in 18 NCAA tournament games.
Exactly.
And more to come.
Yep. And already holds the NCAA record for assists in the NCAA tournament, career-wise.
So Eric trying to polish off the three-point play.
He's got 129 assists in 17 NCAA tournament games. Actually, 18 NCAA tournament games.
Burns rejected by Parks. Good. Cherokee has become quite a rejecter here in the first half. 25-14, Duke on top of Maryland, and we'll return after this from Pepsi.
Loves me not, Not really. It's not a daisy. It's an artichoke. Welcome to the wonderful world of artichokes. And if you've never experienced an artichoke, you're in for a treat in the next few seconds. We're going to tell you a little bit about them, how to prepare them. This is a fresh one, of course. They also come frozen. Frozen artichoke hearts, marinated artichoke hearts, and the wonderful...
A few hours after they told me, I realized that a promotion doesn't just change your office, it changes your life. I knew it was time to call Tom, my nationwide insurance agent.
Barbara needed a nationwide care review. We talked about her coverages, updated them, even consolidated a few policies.
Oh, Tom had some great ideas. He even saved me some money.
That's what I'm here for.
That's good to know.
The care review from Nationwide, because things change.
Nationwide is on your side.
U.S. Air Reservations, how can I help you?
Hi, who are you?
2 to Washington, please.
After you.
Yours, sir.
Thanks.
You're traveling light?
Did you have fun flying?
Yeah. You enjoy your flight with USA. Now reporting to Orlando.
Thank you for flying on U.S. Air.
You'll hear one word again and again from the people of U.S. Air.
What's better for you?
For one very good reason.
Everything we do.
Do it. You go to gate 10.
Thanks very much.
25-14, Maryland. Billy, you look up the definition of an assist, and it says it's a pass that leads directly to a basket. You look up the definition of Bobby Hurley, it's a man who leads you directly to a championship.
Well, how about the trivia question 10 years from now? Who was the man that made the shot on Bobby Hurley's all-time record-breaking assists? You say, let's see, who was on that team? Grant Hill,
That's right.
Thomas Hill, Antonio Lang, Cherokee Parks. Nope.
Clemson
Wrong.
wins again. North Carolina wins tonight. Virginia back on track with a non-conference win over the College of Charleston. Team that knocked off Georgia Tech earlier this season. Big win for the Tar Heels. They're first as the new #1 team in the country.
And that has been a tough job for all #1s this year, is to win that game after they were elevated to that position. Duke comes out playing a little zone. 2-3 matchup. Parks down in the middle.
Marty Clark a near steal. We were talking earlier about Cherokee Parks and what a first half he is having. Already 4 blocks for the Chief here in the first half. He had 4 at Maryland and 6 earlier this year against Virginia. And a foul inside. This one will be on Maryland, and I think it's on Johnny Rhodes.
Well, you know, Duke is not a great shot blocking team. I mean, they have 100 coming in the game. They had 148 as a team. But Maryland, and we talked about being able to get up on the boards as a team this year, and it's always a pretty good indicator, has only blocked 78 shots. So, you know, that's the indicator that they just aren't getting up there around that rim.
Actually, Hemp was the man who had the foul, his 3rd rather than Rhodes, so he's out of the game, and Simpkins is back in.
You know, you have a situation here if you're Maryland. They have been a team of late game of spurts. You know, they both positive and negative. Now, right now at the 10-minute mark, in a situation where they're down double figures, they have to be real careful the next couple of minutes that Duke doesn't get one of those 10-0 runs, and this game is over. So I'm sure that Gary's sitting on that sideline wanting to say, let's stay with the offense, keep control of the game tempo-wise, because with this crowd been relatively silent, waiting on the Hurley story to unfold, there could be real problems for them.
The Duke lead is 12. Dwayne Simpkins, who has spent his freshman year as the understudy to McClinton at the point.
Now watch this defense by Duke. A matchup zone.
5-second violation.
And it's causing a lot of problems for Maryland. Now they've got to get some movement in their offense right now. They're standing still instead of sending cutters through to make Duke get out of that position.
Blakeney.
Meek again.
Had it poked out of his hands by McClinton. Hurley for 3.
Yeah, if I'm Gary Williams, I got to think real seriously about getting a timeout now and changing the offense, because they are really confused by what Duke's doing to them here.
Blue Devils' biggest lead tonight, 29-14. Rhodes underneath, up and in.
Oh, the scorer, isn't he?
6. And did not start the ball game tonight. Hurley trying to feed Parks, and it kicked by Kerwin.
Pretty nice job by Kerwin to get back into passing that time, because Cherokee Parks has broken right down the center.
T. Hill and Lang come for Clark and Meek at the 9:23 mark.
Now with the first teamers back, it'll be interesting to see if Duke doesn't change and go back to their tough man-to-man.
Hurley right underneath to Thomas Hill, stripped, but McClinton picks up the personal. Kevin came into this building last year and had just a whale of a game. 25 points and 11 assists.
You know, something interesting talking about that cut on Kevin's lip. Now there's a cut that I don't know if you can stop. I mean, it's not like you can put a Band-Aid on it. And the rule is that a player cannot come back in with an open wound until it is closed up and it stopped bleeding. And I don't know what you do if a guy's cut on the lip.
We'll have to ask our director, Ken Dennis, does all the boxing, what that stuff is the boxers put on to quickly stop those wounds. 8 points for Thomas Hill.
Well, for those who watched Vinny Ponziano fight last night, there was nothing they could put on the eye of his opponent because it closed all up. It wasn't a matter of blood.
9 points for Thomas Hill. 31-16 Duke. Burns poked away. And a foul on Thomas Hill.
Boy, that was called from left field.
No, Hurley.
No, Thomas Hill got the call.
I thought Bobby Donato said 11.
Burns has not been able to get on track down low yet tonight. Maryland certainly needs that. Duke does stay with that zone situation.
On for Parks. And Burns ties him up. Maryland keeps the ball. 9:03 left first half. Duke 31, Maryland 16. Right underneath the McClinton. Laying ahead to Hurley.
There's that jump stop of Thomas Hill. Doesn't get by. McClinton again with good strong hands.
And Maryland kind of come in waves again. Lost it out of bounds. Boy, another opportunity for Maryland on a 3-on-1 that time.
They did. They had the numbers, and McClinton is trying to take it all the way. Instead of maybe stopping the foul line, let Hurley play him, but then let the cutters go ahead and get an easy layup.
Hurley out of bounds. Duke ball with 33 seconds on the shot clock.
Hurley tried to use his body to get Simpkins on his hip. And in trying to get so much body pressure on him, I think when Simpkins pulled away, it just knocked Bobby Hurley to the floor.
The shooting so far, Duke at an even 50. Maryland chugging along at 36%. The Terrapins in league play this year, Billy, shooting just 41%.
Were shot very poorly in the second half in their first game, only 40% on the full game. Here's another situation. 2-on-1 break. You got to convert these.
And Johnny Rhodes puts it in. Nice catch, and then the nice shot.
The two freshmen that time. Simpkins with the ball handling ability, 2-on-1, was able to convert.
31-18. And Simpkins picks up Hurley at midcourt. Whistle stops play, and we've got a foul. And this
Blakely on a solid screen, yeah.
So Blakeney picks up his first. ACC action coming up this weekend. On Saturday, our first doubleheader game comes your way from Winston-Salem when the Deacons play host to NC State. Then from Charlottesville, the Cavaliers and the Maryland Terrapins at 4 p.m. Final weekend of the regular season. This season has flown by. Can't believe the tournament is next week. We got a foul. This one's on Thomas Hill.
You know, basically, this game has never had a pace to it. There have been a lot of calls by officials, a lot of jump ball type situations. Nobody able to get a nice run going.
Timeout on the floor. We'll be back after a word from our good friends at Budweiser.
my brother, about to become a father.
So how big can a crib be? Season tickets went on sale today, Mike. And, well, maybe next year. You've gone 5 years straight.
Yeah.
Is this about the kid? This kid's getting for free, you know. It's gonna be a little tight. Mike, this year's on me.
Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
Now, the new little guy's going to every game, right?
Bobby, it could be a girl. A girl?
The Mastons just got married, moved on to Raymond Street.
Oh, I didn't know I knew.
And, well, they thought they'd plant an apple tree to celebrate their love. Watch it grow. So they went to Lowe's. Nobody needs Lowe's guaranteed low prices more than newlyweds. Plus, they got Lowe's 1-year tree and shrub guarantee.
And tomorrow I'll plant it where I want to.
Because Lowe's knows that with apple trees, like marriages, the first year is always the toughest. Lowe's, helping add value to the homes on Raymond Street and your street.
No matter where you go, Food Lion has extra low prices. Even if you travel to far out places, you'll find quality products like these at down-to-earth, extra low prices at Food Lion.
Time to take off, Mr. Smith.
Next time you're out of town, look for Food Lion, so the prices you pay won't be out of sight.
There's Grant Hill sitting on the Duke bench. Duke in control here. And this is what Grant's numbers look like for the season. But with him out of the lineup, Billy, the rest of the cast has really picked it up.
They really have. And you can see Cherokee Park's up 6 points. Tony Lang up almost 7 points. Of course, Collins coming off the bench. All of the fellows filling in, doing a good job.
Maryland with the ball, trailing 31-18.
I think what we see Mike Krzyzewski doing is experimenting some with this defense, figuring that somewhere in the NCAA tournament he can go to something a little bit different than that pressure man-to-man.
What a great steal by Lang that time. Working against Burns in the low post. Now Parks trying to do it offensively. And a foul on Duke.
No pace to this game.
No.
I mean, just a lot of fouls. Nobody can get a run going.
All the emotion was front-loaded.
Yeah.
You had the big ceremony with the seniors and then the Hurley countdown to the assist record. And although Duke has built a fairly nice lead here, you're right, it's been a very disjointed half.
Well, yeah, look at the situation here. We have 10 team fouls on Maryland, 7 on Duke. We've got 7:30 to go in the first half. I mean, very unusual to be in that situation, both teams in foul trouble.
And nobody can hit a free throw. Both teams have really struggled. Burns missing the front end of a 1-and-1, but Maryland maintains possession.
See, Maryland not getting any cutters to figure out just exactly what is Duke doing to them. I mean, they're set up as if they're playing zone. Now they're showing man-to-man.
Now blocking, foul on Collins.
18 foul on Duke.
So give Kevin McClinton the bucket, and he'll shoot a foul shot.
His first 8 on the team.
Well, I think that was a no call. I mean, the shot was made. Nobody gained an advantage.
Kevin has picked up 5 assists tonight, and he's now 10 away from number 3 in the all-time Maryland list, held currently by Dutch Moreland. 7th point.
And in that game last year, as I mentioned, he had 25 points. He also had 11 assists. So I think he likes this court. He's played well against Duke consistently.
Some tremendous numbers against the Duke defense.
The last 4 games is 18, 19, 25, and 17.
Not only a great backdoor cut, but a super look by Antonio Lang.
He's having a good first half. He's had a couple of steals, a couple of solid rebounds.
Well, that was a pretty play.
Yep.
33-21 Duke.
Now straight Duke, but Marty Clark lost his man.
Knocked away by Parks. Rhodes gets it back.
Nice.
McClinton up and in.
Nice pass by Rhodes. Boy, Rhodes is quick. In every respect. You know, he's got quick hands. He's thinking quick out there tonight. And obviously the quick feet.
Lang. And a foul. This one on Burns, and I think that'll be number 3.
See, what's happening is the fact that although Duke is not converting, the reason they're not converting is Maryland's fouling on everything that's down in close. That's going to count up here shortly.
Well, already, Billy, Hip and Burns on the bench with 3 fouls apiece.
I mean, something has to give if you're going to commit that many fouls. That would take the game.
2 shots.
Lang 1 for 3 at the line.
Burns has fouled out of 6 games this year, which is a high total for a guy you'd like to have on the court a lot.
We talked about it, Lang picking up his game offensively. You see what he's done tonight. 11 at State, 17 in the Florida State win last Wednesday, 14 against the Bruins on Sunday. Lang has got 8 tonight.
And the other thing you can see is just exuding confidence on the floor right now. It's not like I'm the one guy filling in a role. I mean, he's out there playing, hey, I'm a legitimate starter that's got a job to do. McClinton's got some size on Hurley, but you haven't seen him post him up yet.
Simpkins.
There it is. Nice play.
Beautiful feed. Hurley with a foul.
Great job by Simpkins to realize what was happening. McClinton wanted to go down inside with Hurley. The first time I've seen him really take him low. Bobby Hurley is thinking, well, how can I go ahead and disrupt the play elsewhere? Now watch Hurley lose sight of his man. You see where Hurley is? And look at where McClinton is. Bobby Hurley never anticipated that his man would post him down inside, and he was really out of position there.
We talked about the foul shooting, but that doesn't affect Mr. McClinton. He leads the conference at 86%. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
You know what I like about him? As a sophomore, he shot 68%. As a junior, 78%. And this year, 87%. So he has really worked at every phase of his game.
And a kid who was more recruited as a football player than basketball coming out of high school.
Right, you wouldn't project him to be a starting guard in the ACC when he came to the University of Maryland.
Burns really the same way.
Yep.
Tight end in football, and heavily recruited in that sport. Clark down the lane. Nice dish. But Parks is fouled.
Yeah, they cannot finish anything off because every time they get around the basket, they get fouled.
Freshman Mario Lucas with his first.
Mario Lucas from Maryland, his first.
So Cherokee Parks will shoot a couple. Thomas Hill's back in. Chris Collins to the bench.
The other thing that does, Bob, it keeps the crowd out of it. Now, that normally would have been a dunk by Parks. The crowd gets all fired up to get into the game. These fouls have really kept the crowd from having any momentum, which is a big factor here in this gymnasium.
6 points for the Chief. Talking about Parks and his block shots earlier tonight. Only Mike Jaminski has ever had more than Parks' 57 blocks in a single season. So he's really coming on as a shot blocker and a shot changer in the middle. 36-24 Duke. Great by Marty Clark. Reads Hurley, lays it in, and a blocking foul. Count the bucket.
Clark a little slow getting up on that one. Clark likes to take it. You know, if you're scouting Duke, Clark is the kind of guy, once he turns the corner, he very seldom gives it back. So you got to play him to shoot as opposed to pass on the break.
Boy, Simpkins got it right in the jaw, too.
There's the steal. He used that inside hand. Great defensive technique. And officials mind, Simpkins just didn't get there in time.
12 fouls now on Maryland here in the half. Clark bidding for his 7th point. Lang.
I thought there was another foul in there, not called.
I did too. And we have another jump ball situation. And the arrow gives it to Duke.
How many? It's got to be some kind of a record for a half. It's got to be about the 6th or 7th jump ball situation. So between the number of fouls, 10 on Maryland so far and 9 on Duke.
second chance points. Duke by 2 touchdowns.
Good rebound by Lucas.
(38-24) Blue Devils.
Good quickness.
Just so. McClinton uses the glass and puts it in. Kevin with a dozen first-half points.
And of course, falling to the ground, you can see that the sweat all over the floor. The referee having to stop the game. Now that can be a dangerous situation there.
And the Duke ball boys working quickly to mop it up. 4:30 to play in the first half.
Simpkins doing a fine job staying out in front of Hurley.
Clark
didn't have it in his hand.
Rhodes gets it ahead. Simpkins penetrates. Park knocks it over to Hurley. His 5th block shot of the half. Thomas Hill. Lucas. Rhodes behind the line. McClinton. Thomas Hill. Soft move. Thomas in double figures.
Hurley may be going after that 16 assists again tonight. I mean, he just had all kinds of guys open. If they hadn't been fouled on the other end, he'd be over double figures already.
6 officially for Hurley. Lucas.
But another block.
Clark the rebound. Hurley spots up. Nailed.
Second 3 of the night. That's what makes it tough to defend, when a guy can pull up and hit a 3 as well as dish off.
And the Maryland Terrapins are going to take a timeout. Duke starting to pull away. 43-26. We'll be back in a moment.
You may not have given side impact collisions much consideration, but Buick has. You may not know that by the year 1997, all cars will be required to meet the U.S. government's side impact safety standard, or that the Buick Regal sedan meets this standard today, 4 years in advance. But it is important information, and we think it's definitely food for thought.
I remember last year, honey, when we were moving.
Right.
Well, she called us, and said if we put both our new house and car policies with her, we would save money.
Well, we have so many choices at Nationwide, and my job is to make you aware of your options.
She was always there with an answer.
That's the way we're trained, to be very knowledgeable and to be there when people really need you the most. And that's important.
Agents like Margaret are Nationwide.
Nationwide is on your side.
In Greensboro, North Carolina, a remodeled kitchen turned into the McLaren's new family room. In Norfolk, Virginia, a new minivan made the Halls a little more popular with their friends. And in Washington, D.C., an additional room allowed Mark Gonzalez to put his father in the best possible home, his own. Nations Bank loan specialists have helped over 2 million people with loans for home improvements, loan refinancing, and car loans. Come see how Nations Bank can give you the power to make a difference in your life.
Well, here we can see Bobby Hurley ready to weave his way down, looking for all the lanes, see who is going to be filled in a lane. The first thing you've got to do playing against a Hurley is to go ahead and make sure you've got a man on him. But there was a case where Thomas Hill filled the lane to his right. Nobody on him. Poor execution defensively by Maryland. Didn't stop the man with the ball and didn't pick up anybody in the lanes.
Duke has outscored Maryland 10-3 in the last 3:17 to take this big lead. And you see what the numbers that have been put up so far show. Duke 48%. They've been right about 50 all game.
Well, something deceiving there in the fact that there would have been a lot of layups made that would have increased that shooting percentage, but there was fouls committed on the layups.
Kerwin, a couple of pumps in the bucket. First with 4, the senior from West Palm Beach. 43-28. Blakeney. Oh, up and in. Made the good fake and scored.
And what happened there, Bob? Nobody had picked up Kenny on the Maryland defense, and he just snuck in the game. Now Duke goes back to that matchup zone again. See if Maryland will send through some cutters.
Through Luca's hands, out of bounds.
Certainly was catchable.
Number 5, Wayne.
Hey, reminder, friends, the announcers for this game are selected and compensated by Raycom and Jefferson Pilot Sports, and the use of this broadcast without their express permission is prohibited. Bob Rathman, Billy Packer at Cameron Indoor Stadium, 45-28, Duke on top. 2 minutes to go in the half. Hurley to Blakeney.
Somebody ought to introduce him to a Maryland player so that somebody will guard him. That's 2 plays in a row that he hasn't had a man on him.
Well, they should know him, Billy. He played at DeMatha.
Exactly. Right where Simpkins played.
Bristol in and out. Lying ahead to Hurley over the shoulder.
Jump shot.
You've seen that play before.
Exactly. I mean, when Hurley crosses half court, if there's not somebody behind you, you better go guard him first because he's going to make a play.
A 21-point Duke lead.
That's a walk.
Well, they're going to call the foul.
I know what they're going to call. But he walked before he ever was fouled.
Second foul on Lang.
And we have 20 fouls have been called in this first half. 10 on Duke, 10 on Maryland. So if you're looking for equity, you've got it. You're looking for a long, boring first half, you got that too.
To the line goes Kevin McClinton. Oh, he had a tough day at Clemson on Saturday. Went 2 for 18 from the field. Coming back in a rare miss at the foul line. A game that is just crying for some rhythm.
You know, he's number 4 all-time assist man at the Maryland now. Keith Gatlin, number 1 up there, which that's a kind of a trivia question. You'd be thinking John Lucas.
Clark fakes.
Oh, nice play.
Beautiful. Eric Meek with a lay-in.
There, Meek gets hit in the eye. He's got his hand out. And Kerwin thought that he was just trying to showboat a little bit, slapped his hand away. Meek couldn't even see. That was a great pass. Good finish.
Simpkins with the foul.
And the line for the Blue Devils, Eric Meek, the 1 side.
Eric with 5 first half points. 3 Maryland players, Billy, have 3 fouls now.
Yep.
Simpkins, Hip, and Burns. This may be a war of attrition. Tapped out to Blakeney by Clark.
Clark's having a good first half. Scoring well, driving the ball tough to the basket, and getting it on the boards. Nice pass.
Another nice
Look at these fouls. It's incredible. And nobody even making a decent attempt to go up there and block a shot. They're just chopping people. Maybe they think that the ACC has reinstituted the Big East old 6-foul rule or something. I mean, watch this play. Here he's got a shot inside. Look at it, just chopping people. I mean, that could have been called on either play.
2 shots.
So Meek will shoot a pair. We talked about Clark's first half. Well, Eric Meek has come off the bench to make a solid contribution too. 24 fouls have been called here in the half. Maryland has put John Walsh, a sophomore, into the ball game. And this one gets the high bounce and the drop. 53-29. Maryland has given up a ton of points here in this first half.
So McClinton looking to dribble his way in there, and he's being played man-to-man out front against the ball, but a basic zone in behind him. He needs to pass and cut.
The 10th Maryland turnover. 45 seconds to play.
play by Kenny Blakeney. No sense trying to drive it in there when nothing was available. They want to get that last shot or something close to it. Now with Hurley out of the game, it'll be interesting to see who's the guy they put up front. Duke likes to go to that 1-4.
And Marty Clark lost it out of bounds.
And that's what happens when Bobby Hurley is not in the game in these kind of situations. He's the master at taking the ball down for that final shot. And I was really interested to see what Duke would do without him out there.
Short with it. Meek gets it ahead. Plenty of time, and Blakeney's going to go all the way to the bucket. Blocked by Rhodes, and that'll be the half. Blakeney thought he had a snowbird, but Johnny Rhodes caught up with that play very quickly. And one of the few defensive highlights for Maryland in that first half. We're at the break at Cameron Indoor Stadium with the score Duke 53 and the Maryland Terrapins 29. Stay with us. Halftime straight ahead.
Tonight's ACC action is brought to you by Pepsi, Gillette, Buick, Food Lion, and by Nationwide Insurance.
To play this game, you got to have the drive, you got to have the moves, you got to have the love, but most importantly...
Hey, man, you get the ball?
No, I ain't got the ball. You got it? Say what?
No, you got to have the ball.
Somebody better bring the ball.
Bring the ball.
Hey, Chumps. Want a game? The new street ball. It's a Rawlings. It's only $4.99 and only at Pizza Hut. Get one, because nobody plays without the ball.
Bring home the ball, Daryl.
Well, it's all come down to this one last play. You know it's going to Dow Jenkins. He's double-teamed, triple-teamed, whole-team teamed. The only thing between him and the basket is his big ugly brother, Wesley. He gives him the old shake and bake. He looks at the clock. 3 seconds, 2, 1. He leaps. He shoots. And... he was fouled.
A reminder from Pizza Hut that it's also important to stop and dream.
And the winner is Ford Probe GT.
We recently accepted the Motor Trend Car of the Year award. But the real trophy is yours to take home. Ford Probe GT. A lean, carved shape. A button-down cockpit. Pure 24-valve performance. And now, Motor Trend Car of the Year.
We're back at Cameron Indoor Stadium where the Duke Blue Devils have a 53-29 halftime lead over the Maryland Terrapins. Well, in that first half, a part of basketball history was made tonight as we had anticipated. Just a matter of time before Bobby Hurley would set the all-time assist record, and Billy did it with another patented feed to one of his big people. It turned out to be Eric Meek who got the pass.
Well, Meek did an excellent job here. He pinned his man, as you can see, held his ground, and then went after the ball and goes in and hits the shot on the inside. It was kind of surprising that it took Hurley so long, but there were so many fouls every time he hit a man for an easy break. And there you can see he's at 1,042 over Chris Corsiani, who has 1,038.
Earlier, we had a chance to speak with Bobby Hurley, and we got this reaction as to what it means to be the new assist leader.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to be very proud of that, and I'm sure I'm going to, you know, give high fives to my teammates because they've really helped me make it happen. And, you know, I think Chris Corsiani set a standard that was unbelievable, and it really forced me to get after it in order to break that standard. And, you know, hopefully I'll continue to build on it and set a new standard for someone else to possibly come along and try and contest, because, you know, all records are made to be broken. So let's see if someone else could catch me now.
One of the things that strikes me, Billy, about Bobby Hurley, because Duke is so televised, it seems like every day they're on TV of some sort, The entire basketball nation has watched this young man mature from his freshman year as a whiner and a complainer to go right on through to be just a class act and one of the greatest guards this league's ever seen.
I would certainly agree with that, and I also would agree. I made the statement halfway through his sophomore year that if he didn't change his attitude and his personality on the floor, he'd not be a starter at Duke by the time he was a senior. So that's one I'd like to forget about making. But he did change an awful lot,
yes,
and I think a lot can be said about how his attitude changed and made him such a great player that he is.
All part of the college experience. We're at the half as the Duke Blue Devils have constructed a big lead over Maryland. We'll be back after these messages from Maryland and Duke University.
Some students come here to experience our teaching philosophy that extends beyond the classroom walls. Other students come just to learn from our world-class faculty. And still others come just to study with some of the most sophisticated technology available. But whatever their reasons for coming to the University of Maryland at College Park, they will all leave with the same thing: the education of a lifetime.
From the preservation of our forests to the conservation of the plants and animals that inhabit them, environmental issues have a long history at Duke University. For decades, Duke students and researchers have worked in an outstanding academic climate to answer some of the world's most urgent problems, like the destruction of tropical plants used for medicine, or adapting to the damage caused by ozone and acid rain, finding answers for the future. Duke University. This message presented by the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Throughout the years, exciting finishes have been a big part of ACC basketball. Now see the best of those games together on one tape as Lux Country Style Foods presents the ACC's greatest finishes. Don't miss this action-packed video, now available exclusively from Lux Foods. Visit the Lux display at your local supermarket for details on how to get your copy of the ACC's greatest finishes. Back at Cameron Indoor Stadium, this week's nationwide scholar athlete, the great wrestler from NC State, Sylvester Turkey, a senior political science major with a grade point average of more than 3.1. Sylvester also a two-time member of the Academic All-America first team, and as a wrestler with the Wolfpack, 33-0, and lifetime 114-14. He's the #1 heavyweight in the NCAA. Congratulations to Sylvester Turkey. Stay tuned for the Nations Bank Players of the Game Award. Nations Bank will contribute $1,000 to the Atlantic Coast Conference to be distributed among the member institutions under a conference-approved plan. That's the Nations Bank Players of the Game to be awarded near the end of our broadcast. It's a big Wednesday night in the ACC, and when we come back, we'll be checking all the scores right after this word from our good friends at Budweiser.
22 Jam City, and I'm the mayor.
Yo, fellas, how about a game of hoops? Hey, what? With you? No, with your mama.
Mom? This guy was good, but he was all dribble.
Say what? Come on, man.
Man, he deserved one of these.
Franchise, wanna call Bud? Solid.
Mike's the first guy that ever explained life insurance in a way that we could understand it.
Making things clear is the part of my job I like best.
He showed us all the options that Nationwide has and even helped us choose.
It's training, seminars and updates. It just never stops at Nationwide.
With life insurance, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And we know Mike.
Agents like Mike are Nationwide.
Nationwide is on your side.
It's not that we're out to burst any balloons here. But the 1993 Buick Skylark comes with something as standard equipment that's optional on practically every import in Skylark's class. Anti-lock brakes. When you add up the cost of the car, that could save you almost $1,000. That could, of course, also help save you your life.
Let's check the Budweiser scoreboard tonight and in the ACC. Earlier tonight, Made him see North Carolina's win over Wake Forest big in Chapel Hill. Clemson with another win. Tigers playing very impressive down the stretch as they knock off NC State. And Virginia wins in Charlottesville. Also tonight in the SEC, number 5 Kentucky big over Ole Miss. Arkansas beat LSU, and Georgia with a 1-point win over South Carolina. Also, Auburn leads Alabama at halftime by 10, and Mississippi State by 2 over Florida at halftime at Mississippi State. Atlantic Coast Conference basketball on the Raycom and Jefferson Pilot Sports Network will continue after these messages from your local ACC station.
Since 1898, Cooperative has been serving hometowns all across eastern North Carolina. Did you know that when you put your money into a savings account at Cooperative, not only does it begin to grow for you at a fair rate of return, but it also goes right back out into the community, helping it to grow also through home mortgage loans. And because of that kind of hometown spirit and commitment, since 1898, Cooperative has been and still is solid as a silver dollar.
Southport is my home, and I have a special concern for the people of this community. I'm not going to waste your time with a big sales pitch. You deserve the truth, and that's what you'll get from me. With over 30 years in the business, I know what it takes to get the job done. It's the right materials in the right place at the right time. I keep up with new materials, new applications, better buys, and improved services, so that you don't have to. Think about it. Don't you deserve the best?
Elegant Building Center, yeah!
Coastal Carolina's finest. Which car has a higher quality rating than Honda Civic and costs less?
Ford Escort. It's great.
Which car goes through 700 separate quality checks?
Ford Escort. They're built right the first time.
Which car has one of the best warranties in the business?
Ford Escort. I've got 336 bumper-to-bumper coverage and a 100,000-mile anti-corrosion warranty.
Drive a 93 Ford Escort for just $199 a month for 24 months. See your Carolina Ford dealer today.
Good to see America building quality cars again.
More and more big game parties are starting in the deli bakery at Wilson Supermarkets. Fresh fried chicken ready to go, delicious party trays, deli-style pizzas, everything you need. And it's all Wilson's fresh, Wilson's fast, and at Wilson's prices, too.
WECT, Channel 6, Wilmington.
53-29, Duke leading Maryland here at halftime of our ACC contest from Cameron Indoor Stadium. Bob Rathman, Billy Packer, glad to have you with us here at halftime tonight. Billy, a first half that really didn't have a whole lot of form because of all the fouling, yet Duke was able to build a pretty big lead.
Well, they did, and Maryland was not able to convert, particularly in the free throw line when they had an opportunity to get some free points there. I think the crowd was so emotional in the game, and maybe Bobby Hurley was too early on. Once he eclipsed that assist mark, the crowd kind of went to sleep and said, hey, what are we doing here for the rest of the night? It took Duke a while to get revved up back again and to build up the comfortable lead they have right now. Maryland in serious trouble here, Bob.
Okay, let's take a look at those halftime statistics sponsored by U.S. Air, and you'll see that the Maryland Terrapins, as far as shooting the ball, down around 41%, and Duke up to 53%. Rebounding, all in Duke's favor. And look at those second chance points, Bill. 16 zip.
16 zip. And look at that free throw shooting. Poor on part of both teams. And of course, it was nothing but a trail on one end to the other in foul shooting in that first half.
The Duke Blue Devils, as so often is the case, get a lot out of their defense. One guy who's coming on strong in the block shot department is Cherokee Parks.
Look at the good job he did by staying on the ground and letting Hip commit to the shot. He blocks one, he blocks two, and Duke is off to the races on a fast break.
Cherokee ended up with 5 blocks in that first half of play. Antonio Lang, look at those numbers, 8 points and 8 rebounds.
Very solid first half, and as I said, he no longer sees himself as strictly a role player. He stepped up. He is now a very solid starter. And here's a fine assist he makes in a backdoor cut by Marty Clark, who puts it away with the jam.
The Duke seniors, of course, having their night, and the guy that they've cheered for so long and so hard, Bobby Hurley, making an acrobatic steal.
Kept the ball alive. Then as Maryland relaxed, he turns up court, realized he can make the pass. Cherokee Parks is there, and only Collins was in the way to try to stop him, but Parks put it away.
And Collins is there to give him the bear hug. At the half, Duke leading Maryland. Will continue after this from Pepsi.
Glazed containers, baskets, even metal containers are all attractive for houseplants because they offer so many textures and colors to the landscape of the room. However, a lot of those containers are also going to come with no holes in the bottom. So we have two choices.
When she's ready for college, will you have a plan to fit her needs? Make it happen with the strength and stability of Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
In Asheville, North Carolina, a new pickup helped the Dixons turn weekend projects into profits. In Columbia, South Carolina, we helped the Mitchells put down roots in their neighborhood. And in Richmond, Virginia, a hatchback allowed Deborah Carver's son to start college with more than just new towels. Nations Bank loan specialists have helped over 2 million people with car loans, loan refinancing, and loans for home improvements. Come see how Nations Bank can give you the power to make a difference in your life.
Take a good look at Lincoln Mercury.
I was looking at a Buick Park Avenue until my neighbor Ben pulled up in a Mercury Grand Marquis. Showed me it has more room, more horsepower, standard dual airbags, available anti-lock brakes, rear-wheel drive. Everything I wanted and got in my Grand Marquis.
Take a good look. We've got your new car ready. Take a good look at Lincoln Mercury.
Raycom and Jefferson Pilot Sports' exclusive coverage of ACC basketball is brought to you by Pizza Hut, Central Fidelity Bank, Lincoln Mercury, AT&T, and by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company.
53-29, Duke leads Maryland here as we get set for the start of the second half of play. Bob Rathbun, Billy Packer with you. And Billy, as far as Maryland is concerned, you've got to think that they've got to get something going from the perimeter. All of McClinton's points have come on his drives to the basket.
Well, they were getting an excellent situation with 3-on-2 breaks, 2-on-1 breaks. They weren't converting very well, but they were getting out. I think another thing that they have to do when you look that they haven't done much on the perimeter is the fact that Evers Burns only has 2 shots. Now, here's a guy that's their leading scorer, guy averaging right up around 20 points a game, only gets 2 shots in the first half. He has got to come up big and get the ball down low some.
Of course, he and Hip and Simpkins, to some extent, saddled with those foul difficulties. Burns spent a lot of time on the bench. He starts the second half with 3 personals.
And I said he's got to get something started down low, and there he is, 25 feet from the rim.
Maryland turnover. Thomas Hill misses the shot.
Follows it nicely.
Hey, here we go, another Hill ball. Between the fouls and the jump ball situations today, a new record.
Well, you know, you talk about a lot of things in regard to scouting. Thomas Hill is a guy, when he comes down from his jump shot, is going to foul his shot. You notice nobody put the block out on him. Some guys are not going to, and you maybe can go ahead and relax a little bit. But in his particular case, he is going to foul every shot.
Lang scoops it up and in. Ballet style by Antonio Lang.
Really playing with confidence now.
Great time of year to play with confidence, too. Tournament time just around the corner.
He makes the move. Yep, no walk. Nice play.
Evers Burns. Billy picks up his 4th foul.
Lang just 2 for 5 from the foul line in the first half.
11 points tonight. He's been in double figures now in 4 straight games. Rhodes marks the rebound. Oh, and big numbers for Duke as they blow it ahead. Collins to Hurley. Now Maryland is running. 4-on-2. Hip to the bucket. Second basket for X-ray Hip.
And you know what happened to Chris on that particular play? He was getting ready to take the shot. He had his eye on the rim before he caught the ball. It just, you know, he's a guy that does have good hands, but you got to catch it before you can shoot it.
Lead by 25. Rhodes.
I mentioned Thomas Hill. Rhodes is very much like that. He's going to follow your shot. You better put a body on him.
Gary Williams. It's been a long night on the Terrapin bench for Gary.
Now he's going to take Burns out with those 4 fouls. In a game like this, down, you might as well go ahead. Let him have the run. He sure hasn't been very effective tonight, just 2 points. That was a walk on McClinton, and it wasn't called.
Collins. Oh, look at the back pass. It goes to the jamming Antonio Lang.
Now we talked, Bob, about him knowing where everybody is on the floor, and Hurley certainly knew what was coming in behind him.
And a great lead pass to get it started by Chris Collins, too. 18:26 to play. We'll be back after a word from our good friends at Budweiser.
We were trying to solve the mystery of beechwood aging. Beechwood aging isn't some huge, mysterious secret. It's a nearly forgotten example of brewmaster's art. So expensive, so time-consuming that Bud's the only brewer that still does it.
If it's not beechwood aged, it's just not right.
Okay, so how do you make beer if it's not beechwood aged? Yeah.
Some things are better left unknown.
You know, our competitor is twice as likely to have a network outage. If you're trusting your important 800 calls to them, well, one of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business. What's worse than knowing your 800 service isn't working? Not knowing. AT&T will call you if we find your customers are having trouble reaching you. One of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business.
To play this game, you got to have the drive, you got to have the moves, you got to have the love, but most importantly...
Hey, man, you get the ball? No, I ain't got the ball. You got it? Say what?
No, you got to have the ball.
Somebody better bring the ball. Supposed to bring the ball?
Hey, Chumps. Want a game? The new street ball. It's a Rawlings, it's only $4.99 and only at Pizza Hut. Get one, because nobody plays without the ball.
58-31, Duke leading. Maryland using its second timeout. Gary Williams just trying to, I think, Billy, more than anything else, just get his team together and try to get them to play well. This one has gotten so out of hand.
Now, look at how much matchup zone Duke has played tonight. You know, they went into it midway through the first half, and they've shown it a lot here in this game.
Just what Duke needs, another defensive weapon. It's a nice three-pointer by Mario Lucas, the freshman out of Memphis.
Well, they're waiting for something to happen inside, and the inside man goes out on the perimeter.
Poked away, and Parks. Oh, it went off of McClinton. Going to beat Duke ball.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Bob Donato.
He's calling it white ball. Even Parks can't believe that. I think Parks realized he touched it. McClinton saying, you got to be kidding me.
Now, it is going to go to Maryland.
Well, he keeps saying white, but see, Cherokee Parks hit the ball without question. It ended up right. Maybe he was saying right, not white.
We get a foul on Antonio Lang, or on Thomas Hill. Billy, with what Hurley has done, not only tonight in breaking the record, but what he's done in his career, put his numbers up against some of the premier point guards of the past, John Lucas and Phil Ford. Your thoughts on this threesome?
Well, you'd like to have them all in the backcourt at the same time. The thing that's kind of really interesting out of that group is that Ford and Lucas were both three-time first-team All-ACC players. Bobby Hurley has never made All-ACC first team. Is that hard to believe?
Incredible.
Yep. Nice dish.
McClinton.
Number 22, Kevin McClinton.
Kevin now with 15.
How about this? Maryland showing a press.
Now, this is what
1-2-1-1. This was part of Gary's long tradition, but with the club he's had this year without that quickness, particularly in the front court, it is something he hadn't been able to do.
Maryland has scored the last 7, but they still trail by 20.
Duke got 13 big points in the first half off the bench from Clark and Meek. In a few minutes, you're going to see them both back in here if they don't start scoring.
Collins, 4-3.
Great pure shooter.
Saw one story, Billy, where he was talking about growing up. Of course, his dad coaching the Bulls, and he said, I grew up shooting NBA threes. So the range is much in his favor. In his basketball maturation, he's been shooting from long range for a long time. Hurley wants to try one.
Well, that's 3 of those that he's pulled up on the break to stop and take a 3, and he hasn't had anybody guard him on any one of the 3.
Just like that, Duke goes up 64-38. McClinton.
Now McClinton's starting to realize what that defense looks like. You know, another thing, Bob, that tonight they honored the 2 seniors. They talked about the Duke senior class. Got to remember, there was one other guy in that class who's not playing badly this year in college basketball, Billy McCaffrey. He would have been with that group tonight. Gave up, obviously, another opportunity to be on the national championship last year where he sat out at Vandy, but having a great year with that club has got him up in the top 10. There's that matchup again. So Hurley forces the dribbler, then gets out of the way.
Burns, the bucket will count, and
that'll be a foul on Meek. The basket counts. Meek fouls on the rebound. Obviously not in 1-1, so they'll get the ball out of bounds.
15:51 to play. McClinton's really turned into quite an Iron Man, making his 75th straight start for Maryland. Stripped by Hill, and ahead to Hurley. Oh,
boy, he went down hard.
Travel on Bobby. His speed went out to underneath him, and his hip really hit hard.
You know, sometimes it's hard when you're on a fast break to get a pass that comes to you straight ahead without any angle to it, because it's hard to figure out what are you going to do with it when you get it, particularly when a defender's running alongside of you, and that's what happened to Bobby Hurley. He was trying to create the angle after the catch.
McClinton.
Well, Parks has pulled off some tough rebounds tonight.
And he has. Look at McClinton right there on Hurley. Collins can't save it, out of bounds. Well, good defensive pressure by McClinton on Hurley that time. Got up on him, anticipated the pass coming his way. Kenny Blakeney's going to come in for Bobby.
What we're seeing right now from Mike Krzyzewski, not only showing a lot of this zone matchup, but also sitting Bobby Hurley down as he did in the first half. He's playing for later. You know, this game he figures is in the win column. He wants to have Hurley rest a little bit. He's been playing almost 39 minutes a game since Grant Hill went down.
So it's Kenny Blakeney running things right now. Collins.
No block out on the shooter again.
Parks in the lane. Meek followed.
Eric's having a big game. 7 points in the first half. As soon as he comes off the bench, gets right back on track.
X-ray hip over Thomas Hill.
X3. Nice offensive move that time by Maryland. Hip set the screen. Came right back to the ball.
Duke beats the press. Meek to the bucket. No basket. Charge on Eric Meek.
You know, a lot of times if referees are going to call those kind of fouls, they establish a pattern in the game. I think when the guys are going to the basket like this, if early in the game you say, okay, let's just play it clean. That one without question was a charge. It's been called consistently, so you can't really argue with that as a coach, but they're allowing a lot of step-ins here tonight on any guy that's down and around the basket, so nobody's been finishing plays.
John Walsh. Walsh. Around the rim and off. Another rebound for Meek. His 7th. .42 Blue Devils.
Cherokee Park's kind of playing his Christian Laettner impersonation, stepping out that far from the basket with Meek in the game. Got 2 big postmen.
Oh, Cherokee thought T was going to cut to the bucket.
Should have been.
Yep.
Well, you know, Cherokee was right on that one. That's the case for Thomas Hill, particularly an experienced player, has to anticipate that the pass is going to be made at the basket, and there was nobody in his way defensively.
Bobby Hurley back in the ball game. .30 to play. And Duke with the big lead. Rhodes in traffic, gets it to Burns for the lay-in. Nice pass. Boy, Hurley's dished out over 1,000. He was on the receiving end that time.
What Bobby Hurley's doing is kind of enjoying a situation where Kenny Blakeney for a while is going to go ahead and run the point guard position, so Bobby moving without the ball. Now, we saw that last year. Remember when Grant Hill came back to the lineup, Hurley had been out for a while. Grant Hill running the point allowed Hurley to get a rest off the ball, also be available for 3-point shots.
Bobby Hurley on the line.
That time he just was able to sneak in under the basket. Bobby over 80% free throw shooter on the year.
3rd best in conference play.
Just the pair.
Kerr on the rebound. Here's Burns. Fakes. Meek comes back. And also Antonio Lang.
Well, Gary Williams doing what you've got to do when you're down this far, when your leading scorer is in foul trouble. No sense sitting him on the bench waiting for time to go by. Let him play. He may be able to play the whole thing out, not pick up number 5.
2 shots.
Evers Burns has a couple of rebounds tonight. He needs one more to get 600 for his career. He's missed now 3 foul shots. 7th best rebounder in the ACC and the 8th leading scorer.
Well, you're talking about a guy, and we talked about improvement over career. Started out as a 4-point-per-game scorer as a freshman, now averaging 19.3.
He had 25 against Duke here last year. 66-44.
He has the high for the year this year at 36 against Georgia Tech. That's the highest point total for any ACC player, unless somebody eclipsed that tonight in one of the games. Now, without Hurley up at the point, nobody knows what offense they're running.
Yeah, give me that ball.
Yep. How about Lang? How about that move?
He's coming strong.
Yep. He looks so much better. There was a point earlier in the season when basically it was Hurley, Grant Hill, some Thomas Hill, and then when are Parks and Lang going to do anything? And I think that really concerned Mike Krzyzewski, but now you can see this is a different player. The last 2 weeks he has he's become a very vital part of this team.
And really made a statement, Billy, a week ago in that Florida State game when they just drilled the Seminoles. He had 17 in that one. Maybe his best game of the season that night.
I happen happened to be in Raleigh that day and had a number of people say, well, what do you think's going to happen in that game? And I said, you can count on it. Florida State going to win that game by 14 and 15 points going away. I listened to the car, in the car on the way going home, and Duke was never challenged. I mean, it just shocked me to see them pulverize Florida State like that.
Boy, it staggered the Seminoles.
Yep.
Went home and lost to North Carolina.
Yep. Well, you know, not many teams have played well after they've played Duke, whether they beat them or lost to them. Duke takes a lot out of it.
Ask Virginia.
Yep.
Kerwin now with 6. 68-46. Hurley slipping. That floor must be wet.
Yeah, it must be. That's the second time he's gone down in that general area. He wanted Meek to break to the basket.
Oh, and there's a foul on Lucas. It'll be his third. And we've got a timeout on the floor. 11:18 remaining here at Cameron. It's Duke 68, Maryland 46. Now this from Pepsi.
Official timeout.
U.S. Air Reservations, how can I help you?
Hi, who are you?
2 to Washington, please. After you.
Yours, sir.
Thanks.
You're traveling light?
Did you have fun flying?
Yeah. You enjoy your flight with US Air. Now boarding to Orlando.
Thank you for flying on U.S. Air.
You'll hear one word again and again from the people of U.S. Air.
What's better for you?
For one very good reason.
Everything we do.
Do it. You go to gate 10.
Thanks very much.
As the family grows, will your life insurance keep everyone sitting pretty? Make it happen with the strength and stability of Jefferson Pilot Insurance and Financial Services.
Recently, 1 million cases of Diet Pepsi were sent free to loyal Diet Coke drinkers.
I wonder if some of them are singing a different tune now. It's got a hold on me, right in the soul of me. I'm a changed man. This is the right one, baby. Uh-huh.
It makes you wonder, what would happen if everyone tried Diet Pepsi?
No comment, baby. No doubt about it. Only one taste is the right one. Makes me feel like singing. You got the right one, baby.
North Carolina license EXL.
Thomas Hills folks enjoying senior night tonight. Of course, great athlete, his dad, Thomas Sr. Now at the University of Oklahoma.
Right, he's out at Oklahoma, great track star, Olympian.
Boy, how proud they must be tonight. 68-46.
Cat and mouse by Bobby Hurley.
Back out to Blakely. Shot clock is at 25, so the Blue Devils have plenty of time. Everybody gets to touch the ball.
See, that time when Lang drove at Meek, Meek had to get out of the way. He just stood there and allowed, in effect, one defender to guard 2 people.
Hurley gets open. Short. Marty Clark over to Lang. And the foul on Kerwin.
Pretty good catch by Marty Clark because the ball was thrown right at his ankle.
Maryland's number 25, Chris Kerwin, his 4th personal foul. 5th Rose.
4 fouls now on Kerwin.
Along with number 33,
Just if you're thinking,
Rose
the all-time record for the most fouls by one team in an ACC game is 40, so we got a ways to go.
Got a way to go.
It only seems like 40.
Well, the only thing I can say is hopefully we weren't broadcasting that one.
I think Bones had that game.
Yeah, we've never. This game just has never had a pace to it.
There's a foul trouble, and that list is getting longer by the minute. And McClinton takes it away. McClinton trying to go where there was no place to go, but draws the foul. Here reminder, friends, stay tuned for the Players of the Game Award brought to you by Nations Bank.
You know, that was close to being a technical. Hurley had the ball in his hands, but Clinton, and you could question whether the ball was over the line or not, but I think Hurley still had the ball in his hands when the Clinton, in effect, blocked it. You know, if you reach on over the line, smack that ball, it's a technical foul.
Eric Meek to the bench with 4 fouls. Parks is back.
And I'm reaching here because, you know, I mean, these officials have found a lot to call, so
a lot of air in the whistle.
Maybe we can try one, right?
68-46, 10:27 left. Great inbounds pass to Rhodes, and we've got a blocking foul. ACC tournament, of course, is coming up very soon, March the 12th, just a week from tomorrow. Our coverage begins at noon on Friday. And that, of course, will have a dynamite game right off the bat, Billy, because that's 4 against 5. And the way the matchups are coming down, that's going to be a tough, tight matchup no matter which way it falls.
Well, it certainly looks like we'll have to wait until Sunday afternoon to see who gets paired up. But basically, when you look at that logjam at the 3-6 game and the 4-5 game, it could be any combination of guys, and in any case, no matter how you divide it up, I mean, those are going to be tremendous contests. Very competitive situation.
North Carolina has the #1 spot in the top seed all wrapped up as Cherokee Parks dunks one. Carolina, if you missed it, won big tonight over Wake Forest in Chapel Hill. And Clemson beat NC State at Little Jump. Burns underneath, and McClinton lays it home. 17 for Kevin tonight, 70-49.
The press doesn't bother Duke. They go right over the top. Good passing.
Chief. Oh, my.
Hey, the big guy is starting to do a lot of solid things in there tonight. He has been a man among boys on the boards. Excellent outlet passing on Parks' part. And here he makes a tough catch, holds his ground, and puts up a shot. Off balance, but hits it.
You know you're going to get hit. And Parks has the presence of mind to get it up on the glass at a decent scoring position.
In the last 6 games, he's averaging 16.7 points, 8.3 rebounds, 1.7 blocks a game. I mean, that's solid production from anybody. Those are all conference type numbers.
Burns stuffs it in.
Maryland getting a little bit used now to that zone defense.
72-51.
Lob to Parks.
Hurley all the way.
Now Burns just wouldn't give up that opportunity to go charging at Hurley, so Hurley would go ahead and throw the lob. See, they're starting to go right through the zone. Not the way I'm sure Mike Krzyzewski wants it played. You still have to play tough on the ball, even if you're going to be in a matchup zone.
74, Maryland 53.
Clinton telling Hurley, try to drive by me.
Poked away by McClinton, but last touch by Rhodes.
Hurley asking for a foul call, doesn't get it. And McClinton right in his face talking to him. Yep, laughing at him.
74-53.
And so Hurley, dishes inside. Clark just couldn't get his hands on it.
Oh, loose ball. Picked up by Clark. He falls down.
4 down. A nice pass to the official. He can't convert.
McClinton to Rhodes.
By number 15,
Johnny off the bench with 13.
Well, under 20 for the first time in a while. How about a 3?
How about it?
How about 4 of them?
16 overall points for Hurley. 77-55.
He's really made excellent judgments tonight, pulling up and taking those threes. And it looks like he's getting some lift back in his legs to make them.
You know, his overall percentage, Billy, is not that great, but Hurley is still the 4th most accurate three-point shooter in league history. We'll be back as there's a timeout on the floor after this word from our good friends at Budweiser.
There we were, a jillion miles outside of the hood. The bus got him flat, got no jack. Homie's got to cut his grass. What's up? Sold. The man's round sells, but he's got no beat. Pardon me. That was that. Huh? Yo, MC Cow Seller. Bud. Fresh.
Every business has its own language.
First part represents the party of the second part.
Under subpart B application. And at US Air, we understand them all.
Another option would be to option the script that they didn't option. That's an option.
Purely option. It's why we offer business travelers more flights than any other airline.
8 meg of RAM and a 1.2 gigabyte internal hard drive.
Everything we do. How about these megabytes? US Air begins with you.
You'll be surprised at what Tracer comes with. No charge air and automatic. More room than Civic, Sentra, or Corolla. But you'll be even more surprised at what it goes for. And right now, Tracer, sedan or wagon, is going like never before for just $199 a month. Don't get locked in a long-term lease. Drive new every 2 years. Take a good look at Mercury Tracer.
Time now for the Pizza Hut delivery of the game. The long lead from Chris Collins, and then Mr. Hurley goes to work.
And you can see that Johnny Rhodes is coming behind him, anticipating the shot. Hurley realizing coming right behind is Antonio Lang. That was a good hit ahead that time as well. Bobby Hurley lays it right back. Johnny Rhodes, nothing he can do about that at all. Excellent play.
Impressive. 77-55 Blue Devils. Walsh will take it. Miss it.
Oh, no foul.
And Burns gets the bucket. Duke, no problem with the press. Parks with the jam, hip with a foul. Maryland might get some turnovers with that press against some teams. They won't get it against this club.
They're throwing right over the top of the press. It's not effective at all. And there you can see Cherokee Parks finishing off the play and not even feeling Hip coming over to try to stop the play. Now, we talked about trivia questions 10 years from now as to, who converted Bobby Hurley's record assist. It'll be Eric Meek. Question was just put up on the board. It's a great one. Who was the guy that was the recipient of the first assist Bobby Hurley ever made? And it was kind of surprising. We mentioned his name earlier tonight, Billy McCaffrey.
Two excellent entries in the trivia contest.
Yeah.
Rhodes.
No shot. Off to the races.
Hurley.
That's a rebound on the floor.
Seat of the pants.
Vertical leap of 0. And they always talk about, the key in rebounding is positioning. There, Walsh found himself flat in his back, still got it, and then hits a 3. Been very aggressive coming off the bench. Been impressive.
Double team. Timeout Duke. Thomas Hill in between the two defenders. Burns a timeout with 6:21 left. Duke leads by 20. We'll be right back.
In Greensboro, North Carolina, a remodeled kitchen turned into the McLaren's new family room. In Norfolk, Virginia, a new minivan made the halls a little more popular with their friends. And in Washington, D.C., an additional room allowed Mark Gonzalez to put his father in the best possible home, his own. Nations Bank loan specialists have helped over 2 million people with loans for home improvements, loan refinancing, and car loans. Come see how Nations Bank can give you the power to make a difference in your life.
Shopping at Food Lion is like putting money in the bank.
Our prices are extra low every day of the week, so every trip to Food Lion makes your savings grow. Every time you buy high-quality products like Contadina tomato sauce and tomato paste at Food Lion's extra low prices, you add to your savings. The more you shop at Food Lion, the more your savings grow. Try Food Lion. You get extra low prices that add up to extra big savings.
You almost can't hear all the hammering down the street because Mr. Osborne and Sons are acting like, well, father and sons. In fact, all they've agreed on was going to Lowe's for all the lumber, building supplies, and advice they needed, and Lowe's guaranteed low prices. But someday they'll reminisce about how much fun it was and how each did all the work by himself. Lowe's, helping add value to the homes on Raymond Street
Right, Dad. I'm proud of you.
and your street.
The Pepsi game summary and by the numbers tonight. The biggest one, of course, Bobby Hurley's all-time assist mark. But look at the fouls, 38, and more missed free throws than made free throws.
31 turnovers.
They'll remember Bobby Hurley for his assist record. They may not remember this game.
Not a picture-perfect game in any stretch of the imagination. Cheerleader got the biggest hand of the second half by getting in the way.
Lang backs it up, waits for his minutes. 6:15 to play.
Now Duke is running their offense up a lot higher now. They're going to try to go ahead and sucker Merrill into playing high and overplaying and then cut somebody back down along the baseline. There it is.
Clark goes through, but hip intercepts. And McClinton kicks it out of bounds.
You know, we talked earlier about Gary Williams, and of course this has been a struggling year for a guy that's quite a competitor. But, you know, Duke had 5 straight non-winning records in the ACC. When Mike they got worse every year after the third year that Mike was here until things turned around with that Dawkins group. So it can be done.
Lang, Hurley is able to save.
Nice release.
And Lang, 17, matching his season high. Hip nails it. Nice turnaround move.
You know, Hip does a nice job coming off screens down inside. That's the second time tonight he set a good screen and popped out. Lang has been the primary ball handler against this little semi-press. Dangerous pass.
And we've got a foul on Rhodes. Still 4:57 to play.
Well, you know, there's a case, and of course this Maryland team is struggling. When you struggle, there's reasons for it. One of the things that's very evident tonight, they're doing an awful lot of reaching on defense. You know, they're not moving their feet to get out in front of a man. They're not picking up on the break. They're just sticking their hands out, committing fouls, and that's why you commit fouls, because your body is not in position to play defense.
Mr. Hurley to the line.
1-and-1.
Shoots a 1-and-1. He's 0 for 2 at the line. Double figures in assists again. We talked about the record breaker, but boy, the total number of assists that he's had here in the last 2 weeks has been phenomenal. 15 at State, 16 against the Seminoles, 15 Sunday against UCLA, and now 11 tonight.
You know, the other thing about Duke in this stretch without Grant Hill, they only turned the ball over, as example, 6 times against Wake Forest. They've had, in the last 6 games, 107 assists, only 58 turnovers. So as a team, almost 2-1. You know?
And remember, a couple of weeks ago when we were here, Bill, against Georgia Tech, they had more turnovers than assists.
Exactly.
As a team.
So really turning things around. I mean, if you can have a couple of guys in your team with a 2-to-1 turnover ratio, it's great. When you've got a whole team doing that, you're on fire.
Kevin McClinton with 21 points now tonight. He's also picked up 9 assists, as you said.
He continues that tremendous streak against Duke University.
Billy, he needs 1 more point now for 1,000 in his career. Kevin McClinton. 83-65. Blakeney.
Nice catch.
Oh, boy, great hands by Parks.
I mean, that ball was thrown like a rocket, and Parks was able to get his hands on it.
Kerwin puts it in.
Basket by Chris Kerwin.
Blakeney, too long for Hurley, but he saves it. Blakeney's got it. Thomas Hill underneath the Hurley.
I thought Bobby Hurley was going to try a hook shot down in low.
I did too.
Nice hesitation dribble that time by Thomas Hill. He really throws McClinton.
We had mentioned the ACC tournament. That's the way the games will stack up in terms of starting times. And if the season ended today, this is the way they'd go with Wake and Virginia. They just played last weekend. Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina against Maryland State. And that game is all set now, the Terps and the Wolfpack. And then Duke, Georgia Tech. Some intriguing matchups.
Of course, that Duke, Georgia Tech earlier in the year knocked Duke out of the #1 position down in Atlanta. Came back up here and played fairly well against Duke, but of course picked up a loss. You know, we were toying with the great point guards in the conference history. There's only been one point guard that's been the ACC Player of the Year twice, and it's John Roche, the outstanding guard for what was then an ACC member, South Carolina, in the Frank McGuire years. So when you start thinking of guys, you know, the Lou Casellos, the Jackie Murdochs back in the earlier days of the conference, the great Charlie Davises, there have been a bunch of them.
Thomas Hill with a great steal. Collins fouled by Simpkins.
And the other thing, in regard to the guard positions this year, the ACC has had a lot of years where they have had a lot of good guard combinations, obviously, and a lot of them have moved on into the NBA. But I don't know if the league has ever had as many good guards and guard combos from top to bottom as you have this year. It's just really quality backcourt players. And that's one of the reasons, obviously, the league is doing so well. I mean, you just don't do it unless you've got guys back there that can run a team, make a three, guard somebody in the backcourt. Sets the stage.
And one of the reasons, too, Billy, why ACC teams perennially do so well in postseason play, is much more emphasis on the guard play.
No question. I mean, you know, if you said the all-league guards were Corey Alexander and Travis Best, you wouldn't have to apologize for that at all, you know?
Yeah, throw a Chris Whitney in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Burns steps in for his 12th point. He has moved now to 14th on the all-time Maryland scoring list, passing Bob Kessler. 88-69. Collins for three.
Well, that might as well have been a layup, as he was just sitting over there in perfect position to shoot. Hurley's shoe comes off, so he gets stopped.
And we've got a timeout on the floor. 3:06, time remaining, 91-69 Duke. We'll return after this from the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Athletes from all of our teams are involved in the HERO program. The details of it is to have the athletes come over for 1.5 hour a week. The kids will come in, the athletes will sit down with them and talk to them about how they became collegiate athletes. Our athletes feel that it's a very rewarding situation for them, and I think with that positive reinforcement and the constant encouragement that our athletes are giving them, they're going to strive for bigger and better things.
Okay, let's go. They're good kids. I want every single one of them to make it. They will if they really want to, and they stay in school. I want you to make it too. Stay in school. Use your library and read.
Our nation's back players of the game tonight. Kevin McClinton with a double-double in points and assists, and so too for Bobby Hurley. And all right, congratulations to Bob on the all-time NCAA assist mark. A dozen assists all told tonight. Still on the floor, of course, Hurley and and Thomas Hill, and very shortly, I'm sure, Billy, they'll be getting their curtain calls.
I would imagine so.
Hit. Thomas Hill aboard.
And they're already starting to talk about Carolina, which comes up Sunday. #1 team in the nation, deservingly so, playing some great defense.
Against the two-time champions.
Yep. Stop the Deacons tonight. Team blessed with some pretty good guard play there as well. You don't have to leave anybody out of it. Florida State with Cyril Ward
and
Sam Cassell. I mean, you're talking about there probably are 12 to 15 quality guards in this league.
Collins takes it.
Got fouled on the head, no call.
McClellan. Rhodes.
Nice try.
Out of bounds to Maryland.
Boy, Rhodes is quick.
Here comes Meek, and the Chief goes out of the ball game.
But I'll tell you something else. We've been in stats all night. The senior classes that have preceded Bobby Hurley's senior class, there's a nice 3 outside by Johnny Rhodes. But Greg Kubek's group won 117 games. Danny Ferry's group won 117 games. Christian Leitner's group won 123 games. Tonight, Hurley's group goes to 118 wins. So that's pretty impressive, the last 4 classes, huh?
And 56-3 at home.
They have a chance to be the best as far as percentage is concerned, too, if they can move through the NCAA tournament, because they only have 23 losses to go with those 118 wins in their 4 years.
Coming in for Duke is Kenny Brown.
He's coming in for Hurley.
He will wait at the table. Bobby will go to the line with 1:30 to play.
I saw when Bobby came walking in out of the rain coming into the gym tonight, and he stopped at the door, talked to some of the guys that have been at that player's entrance door for many years, and he said, I really can't believe I'm walking in here for the last time, to play a game. And he's had a solid one. He's going to sit down.
So Hurley comes out.
And he finally shows some real emotion, huh? It got to him.
Passed it by Bristol.
And Bristol with a bucket.
You talk about highs and lows for a player. I can remember, of course, in his sophomore year, that final game that year against UNLV. And they had to sit there and take a pounding.
But oh, what it led to.
Yep.
Lately on the run. Under a minute, Mike wants to have Thomas Hill get his curtain
he wants to get him out of there.
If they don't have a dead ball, I'm sure Mike will call a timeout. Bristol gets the bucket.
I'm sure Mike would like to see a foul committed right here.
Collins for 3.
Thomas wanted to call timeout himself.
Rhodes will take it and hit it. Johnny, 19
tonight. Mike is going to call the timeout now so he can take Thomas out of there. And he's not going to get a chance to do it.
Bristol.
There it is.
And the foul is on Kenny Brown. So Stan Brunson will come in, and Thomas Hill will take his bounds.
Stan Brunson replacing number 12, Thomas Hill. Number 31, West Bristol, shooting 2.
We've talked a lot tonight, Billy, about statistics. And listen to what these Duke Blue Devils have done tonight. Parks, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks. Lang, 17 points, 9 boards. Hurley, 19 points, 12 assists and 3 steals. And Thomas Hill, 13 points and 6 rebounds. What a game.
Well, you know, for Hill and Hurley, there's one more game to play at a place that is very important in your career, too. Play your final regular season game in Chapel Hill.
At the buzzer, it's all over. So the Duke Blue Devils, 95, and the Maryland Terrapins, 79. The seniors win their finale at Cameron Indoor Stadium.
Tonight's ACC action has been brought to you by Nations Bank, U.S. Air, Pepsi, Budweiser, and by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company.
Again, the final, Duke 95 and Maryland 79. For Billy Packard, this is Bob Rathman. You've been watching exclusive coverage of ACC basketball on the Raycom and Jefferson Pilot Sports Network.